best way to fight for liberalism in the era of MAGA. With the 2026 midterms coming up and the 2028 presidential election on the horizon, there's been a huge debate among liberals on how to proceed and what to do about MAGA and Trump. The core disagreement, at least to me, seems to come down to this. Does protecting American democracy from MAGA and Trump require a temporary breaking or stretching of norms and focusing on aggressive accountability? Or does that very aggression play into the collapse of the system itself by handing Republicans the same kind of playbook that would fuel endless retaliation? We're going to get into it. We got some great people here tonight to discuss it. They've discussed it one-on-one in various venues before, but I brought them all together, and I'm eager to hear them out. Hutch, you said you had a lot to say, so we're going to start with you and give you the first kind of introduction here. Go ahead, open us up. Let's see what you got.
All right, first of all, thanks for having me on, and let's just jump into this. So tonight I will be making the case that Trump and MAGA pose an acute threat to our very system and that this urgency requires actions that go well beyond the status quo. My debate opponents are very much on the same page about this basic description of the current moment and the necessity for big solutions, but will articulate a set of remedies that I have not agreed with in many cases. Very simply put, I think they are going way too far and with very little meaningful consideration of how these measures will be seen by the voters who will decide if Democrats should keep power in the period following the next trifecta that we win. My opponents will jump from the system is currently being threatened straight to, therefore, all bets are off on how we choose to constrain those who threaten it. And they might suggest that if you disagree with this analysis, you don't fully appreciate the threat. You're not, or that you're naive, your optics cucked, you don't fully understand the stakes, that any remedy is less forceful than what they will propose, which basically amount to varying levels of explicitly weaponizing the system itself, are tantamount to surrender, either weaponize or surrender. This is a really straightforward false dichotomy. These are definitely not your only two options when confronted with a destabilizing and corrupt movement like MAGA. And there are many historical examples we can look to understand just how much can be done in between weaponizing and surrendering. Trump is uniquely awful for a number of reasons, but he's definitely not the first world leader that has tried to erode the system meant to constrain him. So we do have a number of roadmaps set by other countries who have survived such threats and went on to become healthier, functional democracies. My opponents might reference Brazil and South Korea as examples of how democracy should deal with these kinds of threats. But both of these cases will strengthen my argument that harsh or strong actions coupled with reforms within the system represent the clearest path back to something resembling healthy or normal. In Brazil, Bolsonaro's attempts to subvert democracy empowered a pro-democracy coalition to take power from him democratically. And the courts used harsh but entirely constitutional actions to constrain him. In South Korea, after their leader tried to do a swift power grab, it was the legislature and courts that used constitutionally permissible actions to constrain him. But the courts did not rubber stamp every move the legislature tried. There were still functional checks in place to block the legislature from doing whatever they wanted. In neither case did political parties abandon their commitment to democracy and liberal principles in the course of their actions to rein in those would-be tyrants. My opponents might fatalistically suggest that the moment we are currently in represents something analogous to Germany in the late 20s or Italy in the early 20s. These are extremely flawed analogs because both Italy and Germany had structural weaknesses that made them more vulnerable to those takeovers. Germany had been crippled enough by the Treaty of Versailles, so they were among the hardest hit countries in the world when the Great Depression hit. That, along with their collective humiliation post-World War I and a system that allowed for constitutionally suspending civil liberties through emergency decrees, allowed for someone like Hitler to rise to power. Italy was also not faring well during the Depression, but their worst problem was a fully impotent response to the fascists using more and more extreme violence and brutality to accomplish their goals. The current moment in the U.S. is marked by erosions and acute threats, but these do not rise to the kind of problems Italy and Germany faced before they succumbed. Another problem to point out here is that we just don't have a lot of solid examples of countries when political parties of other countries weaponize the system in extreme or illegal, explicitly partisan ways to ward off preemptively a threat by another party, and this ended up working out well. We have, in comparison, many examples of countries that dealt with threats in ways that preserved and strengthened their liberal systems over time.
Okay.
I had a little bit more, but I feel like maybe we'll save that.
We'll
Sure,
get
let's
into
go.
it. I promise you. Okay, in the open back and forth. Thank you for being here. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. We got Mitty here, who is on Team Hutch, and he has a few things to say. So go ahead, Mitty, and try to keep it a little shorter, and then we'll give it to Jessiah the Destiny.
I'm Mitty. I am just a guy. I'm around. Shout out to Nazi Erudite server Super Ego. If you want to talk to me at any point about any of this, catch me there. Please don't message me. I don't want any of that, please. But my opening statement hits some of the same notes, but I'll try and get through it pretty quickly. Everyone here agrees that any electoral win for MAGA is a step away from the essential values of liberalism in our country. We also agree that deterring MAGA 3 is going to be multifarious. Everyone here wants accountability. If we agree there, maybe you could write off some of our disagreements as disagreements of emphasis. But I think that something else is happening, and I worry it will hurt us in the long run. Simply put, I think the North Star of our party should be breaking congressional gridlock, re-embracing what little bipartisanship is left on the table, and fixing the legislative branch. There's no best future for America without this. Stephen and Jessiah are happy to include this strategy in their deck, and I have no qualms with accountability or even a strong emphasis on it. But I feel the narrative that drives them to that emphasis isn't zero-sum with mine. I think it's a narrative that chills the motivation for legislation and reform. And you can blame, what I think drives that narrative is kind of a black and white thinking. It's a narrative that's formed from being just engaged enough to get all of the terrible news, but stopping short of the boring follow through and where how all these things were resolved. And it feels like all of the pomp and very little of the circumstance. And you can blame Wick for that comment. He told me to be confrontational. I think a jaywalker is not a petty thief, is not a bank robber, is not a murderer. Trying to be specific here might feel like you're downplaying the threat. But while a black mamba and a lion can both kill you, trying to say that a lion isn't venomous isn't trying to deny or ignore that the lion is in the room. I see the other side of this argument. Both Stephen and Jessiah understandably treat the Trump administration like a rabid bear, tearing through fences, doing as he pleases, when he wants. How could I possibly see this man's foreign policy and say anything else? Of course, from this point of view, fence reform sounds a little silly. But when I look at his domestic agenda, that image to me shatters almost entirely. I stop seeing a bear. I don't see a tyrannical dictator. What I see is an opportunist. I see a hyena that knows his weight, roaming the zoo, killing smaller animals while avoiding the lions. He's not the biggest animal in the zoo, and he knows it. I think Destiny and Jessiah, to some degree, both make the stake that Ezra Klein warned us about in February of last year. They believe him. Trump has spent his entire last year doing what he does best, making a fuss and moving the goalpost, saying one thing and then doing a more timid thing. He's a freak in the foreign policy sheets because he's the king of that jungle by default. Domestically, though, the only lesson a future authoritarian could ever learn by looking at the Trump administration is to basically do everything differently than him. Where Trump is succeeding, he's depending on decades of heritage-style policy hawks combing through every letter of the law to find its weaknesses. And to their credit, they weren't entirely unsuccessful. But SCOTUS killing Chevron, for better or worse, was a signal to the legislative branch to take back their role in the government. And it looks like Trump's answer was to say no, and if all goes well, to hand us back the mandate to do just that. That's the main thesis of what I want to talk about today. I have more notes on more specific things about what I've heard Destiny and Jessiah say specifically in response to that, but at its core, I think that's what I believe that's what my point of view is going to be.
Sounds good, and we're going to get to it. Jessiah, go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. I did not prepare an opening statement, so I'll just say this.
Wow.
I was going to quote the Dr. Evil thing from Austin Powers, but I won't do that either. Look, here's how I look at it. I think Donald Trump is the greatest threat to American democracy since the Civil War. I think the fact that he has not been successful in every single attempt to prosecute his political opponent is not dispositive. Part of the process is the punishment itself. He has managed to extract concessions and capitulation from very powerful entities. He's cowed the Republican Party. Law firms and colleges have bent the knee. Ezra Klein, you mentioned, the don't believe him thing, but what was funny was, and I'll try to find the link, Ezra actually had to go back a couple of months later and said, yeah, I may have been a bit too reductive in not believing Trump because he has had some extraordinary success. The Financial Times did this really robust analysis about a month ago about how the rate of decline in Democratic backsliding in the United States is actually at a much greater rate in the United States under Trump term 2 than Viktor Orban's Hungary, for example, that we are not quite there yet, but we are, regressing at a much greater rate than Orban's Hungary, which is pretty shocking. Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group, he's done his risk analysis for years about the greatest global threats, and his global threat analysis for 2026 said that Donald Trump's authoritarianism is the greatest threat to global security. Yes, he's incompetent. Yes, he's been checked, particularly by lower courts, but he has a 6-3 conservative supermajority, which, when he was out of power, granted him immunity. Hutch referenced other democracies that have been able to deal with this: South Korea, Peru, Brazil, and they have reacted much more aggressively, but they also have systems in place that are better equipped to handle somebody like Trump. I agree that reforms are necessary, but punishing Trump and holding Trump accountable, as well as like top MAGA leaders in the administration and out, it's not just that it'd be nice. I think it's necessary for this country to not further backslide. Let me put it like this. If things go the way I expect they will, which is that Trump will pardon himself and his top officials on his way out the door, and there's very little by way of federal or state prosecution to hold them accountable, no way to resurrect the cases against Trump by Jack Smith, which were dismissed without prejudice, so they could be theoretically resurrected. If that's not done, I think that will be the single biggest instance of Democratic backsliding that we've seen under Trump. I think it is necessary but insufficient. We need to do more. We need to, resolve Americans' issues. We need to campaign on other things. But we have to build a political consensus. We have to campaign in part on accountability. We have to get buy-in from the American people. And then when we get power, we need to actually follow through and not do what Biden and Merrick Garland did. That's where I go.
Thank you for being here. Destiny, what do you got?
So I feel like when we look at this debate, I think there are 3 big points that we're all going to end up circling around, or that we have to come to some kind of agreement on. The first one is that I don't think we're here accidentally or randomly. I think this is by design, where the conservative movement is wound up. I think that bad faith actors cannot be completely regulated against. You have to have people that are engaging with the system in good faith, and that without fear of some kind of retributive action, some kind of accountability measures, Republicans will absolutely continue down the same path that they've been down for decades. I think that when you look at how we got here, I think you can look directly at things like the Brooks Brothers riots that Stone was a part of for canceling the recount in Florida for Gore v. Bush, and then the fact that the Supreme Court then almost lent credence to that protest by shutting down that recount. I think you can tie directly, you can trace directly a path from that to literally, Roger Stone on camera talking about how they're not going to accept the results of this election, or Bannon saying the plan is that Trump is going to say on election day, we win, it's over, stop the count. You can draw a direct line from A to B to C because there was no response to any of the things that happened. You had, Gore conceded that election immediately when the Supreme Court made their statements. There was no huge punishment for Stone. And I don't think that I don't think that continuing down this pathway of not punishing people for their actions has benefited or changed their behavior in any significant way. The second big example I bring up is McConnell stealing a Supreme Court pick from Obama. There is a world where, in my opinion, Amy could be a swing vote on the Supreme Court, but it's a 6-3 court. So now you have things like the immunity ruling, which has given Trump unlimited shield from, any kind of criminal prosecution. And I think that you can draw a direct line from McConnell blocking a Supreme Court pick from the Democrats to that Supreme Court pick that Supreme Court ruling, because we were deprived of a pick. I don't believe that in the future, as much as we talk about it now, I don't think the Democrats will have an appetite for blocking a Supreme Court pick from a Republican president for a full year like they did for Obama. I don't think that's going to happen. On the second point, the bad faith actors cannot be completely regulated against. When they were talking about stealing the election in 2020, they were openly amongst themselves talking about violating the ECA. They knew what they were doing was against the law. That's why they kept saying it's constitutional, because they were saying that they could override the law by appealing to the vice president president's constitutional powers in the Senate. When, Eastman and Rosen were having their arguments over if the Supreme Court would support them violating the ECA, Eastman's first pass at it was saying, well, we'd probably lose 2-7. And they said, we'd lose 0-9. But it wouldn't matter because it's a political question, so the Supreme Court wouldn't rule on it. You've literally seen Trump pardoning people for breaking laws, sometimes breaking the laws to protect Trump. Like Roger Stone, was convicted of things related to perjury because he was lying on behalf of Trump, and then Trump pardoned him. Like, I don't know how you could possibly make a law for somebody knowing that the president will pardon them if they break that law. There's no way you can regulate your way out of the environment for that. You've got Supreme Court decisions that, the other side is going to say, well, the Supreme Court's holding him accountable. I don't know if when the Supreme Court says, well, we don't think these tariffs are okay, and then Trump says, well, we're going to keep doing them through any means possible. We're not going to pay back any of the money we've collected so far, and we're going to do other mechanisms to keep doing it until basically his term is over. I just don't know what the accountability mechanism is there, why we feel like this is going to deter future bad behavior. And then going into the third point, without fear of retribution, I don't see why Republicans just wouldn't bring back another Trump for 2032. This is the big thing that if my fears could be assuaged here, if somebody could talk me out of this feeling, why is it that Republicans won't just run another insane candidate in 2032, knowing that there was no accountability, knowing that they were able to scare long-term political gains, no matter how much we win in the upcoming midterms and in 2028, and whatever margins we retain if we do in 2030, they got rid of all that extra IRS funding that Biden had for the 80,000 whatever extra IRS officers for taxes that they could have collected. I don't know if that's ever going to be brought back. We've lost our abortion protections because of a Supreme Court ruling. We've had this acceptance now that we can tariff the entire world. We've permanently ruined relationships with other countries. We've gotten rid of USAID. We've gotten rid of the Department of Education. These are long-term political gains that Republicans will enjoy for many years to come. And I just don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't continue to act that way. Now, my final question would be, for people that advocate for a gentler approach on the other side, I guess my big question would be, what did Biden do wrong? Because I feel like everything you would have ever wanted is essentially what Biden did. And then the response to Biden was just electing Trump in an even more unhinged manner a second time. So I don't understand why we would play that playbook again. I feel like it just leads to the same bad stuff.
Okay, and with that, let's open up the floor. I guess that's a good place to start as any. To Hutch and to Mitty, to deal with Destiny's question there. What would your answer be?
Mitty, I really like that intro. Why don't you kick this off and I'll bounce off you? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
Yeah, because this was the question that I spent a lot of time thinking about, because Destiny proposed it a couple of times. Would it be like a fair summary of what you said, that like Trump kind of found an exploit in the system, and that exploit makes it easier to do Republican progress and harder to do Democratic progress, and as long as they can just keep doing that exploit, et cetera, it just kind of like makes going through the normal way not viable?
Well, I think his question was specifically about Merrick Garland, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, or just Biden in general.
Biden, he said Biden.
But I feel like the exploit there's always going to be an exploit. Like, that's always going to be the case. That was my second point, is that bad faith actors cannot be completely regulated against. There will always be some exploit or some abusable thing.
Can you,
Dimitri, are you a Game of Thrones guy? It's relevant. Like, have you ever watched Game of Thrones?
Unfortunately, no.
So, spoiler alert for season 1. The main character goes to secure the realm, and the evil queen is presented with a letter from the king who just died, and it's basically checkmate for her. And instead, she just rips the thing in half and overthrows the hero. Basically, the idea is there's no way to bad faith proof a system. If you have a bad faith actor of sufficient power and security, they can just run roughshod over the rules. And they don't even have to do it as blatantly as ripping up a piece of paper. Like, the immunity decision to me is like the ultimate demonstration of bad faith interpretation. There's no immunity clause in the Constitution. There's nothing from an originalist prism which would justify presidential immunity. But because the Supreme Court has a 6-3 conservative supermajority, there's no accountability for them. There's no higher court of review. They say what the Constitution says, even if it violates the plain text. And now Trump has, if not a get out of jail free card, then certainly like a coupon he can redeem, which works to his advantage. So I think
but this is where I feel like we're like, as we're walking down this chain, we're jumping between 3 different conversations and using whichever one we need to in the moment. Like, it feels like we're talking about like the Department of Education and the political wins, and why don't they do this from a political point of view? And then we're talking about the immunity decision and whether or not there's going to be repercussions for doing X, Y, and Z. And then in other moments, we're talking about the stay on the tariffs, because you can do a lot of damage. But like, all of these things I feel like are different, right? we talk about the stay on the tariffs. The tariffs weren't stayed for Trump, but the student loan was stayed for Biden.
Yeah.
And there's a boring answer for that. And the boring answer is it's harder to, if not impossible, to like unforgive student loans than it is to refund money, which is not impossible to expect to happen at some point. And such when a Supreme Court is deliberating, it would make sense. This is a boring answer. I'm not saying it's a compelling one. I'm saying while a Supreme Court is deliberating, but like for all intents and purposes, the Trump tariff regime, his entire central economic platform, is dead on year one.
So with all due, I'm sorry, I got to cut in there. And Destiny, you're more conversant on this than I am, so you correct me if I'm wrong. But I actually disagree with that. In the tariff decision, even the justices themselves, including, I believe, the ones who voted to strike Trump's tariffs down, they acknowledged that it was going to be a fucking nightmare, be like a bureaucratic nightmare for Trump to refund all of those tariffs. That was a shared consensus among the justices, both the ones who struck it down and the dissenters. So I reject the premise that it's relatively easy to refund the tariff revenue.
I didn't say easy. I said, or if I did say easy, I take it back. I just mean it might happen. It might happen in some respect.
You said
maybe
compared,
I think he meant like
just real quick. Go ahead, Hutch, and then.
Well, I think he meant theoretically easy. Like it's like on paper is easy. I think it's
we all agree it's easier than unforgiving student loans.
I don't know. I don't know why that would be.
Because
even if we grant you that, the court is tilted in Republicans' favor, I don't know who would deny that. But even if we granted that, I think the thing that we're trying to focus in on here right now is like, are there currently checks against Donald Trump that are meaningful? And there are. I mean, Destiny, you can dismiss the Supreme Court decision and what Trump decided to do afterwards in a different kind of pursuit of a similar but much more constrained policy. But they did tell him you are not allowed to do like unending tariffs. Like they put a cap on the amount that he can tariff people, and there was a time limit baked in where now he has to go to Congress if he wants to get those.
Yeah, guess
extended.
what else? There was a time limit. There was a time limit baked in on the last ones. You realize that, right? And then Congress voted themselves out of the time limit by saying 1 day in a year it counts as an entire year. There was a time limit on the last tariffs he did, and they got around it. You could say that he put a cap on it, but he didn't. He's already collected the money. The equivalent. Here's the equivalent.
Well, no. It's moving forward, Destiny. It's moving forward.
What's moving forward?
They did constrain him. They constrained his tariff.
If I would have told you a year and a half ago the U.S. president was going to put a 5% tariff on every country on the planet, everybody would say that's insane. And you're saying that they've managed to constrain the president now to 15% tariffs to every country on the planet? You hear how insane
that's legal. That is his legal authority to do that.
I don't agree with that. That's not lawless. I don't know where that comes from, that he's able to do that unilaterally with no oversight from Congress.
He's appealing to a law. The law has review processes.
He did the first law. He did the same thing with the tariffs that were struck down.
Yes, and he can't do that anymore.
Sure, but now he's doing the same thing with the second one. But he's already collected the money. They've already implemented the policy, and he's trying to carry this on in any way possible.
So my question is collecting the money the important part?
A little bit. Like here's in my mind how this could switch. Imagine if Biden was the one to have done the tariffs. I feel like what would have happened is Biden would have announced we are going to have upcoming tariffs. It would be challenged in the courts. There would be a judiciary stay on the tariffs, so they wouldn't go through, and we'd have to wait for the Supreme Court decision to come down to find out if we're going to have tariffs or not. Meanwhile, if Trump would have done the Department of Education, abolish the student loan things, I think Trump would have burned the whole fucking server farm down. He would have gotten rid of the Department of Education, and then if the Supreme Court eventually ruled against him, Trump would go, okay, good luck finding the loans. That's the difference. Now, I think you guys would be saying that other world, well, look, the Supreme Court ruled against him, but you say, well, the fucking papers are gone. We don't even know who owes who. And I think that's the same thing with the tariff thing. Now, that money's not going back. They would be refunding. That would be a nightmare. I don't even know how it would be fairly refunded.
But that's a separate consideration, though.
Wait.
It doesn't change the fact. Well, hang on.
Just real quick.
It doesn't change the fact.
Hold on. Let Hutch go, and then Destiny, you can respond.
It doesn't change the fact that the Supreme Court has limited Trump's ability to do things on a number of occasions. It's not even just the tariffs. Like he tried to get rid of like birthright citizenship, and the courts have like struck him down. They're arguing in court just yesterday.
Going through? That's a case they have to hear. They issued a stay on it, but it's still waiting for it. Yeah.
I guess I fundamentally disagree.
Hold on. The court was it yesterday or the day before seemed very poised to strike down his effort to get rid of mail-in voting, for example. And the courts are not the only check that's on this president. You can argue that the courts are tilted in his favor. Obviously they are. And so, you might have, I could grant you everything that you're about to say, but they have like told him no on a number of occasions, and so far he has not just like blatantly ignored a Supreme Court ruling.
Hutch, real quick, I'm sorry.
even the Congress right now, he's been pushing the Congress to pass the SAVE Act.
I just want to say this for 2
without
seconds because this
filibuster for like a number of weeks now, and they continuously are saying no.
Let's just ditch this argument. Hold on, real quick. And Josiah agrees with this too. Nobody is saying that Trump has been able to act completely lawlessly, completely independent of all the courts ever. All of us agree that the courts have restricted him to some extent. Okay, nobody's saying that like he's completely defied all the courts ever, but he has made huge gains lawlessly, and the courts kind of sort of check him. But it's after a long period of time where he's already secured the political gains from the illegal actions. If we do believe that the Supreme Court was correct in ruling that the tariffs are illegal, he's collected $300 billion in illegal money.
He didn't collect the benefit of getting rid of mail-in ballots before that happened. They're going to strike that down.
Hold on. Well, wait a minute. We don't know. Wait a minute. We don't know. So you're talking about the oral arguments that happened the other day in front of the Supreme Court. My take on that is they were actually pretty favorable towards that mail-in vote challenge.
That's not what I was reading, but
at least with ballots that were received after Election Day, even if they were postmarked before, which maybe that's not the full Monty, but that would certainly restrict some level of mail-in voting. And that case hasn't even been decided yet. But
hold on, can I? I just want to make I have been hearing this over and over and over again, and it's just, to me, I'm just going to say that I just find it absolutely ridiculous that we can hand wave the idea that the Supreme Court didn't take Trump's central economic platform that he is out on 500 limbs on, completely gut it, and hang him by his fucking petard in the middle of everyone. We can talk, do we act we talk about it oh, well, he collected money for a year, and it's is that what Trump wanted to do? Was that the goal? Or is his base looking at that going man, I really like that they collected taxes on us? Is it Trump was trying to onshore manufacturing? He was trying to secure deals. He was trying to win, and literally days
tariffs
after,
aren't doing any of that.
No, this is in the weeks following, we've already had countries basically say, okay, our deal's off.
So the tariffs weren't reshoring manufacturing. Number one. Our tariffs weren't reshoring manufacturing, number one. Number two, they were extremely unpopular with the majority of Americans, including not a majority of Republican MAGA cultists, but an increasing number of Republicans. Number three, they were exacerbating inflation. And this goes to the point. Is the Supreme Court dispositionally loyal to Trump? Yes. But no one's saying that they're absolute puppets of him. The fact of the matter is they managed to min-max this in the perfect way. They dragged their feet to take up the challenge. They considered it for a lengthy period of time. They refused to stay the tariffs, which they could have done and would have done had it been a Democratic initiative, again, like student loan forgiveness, and even the Department of Labor's vaccine mandate that Biden tried to implement, test or vaccine. They stayed that shit instantly. But here's the other thing. They were also saving their own ass. It was bad for their pocketbooks. And they may have done Trump a solid with respect to the election. If the tariffs had continued unabated, and we don't know what had happened with this Iran war, it may have led to further political disaster for Trump. So again, I'm not going to give the Supreme Court a standing ovation for this. And by the way, this is the one instance that I can think of, other than the Kilmar-Abrego-Garcia thing, which was kind of a half-assed, no, you don't have to, you have to effectuate it, but you don't have to enforce it. They tried to parse through this. Trump dragged his feet with complying with that. This is not a court that has a habit of checking Trump.
I think that I'll go ahead and say that, yes, I think that the court's ideology, I think that the three conservatives that voted against tariffs have a consistent ideology that I think will often err on Trump's side more. But I guess I just disagree that those three in any way are considering Trump's political agenda. Here's the thing. I will say, I'll name names. I think Kavanaugh is in space. I think Thomas is probably overtly corrupt. I'm not going to deny those things. But Gorsuch himself quite literally says hey, this logic shot down student loans. So this is what we committed to, and we're going to shoot down tariffs. I guess this additional motivation for the Supreme Court to save Trump from himself, to justify the idea that actually Trump can't do anything he wants, and in fact is kind of completely caught out in the middle of the entire world after using these to bully nations, and now has no economic platform and has skipped to his final, what's usually the final like sundown foreign policy years. He's jumped straight to that immediately because he has nothing left. And we didn't go into yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say also, like, you guys are making the case for reforms. That's what you're doing.
Okay, wait, before we get into the reform argument. So
we should take aggressive action to reform this court.
Okay, go ahead.
That's a different argument than we should further erode the system.
Before the reform arguments, I just don't see how this is a loss that you can do a thing that, if we agree with the Supreme Court's ruling, that the Supreme Court ruled correctly, what they've said in effect is that the whole last year of tariff stuff was illegal. What was the punishment for that? He got to collect a lot of money. He blew up all world trade with the United States. He made enemies of so many people around the world. He has gotten corrupt. He's running this weird quasi oligarchical thing where now people have to go to him individually to plea and beg for certain companies to get some reprieve from the tariffs. He got to collect all of the benefits from that for a year plus. The Supreme Court has finally narrowly checked him on IEEPA or whatever tariffs, and now he switched immediately to another thing that gives him the ability to 50% tariff everything else until we get another ruling on that in a year or 2 or 3.
But those tariffs are that law calls out tariffs, says the president has, et cetera, and the other law that he's not citing the law that demands review. He's citing the law that's 15 for however many days. But we got to understand, his tariff regime is over. He's not going to be.
It got to exist for a year plus.
And what does he have now?
Well, we blew up our trade relations with the entire world. He got to collect $250 billion off of it, and the money's probably never going back to the American public. And now he's just doing something else that's trying to mirror it.
This is where it's is Trump's goal just legitimately, I want to destroy America, or is he a martyr that believes that if I take on the other nations, I'll get something out of it? What is he gaining from this?
I don't care. It's not so much what he's gaining. It's that if you can hop from thing to thing, you only have 4 years in office. If you in effect get everything you want, and then at the end of the 4 years, the Supreme Court has said that everything you've done is illegal, then you got to do all your shit anyway. Who cares? Keep it up, King. Right?
I mean, if you want to take another perspective on it, all of the countries were yeah, sure, dude. We'll give you a framework, and they didn't give him anything. He got literally nothing.
Why?
I get that it sucks for us, but
go ahead, Hutch, and then Jessiah.
Why is the Supreme Court being institutionally biased towards conservatives in the Republican Party right now? Which I'm sure everybody agrees with. Why is that automatically a justification that we should further erode the system, that we should replicate the tactics
I'm not necessarily saying that I don't know what we're talking about for replicating or what the solutions would be. I'm just saying that this is a weird notion. There's no other part on the planet, or there's no other form of civil law or criminal law where we would say accountability is you got to do a bad thing for a year and then they told you to stop doing the bad thing, but you get to collect all the pros of the bad thing that you did for the past year. Donald Trump has got to reap all the pros of the past year of tariffs and everything else that resulted from that. Now they've put a stop to that particular way that he did it. Now he hopped over to another law that you say has review. We'll see if the Republicans in Congress actually, work through that review or not.
And his family's been enriched. To Stephen's point there, his family's also been enriched as a consequence of leveraging these tariffs. There are other countries that are in the process of building Trump resorts and golf courses because he hit them with a tariff. In 2025, and then in exchange for, a golf resort here or a golf club there, he takes the tariff off. I think it was India, for example, just off the top of my head. So it's not just the tariff regime was foolish from the beginning. Again, it increased inflation. He didn't get his 90 deals in 90 days. He had very little to show for it, but that's what he wanted, whatever the motivation was. He got to do it for a year, and he personally benefited.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll agree. I'll agree with the idea that Trump probably ludicrously benefited from it. But the underlying idea is or at least one of the things I was responding to with this is this idea that you can't regulate bad faith actors, right?
Yeah.
But I'm looking at what we're seeing right now, and I know we can at the end, what he has left is what the regulation allows him. And when I say his tariff regime is done, he's not going to other countries and making demands about a 15% tariff. He's not on whim saying this and that, which was the whole premise of the IEEPA tariffs, right? And I get that there's always going to be something, but we've literally never had a Trump before. I never had a Trump 2, never had a Trump 1. I know we're but this idea that we can just infinitely hop between laws and there's always going to be something that allows the president to do like the word precedent like exists for a reason. Like we do close these things with precedent. And with that being said, I am in favor of putting more liberals on the Supreme Court. Not necessarily in favor of packing courts, but I am in favor of putting more liberals on the Supreme Court that would stay the tariff order earlier.
How would we do that?
Well, here, wait.
How would we do that without packing the court?
Before we move on to that, this is
Well, I just mean, like,
well,
win
this is a
election.
Okay,
fundamental
hold on. We got a lot
Wait.
of places to go, and
Just-
I think Hutch asked a question earlier that I'm really curious about, and I know how to
Yeah,
like.
we shouldn't just breeze past that. I mean, like, how can you justify jumping straight from, you're laying out a very real problem. Like, I don't think anybody on this panel disagrees with the structural imbalance, the institutional bias towards the Republican Party right now. But that's not enough for me to say we should, copy what Trump is doing or emulate his sort of, I would just say, like, open corruption, open weaponization. Why are you jumping straight to that?
Real quick,
what is the
we have
justification for that?
Because if we don't agree on this point, then everything else fails. Do you think? I can't speak for Jessiah, but like, do you think that if a president comes in and they abuse an exploit for 1 year, they get checked on it, and then so in the second year they find another exploit to abuse, they get checked on it. Third year they exploit another thing, and then fourth year they exploit another thing, and by the end of those 4 years, they got to exploit a different thing every single year, but it got checked on and patched, and then the next president comes in. Was that a successful functionality of the system? If the last president was like bad thing. No, but I'm saying is that the system working as intended? Do you think it was good that the system at least checked the guy? Because in my world,
it is working as intended, but it is weakened. But that's not an institution being weakened is not in and of itself a justification to step outside of the boundaries of the system to address that problem.
Justification yet. It sounds like you guys are saying that as long as you're checked eventually, and the check is to tell you to stop doing the bad thing you've had a huge benefit from. Like, for us, it doesn't work that way. If I violate a contract, they don't just say stop violating it. There are real damages, there are liquidated damages, there might be penalty clauses built in. If I break the law, let's say that I scammed somebody and I broke the law, not only are there criminal penalties, I might have to pay restitution to the victims. I can't keep all the money that I made. But for the president, and the way
what are you asking us to do? What are you asking us to agree to?
I'm just saying is, like, it seems like the MIDI, I think, made the argument that the Supreme Court did a really good job at eventually shooting down the tariffs. But in my mind, the damage has been done. That's not accountability. That we got screwed there. They won. That was good for them. They won on that. They won that fight.
He's asking. He's wanting to know if you regard it as a meaningful check, which he and I don't.
Well, I mean, it is undeniably meaningful.
Yeah.
Like,
I
you
think
could
a
say it's
preliminary injunction or a
insufficient.
TRO
You could say that you could say it's insufficient and that it's leaving space for like personal enrichment, and that a court that would allow and not stay things and allow illegal things to operate would be enabling personal enrichment. I'm totally okay with admitting that. I want more of liberals on the Supreme Court. I want more people that would stop that. I want more ACBs and I want less Kavanaughs. Like the reason I'm talking about the tariffs the way that they are is not to say that like that was an ideal response or that was great, that was awesome, good job Supreme Court. Like I have a lot of resentment towards a lot of what the Supreme Court does. What I'm trying to say there is that.
Oh wait, can I guide your question? I just want a quick thing that
yes.
okay. Let's say, because this is what it all comes down to for my last question. Let's say that Trump would have known, all the Republicans would have known that on day one, if they do the tariffs, the Supreme Court would block them eventually in a year and a half. Do you think they still would have gone through with it? Because in my mind, the answer is obviously yes, and that's the problem.
Well, yeah, probably, but again,
can you expand on the question more? Like, what do you mean?
If they knew that by the time this gets through the Supreme Court, they're probably going to rule against us and peel them back, would they still have enacted the tariffs?
Oh, not if they stayed at day one, but if they knew that after it all.
I agree with you there. But so if they would have still done the thing, but then that goes to my argument that like, so if they,
I don't think so.
You don't think they would have done it if it would have gotten repealed in a year and a half?
I think Trump and his people genuinely, truly thought they could get away with it. Unironically.
No, but that doesn't. So maybe I'm confused now. Maybe I misunderstood because I thought you first said yes and then no. So do you think if they knew, kind of like how in Stephen's opening, he gave the example of when Trump was trying to overturn the 2020 election and the lunatics in his like legal advisory team were like, we'll just flagrantly violate the ECA. And yes, it'll go down, 6-3, 7-2, 9-0, but we should do it anyway to buy time. His question is, do you think if Trump had known the Supreme Court will eventually strike down your IEEPA tariffs, would Trump have done it anyway? Do you agree?
No, but this is where like Eastman is not Miller, is not Hegseth, is not Trump. I genuinely think that the like Eastman and them.
I understand, but can you answer the question? Like, no, I'm asking you to just give me a yes or no.
I'm sorry. You're right. What I'm trying to say is that I think that the people that pushed for tariffs and put that forward and made that and said, Trump, make this your central platform, or here's this law, we can do this. If they knew they had a time machine that sent them the signal and they had absolute confidence that, at the end of this year, what happened, I don't think they would do it. No.
Jeez.
Okay.
Hard to disagree, but okay.
I feel like this part is kind of the less important part.
I think it's the most important part.
Both myself and Mitty, I assume, would already grant you that the current situation with the courts, well, specifically the Supreme Court, is untenable, and it does require reforms and something to address the situation. So we can just grant all of that, and we arrive back at my question, which is, why is the institution being biased towards the Republican Party alone a justification to further erode the system?
Okay, can I just say
authoritarian?
What are Stephen and I
want you're going to distract it from that question. I think that question does deserve to be answered. I want to give it to Jessiah, and then we'll get it to Destiny if he has something to say about that. And then
what if Stephen and I proposed that regarding the Supreme Court in this instance that would erode the system?
Well, I don't know about you, but Stephen, proposed I don't know if he was memeing or not being serious, but he proposed possibly kidnapping Supreme Court justices.
Well, to be clear, the president was legally allowed to do that. Just to be clear, what I said, and it's annoying because nobody believes me, but I mean, this is just true, and I bet my whole life on this, is the president right now has the authority to kidnap Supreme Court justices. So if Trump thought there was going to be a ruling that would come down that he doesn't like, he could do a national security, whatever, send the FBI, kidnap a few Supreme Court justices he thinks is going to rule against him, and then win that case or whatever. That Trump has the authority right now to do it.
Well, should the
I'm
Democrats
should do it, but
consider? Well, you brought it up in the conversation we had, and then you kind of laughed at me because you were suggesting that I was being naive, and I didn't really understand that actually he does have that power. And so at the time, you did make it seem like
what I was trying to make you understand was you guys keep saying this thing like in the system, out of the system. But what I'm telling you is like the system is just a gentleman's agreement. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't. It's like we talked about earlier the Game of Thrones example with Cersei ripping up the letter. Well, imagine if instead of ripping the letter up, imagine if she would have said, actually, King Robert's degree here is invalid. I think it was written by an auto pen. That's what this administration is already doing. Like that's what's happening.
Executive branch is a gentleman's agreement. That's what a constitutional crisis is.
Yes,
the
but
idea
that means
that they're
you can't
just
regulate
going to
it.
do a thing.
You have to. There has to be. You have to.
Well, but then we're just in like a rule by power situation. Like all that it is just like.
Yes.
Okay, well, then at that point,
that's why both sides have to feel like the other side will exercise power against them if they step outside of the gentleman's agreement.
Wait, can I
something there? That's kind of the point. It is a gentleman's agreement, which is why the only plausible way to compel good faith from actors who are otherwise inclined to be bad faith is not just reforms. Reforms themselves are insufficient. It's accountability plus reforms. They have to fear retribution or fear accountability.
But this is okay. This is what I said in my opening statement. Like we all are saying like yes. In our deck of cards, accountability. In our deck of if you just don't enforce laws, like I agree with when you and Hutch were talking the other day. And what you were talking about was like, it's kind of actually corrupt for the Democratic Party to just be like, we're going to leave that alone. Like, I think that's really fucking stupid. I think that the Democratic Party, when they get clear evidence of the law breaking, and even if it's politically inconvenient, if they feel like they should prioritize the health of the nation through enforcement. 100% with you on that. But what I was saying in the opening wasn't that like, hey, accountability is the problem. What I have an issue with, and I'm kind of taking the reins on this half, so Hutch can go. I'm separating myself from Hutch here. But like, my problem is that the narrative is that like, what makes these statements that like, what we're seeing right now is lawlessness. What we're seeing right now is that all the fences are failing. What we're seeing right now is that the gentleman's agreement isn't enough. What we're seeing right now is a complete failure of the system. But like when we actually follow through every single line item, every agenda item, one by one by one by one, it's an overwhelming, like Trump is just moving from shape to shape to shape and then just starting something new so you won't look at the last thing that he tried to do that he can't do. It's in all of in half or more of the things that he's been allowed to do, it's because of a statutory issue. And I think this emphasis, and this is core to me, I think this emphasis that we need to amend the Constitution, we need to do term limits, like this is foundational, structural thing, is missing the point that most of what's restraining Trump and most of what's enabling Trump is statute. Alien Enemies Act, Impoundment Control Act, the way in which we structure agencies. And like I said, like Chevron changing was like a huge deal.
I think, but what you're talking about is baked into your example. It is self-defeating. When you say that he has to hop from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, why? Why is he allowed to hop from thing to thing to thing? It's because he thinks he can violate all these things.
Because he's the first one to ever do it.
Gain some advantage from it, and then go to the next thing afterwards. If I was at a daycare,
I guess
I started
I just
punching
look
kids,
at,
and they were like, "Stop punching kids," and then I started kicking kids, and they're like, "Stop kicking kids." Like by the time I've beaten up every kid there, and they're like, "No more attacking," I was like, "Okay, cool." But like, you've already gotten all the stuff you wanted.
I will 100% put on the table right now. Fuck Trump, the United States, right? I think the idea that this sort of level of personal corruption and self enrichment, 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying that we've obviously seen, unless we do something about it, we've obviously seen that individuals can benefit themselves off of this government with lawlessness, 100%. And we need to do something about that. We haven't done enough about it, and more needs to happen. But then it feels like while we're talking about that, there's this switch to, well, the legislation, like the actual trajectory of our country. I think, Stephen, you mentioned at one point, like abortion was a part of your perspective here, or it's like this idea that like, we're hopping from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing because all those doors are closing. And like, I guess we could argue that you could be infinitely like regress into smaller technicalities that you're misinterpreting. But like Trump losing on tariffs has basically closed that door forever. Right.
I want to give it to Hutch, and I have a question for the panel, because we keep, I think, dancing around a central issue here of like what to do about it. Like when we talk about if the system isn't sufficiently stopping Trump and his hopping and things like that, and you say, well, they're just getting away with it, how would you stop that in the future? In what way, other than simply just kind of naked partisan?
You do it through impartial law enforcement and institutional reforms. I don't understand this logic that reforms are ineffective against future bad faith actors. I don't understand that logic at all. The system itself was designed not to completely prevent any possibility of a bad faith actor ascending to power in the United States, but to potentially constrain such actors in the future. And the way that we've dealt with these kinds of things in the past to great effect, to really productive effect, was through reforms. I mean, you can say that, Trump existing and winning re-election in 2024 nullifies everything that we've done in the past that's helped. But I mean, all of these post-Nixon reforms, I have a list here, but there's a lot. It was numerous, and it did help and strengthen the system. That didn't mean that these reforms were a guarantee against bad faith actors. I just don't understand this. When you say that, great example. When you say, I'll just close out with this. When you say that reforms, you can't expect them to constrain bad faith actors in the future, that kind of reminds me of the argument of like, well, there's no point in passing any laws because criminals break laws. But this is when you talk about deterrence. Like if you actually put reforms in place that would add criminal penalties to the things that the Trump administration are currently doing, that would make them future Trumps susceptible to criminal prosecution after they're done. That is a deterrent. And you can't, are you saying that that's not a deterrent?
No, it can be, but that's the point. That hasn't happened. You cite the Nixon reforms. Trump's violated all the Nixon reforms. The Nixon reforms were not binding on Trump.
Not all of them.
He just said no. He said the norm about how the president doesn't dictate prosecutorial decisions. He's like, no, Pam Bondi, I want you to prosecute X, Y, and Z. And even if you say, well, many of those prosecutions failed, that's not a consequence of Nixon-era reforms. That's other aspects of the system, like grand juries and things like that. So the Nixon reforms...
But he didn't violate all the Nixon reforms. Like part of the Nixon reforms was like strengthening FOIA. There was a Privacy Act of 1974 that limited the executive branch's ability to surveil citizens. They tightened restrictions on like FEC regulations. They established the DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility. They, established the norm of the independent DOJ. That Donald Trump is violating, but you can codify that. You can actually formalize that norm, and like Congress could do that next week, and the next president would be beholden to that regulation, to that like statute.
Can we agree on because I this was one of the frustrating parts when you and Hutch were talking, and I feel like you almost reached it. And maybe maybe I'm wrong. When we talk about norms, right? Does this definition track like the idea that like there are laws and then there are norms, and norms are areas where we have an agreement to allow an authority to exist, but an understanding that we should probably only use it in select circumstances, even though we're leaving that avenue open, right? The president can direct the DOJ, but we've kind of all agreed that they probably shouldn't, right? That it's best, and it's a gentleman's agreement beyond the status of the law, right? And one of your questions was, how can you identify a norm that's worth breaking on an unarbitrary reason? And I think California is a perfect example of that, right? Like a norm is this idea that, yeah, states have, in some respects, authority to do this, but we choose not to. But norms are gentlemen's agreement.
What do you mean by California?
Just that, like California, did I say redistricting?
No, just the
California.
gerrymandering stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And like to Destiny's point, and this is where I agree with Destiny, I just think it's like in a smaller circle, like if the other side is using and breaking the norms, yeah, fuck the norms, right? Like you don't die in that way, but that's different. And I think that you and Hutch had a disagreement here where you were saying Hutch was being, I don't remember if the word was corrupt for wanting to appoint Jack Smith. I'll be black and white here to describe it. Hutch wants Jack Smith for reasons he can describe in a vacuum without mentioning Trump. I would say if I'm being sure, I'm not accusing him, just to make my point. Could you describe why you want the fair speech norm, those norms there? Could you explain why you don't want those to be there without mentioning the effect at the end of it? Like that's the difference, right? Like we have to understand like norms exist because they have a better result when we act this way, but it's nice to have the authority. And maybe if it starts getting, sorry, I'll wrap up. Maybe if it starts getting abused, we abuse it too. And then the response should be, all right, let's close that up. Maybe we like drop the authority or we drop the norm. And it feels like one of those has to happen.
Okay, let's give it to Jessiah so you can respond.
So yeah, you threw a lot out there. So first, it wasn't just a norm that California changed. It was the California Constitution. They put it up for a referendum. They modified the Constitution in order to pass Proposition 50. So they aggressively changed the law in response to gerrymandering. I think it's a great example. A lot of people on the left and the right talk about how gerrymandering it's really illiberal. It's wrong because, it's the politicians choosing the voters rather than the other way around. And yet we as a party came to the consensus that no, this is a time where instead of just dying on the hill of principle, we say no, we're acting in self-defense. We're setting principle aside for self-defense. And Newsom was able to make that case and persuade California voters to buy in, but he changed the law to do it. Number one.
We did that.
Sorry. Number two, as far as Hutch and Jack Smith, my point with Hutch was I think Hutch tries to have it both ways, and Hutch can address this later on when I'm done, which is that, I feel sometimes he suggests that he's above the fray, like, oh, none of my policy prescriptions or reforms are outcome oriented, when in fact they are. Hutch was very candid. He wants to appoint Jack Smith in part because he knows Jack Smith or believes Jack Smith would prosecute somebody like Trump. Now, when pressed, he'll just say, well, no, I'm appointing Jack Smith. I can just say I'm appointing Jack Smith for maximum accountability. I could say the same thing. You said fair speech, which leads me to number three. I could say the same thing about why I would want a Democratic FCC to be more ruthless than the Biden-era FCC. I could totally delete Trump's name and just say, well, I think that the FCC should be more rigorous because we've seen previous examples where free speech violations have gone or FCC regulations have gone unenforced. So no, I could do the same game that I think Hutch plays, and I don't think he's being bad faith. I think he's trying to have his cake and eat it too, and give myself plausible deniability. I'm just being much more blunt as a political commentator.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask like both of you guys a question.
Sure.
Do Destiny and Jessiah, do you guys agree that if the country is going to get on a healthier track, a better track, a more quote unquote normal track, would you both agree that this requires the public to have more faith in our structures and our institutions than they do right now?
Yes, I think in the end, yes, that will be necessary.
I'm curious Destiny's answer to this as well.
I mean, I would say yes, but then my question is immediately like, well, what would be things that could restore faith in the government? Well, what if you had a bipartisan president that didn't engage in political prosecutions of his enemy, that allowed his DOJ to act so independently that there were investigations of himself for classified material. We've got the Hur report, allowed endless investigations from Congress of his son, Hunter Biden, and for his DOJ to convict him of crimes. Like, maybe did these restore any faith whatsoever in U.S. institutions?
Well, I don't know if this is the strongest I don't know if this is the strongest argument to say that someone like Joe Biden, which, for all his strengths as a president, being a cheerleader, being someone who was out there like changing hearts and minds, that was never his strength. And so just because he failed, I would say failed in that mission, that doesn't mean that the mission itself is we should just give up on.
I don't think
he
will ever.
I do want to circle back to the question and just like
somebody who gets prosecuted
again,
as much by his own government and endures it like Joe Biden did. That will never ever. You'll never. That's so the plot is completely lost. If that's
Destiny,
assumption.
Are you making the case that right now it's just impossible to ever do anything to get the public to have more faith in these institutions?
Not when one side is constantly undermining it. No, I don't think you can.
And I don't think
I don't understand. I really don't understand that logic. Like, how do you know that that's impossible?
Well, I mean, I don't know 100%, but it seems to be the case. If one side is constantly undermining your institutions, no amount of good faith participation from the other side seems to help. Is there a counterexample to that?
Ask that question one more time.
It seems like one side has been trying to undermine all of our institutions for a decade at least. Well, but like especially over the last decade. I don't know what the Democrats have done to undermine the institutions. It feels like they're trying to build them and adhere to them as much as possible beyond what even a reasonable person might be expecting. And it seems like that doesn't help at all. It seems like all the faith in the institutions has decreased for everybody, Democrats and Republicans.
And Stephen asked this question earlier. Maybe you can like wrap it into your answer, which is, why didn't what Biden did work, and how would you meaningfully deviate from Biden? Because it seems to me that we had this conversation before, and to me it's the Trump card, Hutch, which is you would think in a polarized system, the one plausible avenue, at least on paper, to try to get buy-in from a majority of Americans, or a super majority, like a decisive, meaningful majority, would be to have a Justice Department that would be fastidiously apolitical in terms of who it prosecutes. So you would prosecute people of the opposing party and your own party when they violated the law. And yet that's what Biden did. Biden made all sorts of politically inconvenient, politically damaging prosecutions. Henry Cuellar, Bob Menendez, Hunter Biden.
That wasn't Biden doing these things, right? That was an independent DOJ operating as it should have after the norm that was established post.
That's Josiah's point, though. It would have never happened under Trump, right?
Hold on, hold on, please, Hutch. Like I do want you to address their major point, though. Like, if Biden's way of doing things, right, didn't seem to have an effect, why will it have an effect in the future?
Well, I don't think Biden did what I would have wanted him to do. Like,
what's the major differences that you don't think that Biden failed on that you would do differently under your system? Let's get to that.
That's a good question. But I think one of the most depressing aspects of the Trump era is that I think he has been quite successful at getting people to forget about why these norms were established in the first place. Many Americans don't even know about these norms. They think that presidents just normally go out there and direct DOJ to do things. And so I think Biden was just not that guy. But if we had a more capable messenger, then I would have taken that opportunity to remind Americans why these norms exist. Like right now, I think the Democrats have a real wide open lane to contrast themselves with Trump. Like right now, the electorate is tired of the corruption, the perceived corruption. And if we can get maybe like ideally like an outsider candidate from the Democratic Party to go on to win, someone who's not saddled with the baggage of the establishment or something like that, that person could directly like use that platform to educate people. Like, I am recommitting to this norm. This is why the norm matters. Yeah. This is why we need this in our country, and this is why it makes us stronger. Therefore, I'm going to do a joint press conference with my attorney general and announce to the country, look right at my attorney general and say, if I ever ask you to direct anyone to prosecute anyone else, I want you to resign and go to the media immediately. Like things like that. Like people need to be educated about like why this. People forgot about Watergate.
Just think about what you're saying though. One, Barr did resign and went to the press when Trump was telling him to investigate the J6 stuff. He went to the Associated Press. That reporter was shocked that Barr fucking called him. Was like, I need to talk to you. So that already happened under Trump. Didn't affect Trump at all. Nobody gives a fuck. And then two, Biden did say publicly that
we're not talking about how it would affect.
No, but I'm saying
Hold on,
Biden
wait,
did say
wait.
publicly that he didn't confer with Garland on anything. He made these statements publicly that he doesn't talk to Garland at all.
But again, you would concede that Biden was not the strongest messenger.
That's like I don't know how to. Yeah, I guess not. But like, what do you
Okay,
say?
okay,
What
so-
kind of a strong
so-
messenger would there be? A guy to
who's-
come out and say like this? I'm
somebody who's
really
more
for real,
capable.
for real. I don't know. I don't know.
Before
do
Mitty
we
answers-
even like this?
And you can respond, then Mitty can get in here. I promise.
Do we even like this norm, guys? Do we even like the norm of presidents not directing federal law enforcement to investigate specific people?
Yes.
Yes, as a
Okay.
general heuristic, I think it's a
Yes.
great idea.
So if we want to go back to that, at some point, necessarily, somebody does need to take a leadership role and educate people of why this norm matters and why we should recommit to it.
But this is where I want to pin you down, Hutch, to the best of my ability, because it sounds like to me what you are suggesting is that the next Democrat should do exactly what Biden did, but be a more persuasive communicator. Because
When you say exactly what Biden did, I mean, don't interfere with DOJ. Yes, you should stay to that norm. You should reinforce that norm. You should ask Congress to codify that norm, Jessiah. You should ask them to formalize a separation between DOJ and the presidency, and they can do that. And if they do that, would you agree and concede that that would probably go a long way to helping not everybody, but a lot of people start to have more faith in that institution?
No, I don't think it would help at all.
Probably wouldn't be possible.
I think it would just
Possibly,
get misquoted
but
by conservatives.
not- wait, I'm not talking about
the evil
converting everybody.
Think about the evil quotes from the Biden speech where he said, "MAGA Republicans are a threat to the country." His thing there was incredibly explicit. He said, "The people that are undermining the election are a threat to the country," which is true. And that whole thing gets quoted by a million people constantly saying, "Oh, Biden hates MAGA." So whatever statement you make publicly, the conservatives are just going to spin because that's what they do, because there's been no punishment for it. Why would they not
So
continue
I
to do
guess,
that?
hold on. I guess a question then for Destiny and for Jessiah. Do you not think that there is anything that we can do as Democrats or liberals at this point to, I guess, get MAGA and get Republicans in general to trust institutions more? Because it sounds like you're just saying, well, they just will never change. There's nothing we can do.
Forget about MAGA, though. Forget about MAGA. We're talking about 45% of the country.
I want to answer his question there. I think there's exactly one. There are two possible things. Okay. And here's the one. If you ask me to bet, what is the best way to get buy-in from MAGA on a Democratic Justice Department? To never prosecute Trump or a MAGA official and exclusively prosecute Democrats. I think that is the only way you would ever get MAGA any sort of buy-in, where you give Trump and his cronies a free pass and you exclusively go after Democrats. Then MAGA would be like, fuck yeah, what a base Justice Department. I like the cut of this guy's jib.
I don't think we should even be entertaining this. That question is not the right question. Who cares about MAGA? They're always going to interpret anything that happens with federal law enforcement. If a Republican is indicted,
okay, let me change
they're
it from
always
MAGA
going to call that
people who voted
weaponization.
Trump in 2024.
There's an answer.
Hang on. There's a more important block here.
Well, the answer to
hang
the
on. There's a more important block here. 45% of the country are registered independents. Okay, these people, the people in the political center, are more malleable. They are more shiftable. If the goal is to try to convince MAGA to believe in the DOJ as an institution, that is a fool's errand. Why would we do that? These people are captured.
The question to maintain the institution is to get the lawmakers on the other side to believe in it. When I look at the two huge things that Republicans don't touch, even when Trump begs them, I'm looking at like packing the Supreme Court or any questions about that, which they don't even talk about. Because why? It's because they already have the majority on it, but they know that if they were to pack it, it would get repacked, and it would be really bad for them. And then two is the filibuster. Trump asked them to get rid of the filibuster. He's kind of flirting with it now with the SAVE Act. I'm sorry, Trump, the Save America Act. But why haven't they done that? Because they know Democrats will pass crazy legislation and fuck them. So these are two areas that Republicans won't push on, but it's because they know that these are two areas where if they push on it, they're going to get playback, and it's going to be really bad for them. But when it comes to things like the abuse of the DOJ and all these other things, they do it with impunity because they know it's not ever going to come down on them in any negative way. So they'll continue to do it. The institutions will defend themselves if the lawmakers think they have to play by the rules of the institutions. But as soon as those rules are gone, you're never convincing the public when half the lawmakers are pretending it doesn't matter.
Hutch, do you agree with the idea? Do you agree with the idea? Okay, I want to say two things, because I didn't get to say my thing earlier, so I'm going to say both things. Hutch, do you agree with just like generally the idea that like if we want to uphold our norms, right? I would disagree with Jessiah here. I don't think that prosecuting Trump was breaking the norms. I think the idea that someone does a crime just because like it's something, it might have been a strategic choice not to pursue like charges about choices made in specific situations, but they're like the idea that like prosecuting people who did crime on the other side of an office or charging them or holding them accountable. Like the idea that that's like that we're like sacrosanct, that like, because like the whole premise of what Hutch is saying is that like we want to prosecute Trump. So the idea that like the accountability is in the process.
But that was a norm. I'm sorry. Like I think you misunderstood my position when I brought this up. Not investigating and prosecuting presidents was the norm. It was the norm.
I think not fact finding and pursuing, but Trump created an unusual circumstance in which he presented his lawlessness to the public.
Well, so did President Nixon. Number one, number two. As far as Trump,
I would say, I'm curious for Jessiah, when you bring up Nixon a lot, I have a different take on the Nixon stuff, but maybe you know more about the history of the time. My feeling was the way that Nixon conducted himself was more or less behind closed doors, and with the assumption that if he got caught, it would be bad. Like, when Nixon resigned, the reason why he was pardoned, the way the FBI was conducting himself, Nixon, like, you keep talking, not you, but Hutch keeps talking about, like, should we not pass any laws because people are going to break laws? No, I think laws are good for people that break laws, but there's a difference between people who break laws, knowing that they're criminals, versus people who are the executive, the people who are supposed to enforce laws, and are trying to play clever games around it. Like, you can pass laws to hold murderers accountable because they know if they murder and they get caught, they're going to be charged with murder, and that's it. But it's different when there are people that think they can play games with the rules and never be held accountable for breaking those rules. Those are two different things. And when Nixon was president, he did his shit. The reason why he resigned and the reason why he was pardoned was because the FBI was already investigating him. Like, he was going to be charged with crimes, and that's what every president was operating under the assumption of, is they will be charged with crimes.
Can I challenge something? I want to just challenge, because I feel like we're taking this point for granted, and it's kind of like the core of the conversation. When Destiny talks about how we did this, and then Trump won. I don't, like, intuitively, and I don't see how we can just so flippantly be like, yeah, the lesson learned from the 2024 election is that nobody cares about integrity. What's up, Hutch?
It is an insane standard to say that we can only say that something got better after a reform if it was permanent. If like Republicans never won power again. I don't understand. How could you justify this standard?
I do want to hear that too, but Minnie, finish your point, and then maybe we can get that into, because that is an important point. Go ahead.
It is just true. I love my boy Biden. He was a legislator of his era, amazing, etc.
Gifted speaker too.
He dropped off the map for 2 years and ran for the office when he was clearly unfit. Dropped out in the middle of it. Like, what we're talking about, I understand that on the other half of that is Trump. I spent 2024 neck fucking deep in how terrible that shit was. I get it. But, like, we're acting like we didn't just set off a bomb in a kindergarten politically and then saying, oh, well, the conclusion we should draw from this relatively close loss is actually nobody cared about all these other, like what Biden did in any other circumstance is like automatically a complete swing state blowout in my opinion. And like the idea that we're supposed to contend with this point as if it's just a given that, like, oh, well, everything that happened in Biden's term, we need to reconcile that as if it's consequently brought us Trump. Like, COVID also happened. A complete shift in the media ecosystem happened that the Democrats were not even a part of. Crypto influenced and empowered a shit ton of fucking terrible Silicon Valley right Republican people. The whole media environment like shifted overnight, and we were not ready for it. Like, there were multiple nukes firing with so much more impact than, oh, what choices did Biden make with his DOJ? Like, I guess I'm not trying to say that it didn't. I'm not even like trying to conclusively say I got you. I'm just saying like that to take this assumption for granted that like it didn't matter that Biden did it by the books when like multiple nukes were going off and he did what he did and put us in the situation we were in. And with love, if you ever see this, with love, Kamala being the follow-up to that, the fact that we did as good as we did is, at least in my opinion, a testament to something.
I think you're talking about separate things. So Biden doing it by the book we're saying that failed not only because Trump never made it to trial, not only because there were delays in bringing the federal prosecutions against Trump, and we know from multiple extensive forensic reporting that it was because Merrick Garland was afraid of the Biden Justice Department looking too political, which in of itself is a political decision. And by the way, not to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to do it here. I have maintained for years that it was a fucking mistake to appoint a federal judge as your attorney general, because a prosecutor and a judge are two very different roles in the judicial system. The attorney general is not a judge. It's a prosecutor. You are adversarial by nature. Your goal is to fuck the other side within the bounds of the law. Merrick Garland used to be a really good prosecutor, then became a judge. And the reason I'm going to pat myself on the back, I heard Chris Christie, Republican presidential candidate, former Republican governor. He was on the Fifth Column podcast just the other day and said the same goddamn thing. You don't appoint a judge for a prosecutor. He had a judicial temperament. It was a mistake to appoint Garland to that position in the first place.
Also, just a quick thing for Josiah to bolster that, there was another official who was under the DOJ who also tried very hard to be apolitical that led him to make some extraordinary decisions, and that was Comey with his 52 updates to the Clinton email investigation because he didn't want to have the appearance of being improper as well. It's annoying that all of these either have no effect or they seem to favor the conservatives.
The Republicans.
Every single time.
Here's the thing, and I think both me and Hutch will say this gladly. I think that we should cast that behavior out immediately. This idea that we're like introducing political sway to like baby a half of our country, and that is the reason that the accountability didn't happen. And had that accountability happened, we wouldn't be where we are right now. I totally get that.
Yeah, I do.
Well, and the other reason, just to finish up, the other reason why we can say that Biden doing it.
Before you finish, I do want you guys to address Smitty's core concept here, which is that trying to pretend that the Bidenisms, I guess, for lack of a better term, of following the system didn't work, and what led us to Trump doesn't seem to follow from the fact that we had so many other outliers in that whole, I guess, election system.
It seems just as plausible that if they would have been more aggressive and Trump would have actually like faced jail or whatever, and just like he just was off the table, it is entirely possible, I would say even more plausible, that would have produced a stronger Republican candidate who would have beat Kamala by more. So the idea that like Biden playing by the book was one of the reasons that he lost, or Kamala lost rather, that seems kind of shaky. It's not a very strong foundation.
I feel like the response here to what Hutch said is just going to come down to whether or not you think a generic Republican president, like a sophisticated Republican president, would be better than Trump. And I think for a lot of people's stories in the world, obviously the fuck not. For Abrego Garcia, obviously the fuck not. But like,
wait, what? I don't think a conventional Republican would have gone anywhere near as hard on ICE. I don't think, as much as I
a conventional Republican wouldn't have done that to Garcia in the first place.
I'm going the opposite way. I'm saying that Trump winning, I might have missaid it. I'm saying Trump winning is obviously for Abrego Garcia individually much fucking worse.
Well, let's say here's my kill shot question to that.
But can I finish?
Yeah. Let Destiny ask this question.
If he wants to finish his segment, okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying that like it's not obvious to me, and I would argue, and what I have a lot of prep for if we even get to it, is that Trump winning on the broad macro is probably in some ways, because he fucked it up, not because he won, but because he fucked it up, better for a leftward movement in our country, even if it sucks and will forever suck for so many people that he hurt, right?
Okay, wait.
I'm not sure if we can confidently say that about like a sophisticated Republican taking office.
Okay,
that's all that I'm saying.
I think that's a totally separate issue. But so here's my kill shot question. We're talking a lot about the general, and that maybe Biden didn't make good steps to restore faith in our institutions, and that's why people voted against him, blah, blah. Fine. But what about the primary? Why didn't Nikki Haley or DeSantis rise up in the Republican primary when people saw how Trump behaved? Trump soared through that without it even being a contest. It's not.
Why did he soar though? Why did he soar?
Because Republicans don't believe that he did anything lawless. They think that he was totally vindicated and he was correct in every single thing he did. Because there was no pushback against anything that he actually ended up doing. Nobody knows the details of the Mar-a-Lago case.
I'm going somewhere particular with this. Okay, so when he was first indicted, and then it just like rained indictments over a couple months, his popularity shot way the fuck up with Republican voters. So to me, this kind of cuts against your claim that if we takes strong measures to make sure that these people are punished and suffer consequences, that this is the only way to get Republicans to understand that there are consequences for their behavior.
Wait,
but in a
indictments are not
highly polarized,
consequences.
I'm almost done, I swear. In a highly polarized situation like we find ourselves in the United States right now, the opposite side are not going to view these kinds of harsh legal measures
indictments are not
as
harsh.
a disincentive. It's going to be a vindication to them that they are persecuted by Democrats.
It's not.
So I don't think it's going to produce the result that you're looking for.
It's not a vindication when it's just an indictment. Like, imagine if Trump would have gone to jail after New York State. I think people would have been forced to detail that case a lot more rather than nobody knowing the details about anything. If he would have been convicted and there would have been actual consequences, I think people would have viewed it substantially different than just indictment. Indictments are literally like the best thing ever.
We're talking about MAGA. We're talking about MAGA.
For anything. Yeah.
MAGA's a cult of personality. MAGA's a cult of personality. And this is what I meant when I said earlier, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. The only way to get buy-in from MAGA is to give Trump a blank check. Fuck MAGA. It's a cult of personality. They just need to be beaten and shown the consequences of running lawless candidates.
No, but to that quote, hold on, Jessiah, though, to his point, what is your evidence that that's going to make them do it less? Isn't it not just going to feed into their narrative and have them do it more, right? They go harder in the paint. They'll tell their audience, they'll tell the independents, which are to Hutch's point, the group that I think is actually swayable.
Why haven't they gotten rid of the filibuster?
I don't mean to make a crass comparison, but like...
Well, real quick, I just want to know that. Why haven't they gotten rid of the filibuster? That's my big question.
There's two reasons. One, we underestimate how much the Senate really loves themselves being the Senate.
Yes.
And they care about their institutions and their norms. And two, you are correct, is they know, right, if they do get rid of the filibuster, there's people on the left waiting to pass a whole bunch of shit.
Yes. So the first point that you brought up.
That's the same reason we
wait, real quick. The first point you brought up is just complete bullshit. It's not true at all.
You don't think that's true?
No,
the Senate under Harry Reid when it came to getting Obama.
Jesse, you're just wrong about that.
You're wrong. They did it for the confirmation of the Supreme Court pick for Merrick Garland under Obama.
Why did he do that? Why did he do that?
Because they knew that they could benefit from it and there'd be no repercussions. That's why. Which is the same reason they don't touch the filibuster.
That's not why they did it. They did it as a way to push back against what was his fucking name under
Harry Reid threatened because they weren't doing their job. They could confirm the judges.
We're gonna fuck you.
Yes,
and
they escalated. They escalated, knowing the Democrats wouldn't escalate again. They escalated, and Harry Reid did it in response to the Senate not doing their fucking job. They weren't letting any fucking judges do because McConnell came in. McConnell said under Obama, he said Obama will be a one-term president. That's what they said. That was the whole fucking goal
to an unprecedented extent.
So don't say the Senate loves their norms.
But
they'll throw it out the fucking window.
Was he a one-term president, or did it help Obama
effectively?
Get
they stymied so much shit that Obama tried to do. They didn't give him a Supreme Court pick. It's one of the most important powers of the president. So they didn't care about that, which was a big job of the Senate, because they thought there'd be consequences. And your answer for the filibuster was correct, because they know that they'll get super fucked if they get rid of the filibuster.
Yeah,
so
they don't have a principled commitment to it.
The only time they care about it is when they know they'll get fucked for it.
This is pure vibe check. Like, how many Democrats need to go on the record, like really going into great detail, stressing why they believe that the filibuster should be maintained to prevent wild, volatile swings and these kinds of things? You guys are just saying that they're all just making that up. None of them care. You don't even consider the possibility that senators do maybe like the fact that the filibuster gives them way more power. It makes them way more important. And you're not even considering that they prefer to have it in place.
That's why
you're saying that they only
Democrats. Wait a minute. I don't think Republicans,
bro. Thune, Murkowski, Collins, Rand Paul, there's probably like a dozen Republicans, I mean, but the point that Wick was making was that this has bipartisan consensus. There are members of both parties in the Senate that truly believe that the filibuster is a bulwark against volatile swings.
The Democrats believe it
not from their own party.
Yes, the Democrats believe it because they're cocks. The Republicans believe it because they know they'll get fucked by the Democrats by passing legislation because they'll pass way too much legislation. Absolutely.
Listen, I think it goes both ways.
The reason Republicans don't want to get rid of the filibuster under Trump is because the bulk of their agenda, tax cuts and judges, don't require the filibuster. When it required the filibuster, like with the Supreme Court, they amended the filibuster. They did a nuclear carve-out. Stephen's point is correct.
Why won't they do it for the SAVE Act?
The reason they won't do it for the SAVE Act is because
real quick, you acknowledge that is part of that is core to the Republican agenda right now, is to pass the SAVE Act, to federalize elections, and to put more barriers in between.
That's core to
people
the Trump
getting
Act.
the
That's
vote.
core to
That's
Trump.
core
That's a
Republican.
Trump thing.
It's a core Trump ambition, but right now the jury's still out as to whether or not that would be good for Republicans or not. Because, for example, like Democratic voters are more
that
likely.
argument there, but like, hold on.
Can we
Republicans
sanity
are
check
currently
here for a
captured
moment?
by MAGA. We would.
Why didn't they get rid of the filibuster? Why didn't they get rid of the filibuster to eliminate the ACA?
Well, they didn't think they needed to. Remember the gasp on the floor when McCain voted no? they didn't think they needed to. They thought they had the votes for it.
Wait, that was through budget reconciliation.
Wait,
Hutch.
Which is another abdicate. It might have been because the ACA was a lot of budgetary stuff. Well, I think they got what they wanted with budget reconciliation, but they didn't get the repeal because of.
But my question to Jessiah is like,
wait, real quick. Destiny, when you and me spoke, you said that the SAVE Act represented an existential threat for Democrats. Like you clearly expressed to me.
No, I said
the Democratic Party.
Democracy. For democracy.
No. Hang on. You definitely told me that you felt like the SAVE Act would give the Republican Party, or could possibly give the Republican Party, an incredible advantage in elections.
Oh, no, it would give Trump because he's trying to break the law. I don't think, like, if we look historically,
give Trump, what do you mean? By helping Republicans
I'm trying to
win,
explain,
right?
but you keep talking. No, not by helping Republicans win, by helping ICE thugs go to the voting booths and beat the shit out of people or scare them away from voting. That's not a Republican position.
What does that have to do with SAVE Act? What does that have to do with the SAVE Act?
Because the SAVE Act gives Congress a whole bunch of fucking control over how states are going to do their elections in ways that they wouldn't have historically had the ability.
Why would it help Trump?
Because he would have the authority then to say that we need to dispatch ICE here in order to enforce these laws. Like he's doing like if I would have asked you 3 weeks ago,
the SAVE Act.
If I would have asked you 3 weeks ago, what authority does Trump have to send the ICE to the fucking airports? I don't know. What the fuck does ICE even do at the airports? It doesn't make any sense. When we look historically for what Republicans have pushed, they're pushing for things like being able to have like a federal gerrymandering thing, or like these types of things that they could try to long-term help Republicans with. I don't think it's been quite things like the SAVE Act.
And by the way, I double checked it. And McCain, it was budget reconciliation.
Yeah, you're right. I got that wrong. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So they don't have a principled commitment to the filibuster. They know the filibuster works better for them as a wall against Democratic legislation than a net for the legislation they want.
I think this is really myopic.
What point are we making here? Like, what's the point? Like, what are we talking about?
That Republicans are only checked by their behavior, not by regulations, not by norms, not by laws, but when they think they will suffer consequences for the things that they'll push.
That's what a norm is. The norm is that we could sacrifice, we could apply this law, right, to have short-term gain, we have the authority to legislate with 51, but we're going to choose not to because we understand if we're both doing this, it fucks us over in the long run, even though it might unfuck us in the short term.
Sure, but I'm saying that Democrats don't exercise those levers on the vast majority of things.
100%, yeah. But here's what I say. I would agree that, like, Hutch would agree that, yeah, we should probably tit for tat a lot of norms when they happen. And the moments in which the Republicans are taking advantage of things and we just kind of, like, nod our head and are like, yeah, sure, like Hutch, I think you've said before, you would support the Democrats blocking a Supreme Court pick for like a reasonably equivalent amount of time. 100%.
For 4 years, for 8 years, yes.
Wait, to be clear, Hutch does not believe that. I don't know why he just said yes.
Right? Why would you say this, bro?
Yeah.
Don't accuse me of being bad faith.
Hold on.
Don't tell me what I believe and what I don't believe.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going
to
tell you right now. Let's assume that we win the Senate. Okay, 2027 rolls around and Alito or Thomas, fucking overdose from crack cocaine, and now we have a Democrat-led Senate, and now Gavin Newsom is the appointee, or some other fucking guy's the appointee for, he wins the primary for the Democratic presidency, and Americans are highly unfavorable about blocking a Supreme Court pick, and it looks like if we block that Supreme Court pick, it's going to be a Republican that wins the election. You would say in that circumstance, well, fuck, we should just give Trump his Supreme Court pick, I guess.
I reject your hypothetical to begin with here because that wouldn't happen. That would not happen. That would not happen.
What would happen there?
That would not happen. But it would be another. Listen, it would be another.
If it did, hold on. Dwell on the hypothetical. If it did.
If it did, you would have to consider the consequences just like anything else.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying you wouldn't hold to that position principally. That's all I'm saying.
No, but me saying that I wouldn't support it in that case, which I would have to look. It's a case by case. But saying maybe I would in this limited situation, that's not enough to say that I don't support. Let's say a more appropriate hypothetical that the Democrats win control of the Senate and it's a Republican that's the president, right? And like. We would have to do a 1-to-1 comparison here. And so, like,
there's a discernible principle here. The discernible principle is political gain. The idea that the Congress has the authority, it's theirs. If they want to, they can delay, rush, stall, whatever. They have the authority to do that. The Republicans proved that. We had a gentleman's agreement that we wouldn't do those things to serve our party. The Republicans have broken that. And in response, the justification of, well, you don't want to delay or rush for the sake of your party, that's one thing. The Republicans have given us the moral high ground for that easily. But the extension, what I felt like Destiny was saying was the political favorability from the public is a discernible principle. This idea that we might lose an election, and I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be either way.
McConnell did it for a year, and Donald Trump won the election. So I just don't find this hypothetical to be all that compelling. If a Republican wins in 2028 and is inaugurated, and the Democratic Party control the Senate, and Alito dies, I would 1,000% be on board, and I would be furious if they confirmed one of his nominations.
So a couple of things. I would argue that the reason that Trump won despite Republicans cock-blocking Obama's nomination is going back to what Stephen said earlier, James Comey with the email thing. So it's not like it happened in a vacuum. Trump was favored to lose that election until the 11th hour because of Comey. I would argue he torpedoed her. Number two, Mitty, I just wanted some clarification here. So you said that Congress has the right to do certain things. I don't want to put words in your mouth with this one. I'm wanting to make sure I understand. Congress has the authority to delay or to, not have Supreme Court nomination or confirmation hearings, and the Republicans did it first, so that would justify Democrats doing the same, right?
There's more nuance, but you're in the direction of what I'm saying.
Didn't we also agree earlier? I'm just curious. That's why I'm trying to figure out where you draw the line. And I'm not saying that I have all the answers to these questions either, but didn't we all agree earlier that constitutionally the president does have the power, the authority to direct DOJ?
Yes. So
why would it be okay for Senate Democrats to do tit for tat on Supreme Court justices, but it would be unacceptable for a Democratic president to either outright order or just
There's a lot to unpack with that.
Wait a minute.
I got it.
Yeah.
I would say there is a moral permission, like a lifting of the sanction, you could say, around the idea of if President Buttigieg comes in and says, hey, we're going to investigate this, go do it, right? There's a moral lifting of a sanction that because they broke that sanction first, right? For sure, 100%. The reason I'm against that is not because,
I'm sorry, fuck.
we can't respond.
You guys keep framing this. They broke that thing. They didn't do that. What you just said did not happen. They didn't say, we're going to go and investigate crime and corruption. They said, these guys are criminals. I don't give a fuck what you find. Fabricate it. Just to be clear. Okay.
It didn't work, by the way.
Okay. It did work. What do you mean Hunter Biden got convicted of crimes based on things he said in his memoirs?
That happened when Joe Biden was president. We're talking about Donald Trump directing DOJ to do things. When Donald Trump directed DOJ to go after people,
Comer
that
and
does not
Jordan were
work.
doing this knowing that Trump would come
James.
back into presidency. They knew that he would come back and they would be rewarded, and they have been handsomely.
These things have not made Donald Trump. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Adding Destiny's part, you're right. Your distinction's there. They did worse than what I sanitized ours, and I said whatever. You know what I mean? I sanitized it a little bit there. But I mean the principle of if you direct investigations, that separation, I think if the Republicans break the separation, tit for tat, that separation exists because of a mutual agreement. It's broken. The reason I would be against the direction is because only on the grounds that I don't think that it's necessary to accomplish the result that we need, and I prefer to live in a world where that separation exists. But I agree with what you're saying that the norm loses its moral weight in a way.
Believe it or not, I actually I pretty much exactly agree. I don't think it's inherently corrupt for the president of the United States to direct any investigation into anybody. It really does depend. The president, the attorney general's law enforcement power constitutionally derives from the president, right? Now, if the president says this is my political opponent, like Trump is, Trump is very transparent about this, very clumsy. No real even attempt to fabricate some sort of lawful predicate. He just leaves that up to Pam Bondi and others to try to cobble together. That's corrupt. You don't want the Justice Department just going after people because they are a person's political opponent. But what happens if your political opponent happens to be a criminal? and you have the authority to prosecute them. I totally agree. I don't necessarily think that a Democratic president has to publicly order the prosecution of his political opponent, but that's the only reason why I would oppose a Democratic president ordering his DOJ to investigate Trump. I just don't think it's necessary. If I felt it was necessary, then I would say go full steam ahead, because there's nothing inherently corrupt about a president ordering the prosecution or an investigation into a criminal.
But yeah, so this is my distinction. Can I make this distinction?
Sure.
I think we're running into what the boundary between corruption and norms, right? Corruption, if I could give it like a vague off-the-cuff definition, is the idea that like it's a select application of the law for some benefit other than the purpose of the law, right? And what Trump is doing is corruption. And this is Hutch's point. One thing that he's talked about is that what Trump's administration is doing is corruption. And that's off the table for us, I think, forever. I don't think that should ever be on the table, that we're using a law. And this is, I think, where the distinction between Destiny and Hutch, at least in the past, has come in, where it's like, okay, Destiny, like your whole argument about like good faith application of the law is that like at some point we need to use the law for purposes expressly initiated for purposes outside of what the law was enacted to do.
I want to ask the Destiny and Jessiah if they agree with that first statement you made, right? That corruption, that kind of corruption, is always off the table for the Democrats, that we should never engage in it, right? That we should never touch that kind of thing. Jessiah and Destiny, do you agree?
I think the action is defined to a large extent by the attempted outcome of that action. I disagree that it's constantly reframed that the actions are the same. I think there is a meaningfully different thing than Trump saying, I want Zelensky to investigate my political opponent's son because I'm trying to do whatever the fuck I can to dig whatever dirt I can, real or false, to keep him out of the election. I think that's meaningfully different than the next president coming in saying, oh, fuck it, I'm going to tell my DOJ to investigate Eric and Don Jr. or whatever as much as I can, because I want Republicans in the future to know that this power can be used against them, and they need to think twice when they have to do it. Even though those are functionally the same thing, I think they're different because of the
but to enforce the law. No, hold on. But to enforce, I'm agreeing with Destiny here. To enforce to make the point of enforcing the law, to say, hey, I think this law is being ignored.
There's no law being ignored. There's not much criminal behavior probably in the Trump White House. It's probably not just actually criminal. So you're not really going to prosecute much of anything. Also, we're ignoring all of the fact that like there's going to be probably a huge pardon, assuming this guy doesn't die first of some random rash or whatever. So there's going to be a huge fair. We haven't even touched that part. But I mean, like, yeah, the thing is, here's like I think it's like there's like the small IQ take of like, well, it's all about the laws, and then the midwit IQ take is like, well, there are norms. But I think the high IQ take is it's all norms. Like if you want, you can bend or flex any law to do whatever the fuck you want to do. Look at Pam Bondi appointing, was it Halligan or whatever? Where Bondi's like,
Lindsay Halligan?
Yeah, they say we have 90 days to appoint somebody, otherwise the district court gets to. What if I remove my appointee at 89 days and appoint somebody else? I should get 94 days.
And now, if you follow that story, they're in a spat where the government has
already had the advantage of subpoenaing and investigating and indicting their political opponents. They've already had huge gains. They've had huge gains.
The judges are appointing people, and the government's firing them, like trying to like get their like I told you so.
It's been humiliating for the administration. It's been
humiliating. How they just move on and go to the next thing.
Because they
would
look
tell you the process is the punishment.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, there's a couple reasons why that norm, like an independent DOJ, is really important. Number one, it is to just like potentially stop like really potentially like corrupt things. But also, the criminal justice system does not work if people don't have faith in it. Like it just completely breaks down. You need to have faith in it. And if you separate DOJ, then that does create more trust with voters. If they feel like the systems and the institutions are being weaponized, they don't like that. Typically, they do not like that. And especially the people, the more malleable center, don't like that. And so I also take issue with the idea. I also take issue with the idea that like we need to run down a list of like the ways that the system, went after a lot of right-wing actors. Donald Trump faced 2 impeachments, a New York criminal conviction, major civil judgments, major litigation losses. There was the E. Jean Carroll case where
you are so fixated.
Hang on, I'm not done.
It's all irrelevant.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Stop interrupting me.
All of you shut up. Hutch is going to finish his statement, and then Destiny, you can jump in and you can tear down his throat if you like. But
let me finish what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Steve Bannon was sentenced to prison for 4 months for contempt of Congress. Peter Navarro went to prison for 4 months on a sentence. Rudy Giuliani had massive defamation liability. He was disbarred in New York and D.C. John Eastman was recommended for disbarment, and he has a suspension pending appeal. Jenna Ellis and Sidney Powell pled guilty in Georgia. Tina Peters was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Fox News, Newsmax, and OAN all had major settlements with Smartmatic and Dominion. In any of these cases, did you hear any other take from right-wing media other than the Dems are persecuting us? Did they look like they were learning a lesson from this? Like, oh, fuck, we need to shape up our act here, otherwise we're going to go.
I wrote down 3 things, okay, because I already know what they were all of them. 1 is, everyone got pardoned. That Trump was allowed to pardon. 2, Trump won his election, so he won the re-election. And 3, Trump and everybody around him, like 10x their net worth. So what was all of what you just said worth? You just said, did they learn their lesson? I don't know.
Is Fox
News not engaged in propaganda?
I don't think
believe we went from Fox News. We went from Fox News. You said they lost these huge settlements about the election and the big lie and everything. Oh, okay. Well, we have a cabinet where every single member of the cabinet now says that the 2020 election results weren't valid. What was the punishment there? What?
At any point in any of these processes, did you see anything resembling like, oh, fuck, they're serious, we need to back off?
No.
Okay. So I don't understand your confidence that if we go to
give me an example. Give me an example. What was the thing they backed off on?
You said that, well, I'm not the one making the case that they like backed off or whatever. You guys are saying that we need to go through.
He's trying to downplay the significance of the
No, don't translate. I don't need a translator. What I'm saying is if these things came down and they backed off of things, that's all I want. Then I say, okay, yeah, fuck it. Let's do. That's great. That's fine. My argument is that every single example you brought up, whatever they got punished for, they all went 100 times harder into it. We went from Fox News denying the election to fucking Tulsi Gabbard going to Fulton County to steal their fucking ballots. We've got 3 states so far who've had their ballots and their voter rolls stolen by the fucking FBI.
You're making the case for me here. You're making the case for me.
Your argument for harder, aggressive, all these things to go harder to break the norms because we got to.
There was no norm breaking. Nothing hard happened there. None of that was hard. None of that was hard. Nothing happened. What do you mean?
None of that was hard. Would have been like what does norm breaking prosecution even look like, Destiny? You have to go through a court, a judge, a jury. You have to actually like submit a case and
not
have
all
that
the
be
time.
seen in a
No,
trial.
you don't. Bullshit. Tell that to the hundreds of people that have been deported from this country with no due process. Tell it to the court, the district court judges that are saying you need to release these people, and the federal government's like we lost track of them.
You're suggesting that these people, it would have been better if Biden would have done your situation here where you just basically kidnap people.
I'm not saying that necessarily, although we would be in a better place for it. Yes,
you are saying that, though.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that. What I'm saying is, whatever you're suggesting, there were no repercussions. None of the being gentle stuff worked. I think that
he went to prison, bro. He got disbarred. Rudy Giuliani got disbarred in New York and D.C.
That was a favor to Rudy Giuliani. The guy's a fucking retard. The fact that he can't set foot in another courtroom actually benefits him. Okay.
You just told me there was no strong consequences. Getting disbarred is a pretty strong consequence. Wouldn't you agree with that?
For a 90, how much litigation was this guy practicing at this point? Come on.
Are you downplaying a big
because it wasn't a huge? Because
why are you doing this?
Because if I were to dig through the MAGA mind, there's not a single person who's like, oh man, but Rudy got disbarred. Nobody is factoring that in any of the behavior of this administration at all. Who's thinking about, well, fuck, that guy got disbarred.
So there's no way that we can meet your threshold unless and until someone like, President Newsom like renditions people illegally.
No.
Otherwise, you're just going to say that nobody even paid a price. But going to prison for 4 months, that's kind of a big deal.
Nobody meaningfully changed their behavior. Nobody meaningfully changed their behavior.
So so help me understand your logic that if we go to extraordinary lengths to punish these people, that they're going to change and they're going to all of a sudden be like, oh, fuck, we can't do this anymore.
The logic is very simple. It sounds like they did a bad, Trump won. And then your argument is we need to be gentle and adhere to norms and all this stuff. Trump,
I did not say gentle,
okay,
bro.
Sorry,
why do you do that?
My bad. Not gentle.
No, you are doing the thing. Surrender or weaponize. I'm not saying surrender.
We need to do whatever we can, maximize the fucking law. I feel like Biden did most of that. And then in round 3, Trump came back stronger than ever, doing every single bad behavior that we tried to hold them accountable for before. But now it seems like you want to repeat Biden. But
okay,
you're saying that no consequence matters unless Republicans are just permanently blocked from winning elections.
It has to be a meaningful consequence. We're not even talking about Republicans winning elections. It was the same guy who tried to do the insurrection. The same guy won the election. What the
Destiny,
fuck?
that is what you're saying. You're saying that nothing can pass your test of being a meaningful consequence if, Republicans win in future elections.
No, I didn't
That's
say
what you're
that.
saying.
I'm not the same type. Part of the argument that I'm making is having strong consequences would hopefully carve out a path where other Republicans can step up and participate in politics because they know that there's going to be harsh punishments for people doing the MAGA shit. So you create a world where other people can step up and do things.
Donald Trump had some harsh reality dropping down on him with the full weight of the federal government, bro. He was staring down very serious convictions in federal courts. Jack Smith was going to.
And then he wasn't popular.
The only
the
reason
first
that
time
didn't
Republican
happen
president
was
30
because
years.
he won an election. That's why.
But that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is he didn't actually suffer the consequences of the convictions, and
But at
he
any
only was
point,
convicted.
Josiah,
He was. Wait a minute. You talked. Let me talk. And he
Okay,
only was
sorry.
convicted on those 34 felony counts. He ducked even the justice, the bare minimum
yeah.
justice associated with the conviction from the Jack Smith prosecutions. So this is what I said to you the last time. You saying, I know you understand the value of deterrence, but you're also simultaneously suggesting that punishing Trump and these top-ranking MAGA officials is insufficient because they weren't sufficiently deterred. The reason
No, I
that we
didn't.
can't rule...
I did not say that.
Hutch,
I'm not saying
what the-
don't prosecute people, Josiah. I'm there. It is not just weaponize or surrender. You should use the system itself within the boundaries of the system. You can be aggressive within the system. That's fine. That's appropriate. That doesn't mean that I'm saying be gentle or do nothing.
Did I say that you are saying don't do anything? I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna say it
said
slowly.
that I thought it was
Listen to me.
insufficient.
Hey,
You
no,
said
listen
that I
to
said
me.
it was
Listen to
insufficient.
me.
Hold on, Josiah. Josiah didn't interrupt you, Hutch. So you're gonna let Josiah go uninterrupted. for a little
Listen
bit.
carefully. You have said repeatedly over multiple conversations that you recognize that deterrence is important. You have simultaneously questioned whether or not the criminal prosecutions, convictions, charges of Trump and his top allies sufficiently deterred them. Why were you asking Stephen that question? Because your point was they weren't deterred, right? Were they deterred? Were they
Josiah.
deterred, Hutch?
Josiah, my point was not that deterrence doesn't matter. My point was
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I asked you.
Fine, I'll say insufficient. My point was not that deterrence is insufficient. My point was I was pushing back against your specific points that we must go to extraordinary, and in Destiny's case, maybe even like extra
we're
legal. Hang on.
I'm gonna
That
keep
is-
circling this as an
Josiah,
isolated
I-
thing.
You're not listening.
Josiah.
I am pointing. I am
shut
pushing
up,
back.
Hutch, so he could go. So you could go. I'm gonna shut you up so Hutch could go. Hutch, go.
I am pushing back against this idea. You're using the fact that it's so important that we punish these people because then they'll know that they need to stop. That's what I'm pushing back against. I am not saying don't punish people because it doesn't actually deter them. Do you understand the difference between these things?
I didn't say that you said don't punish people because they weren't sufficiently deterred. I'm asking you, were they sufficiently deterred? Was Trump sufficiently deterred?
No.
Navarro,
No.
Bannon,
No.
Jenna Ellis,
Her, maybe, yeah.
Rudy Giuliani.
We don't need to do the whole list. Just tell me where you're going
Okay.
with this.
Why are you bringing it up that they were not sufficiently deterred? Because we agree that they were not sufficiently deterred. Why are you bringing it up?
Just said it, Josiah.
Say what? No.
I-
Repeat. We're going to do this Socratically one more time.
Okay, listen. You guys are saying that we need to consider creative or maybe even illegal
No,
ways
creative,
to
just
make
creative.
sure. Okay, to make sure that these people are punished, because that's going to be the only thing that signals to them that they can't get away with the stuff that they're doing. I am pushing back against that specifically, Josiah. I don't understand the logic of saying that they're gonna feel the full force of the federal government or law enforcement, and they're gonna say, "Oh fuck, they're serious. They're stop being pussies. We need to stop." They're not gonna do that. That doesn't mean don't deter. Do you understand the difference?
I understand. So I'm asking you, what would deter them by way of criminal punishment?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if
Do you
can.
think that criminal punishment can deter them?
Well,
I think Republicans are martyrs.
on the margins, but in this environment,
Republicans
they're
are
gonna
not
take
martyrs. They do what they
Hang
do.
on.
It's electorally
they perceive
popular.
themselves as martyrs.
No, they
said
do,
in
but
the
they will only do what they can to win elections. That's why a lot of them were kind of sort of jumping ship at the end of the J6 stuff, because it was the first time the Republican Party was starting to bleed people. But then after people kind of forgot, a year or two goes on, and then everybody kind of comes back because they think they're going to be electoral victories for them at the end. They do what they're going to do to win office and to not be punished for anything.
Yeah, but
That's what I mean.
Jessiah, just real quick,
they
Jessiah,
perceive themselves.
right?
Go ahead, Rick.
I'm gonna translate Hutch here. I'm gonna channel my inner Hutch. That's his whole point. Is that nothing you're going to do when it comes to the legal system, when it comes to punishment, is going to work, and it has and maybe this is me here, it has a real risk of alienating voters who have traditionally not liked it when parties have gone after or been perceived to go after their political opponents. So if you're getting no gain from this, and you have huge risks electorally,
Wait. Can I do one huge example here? I totally disagree. I think, and I'm going to present this, and if you guys disagree with me, I think all of you are wrong. If California would have lost their referendum to gerrymander, every single conservative state in the country would have gerrymandered the fuck out of all their blue districts, and they would have lauded themselves for it. They would have celebrated it. When California won their gerrymander, everybody around the country, I think, was a little bit froze by that. I think that's why Indiana's GOP, they rejected Trump's bid to gerrymander the state, because they started to realize at that point, oh shit, this thing that we've wanted to suck ourselves off for over and over and over again, we just kind of got fucked in the ass for it, and they stopped. And now we're not talking about gerrymandering anymore. Now we're talking about sending ICE to fucking bully brown people.
Yeah,
Wait, stop. What I'm saying is that it wasn't a law, it wasn't a norm. It was Newsom bringing the big dick of his fucking constituency, saying, we're going to do this, and then we fucked him on it, and now we're just like, oh, we got burned on this, we're going to stop.
But that is a norm, though.
No, it's not a norm. It's a
democratic process.
Wait.
Okay, I agree with you. It is a norm, but in that case, everything is a norm. Okay. Every creative interpretation of law, anything can be a norm. Yes.
He's saying that's a law. He's saying that way they went through. They got a congressional.
Can I explain my own definition?
Everything is a norm. The Enabling Act gave Hitler the ability to change the Constitution was a law. That was a norm, a law. You can do anything you want with the law if you're creative enough. You can do anything you want.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Hold on. When I say that the redistricting was a norm, what I'm saying is that blatantly, flagrantly partisan redistricting to win elections specifically, and in big, broad efforts, that's something that that states have the authority to do, but that we kind of all sit in the ceasefire. The ceasefire is the norm. And then when Texas is like, we're going to do it, you're like, oh, you're breaking the ceasefire. Fuck you, big dick. That's what I mean by redistricting as a norm. And that's the kind of thing that, like, when one side breaks the ceasefire, I agree, you don't morally tie yourself to the ceasefire and as in an anchor falling into the sea. But what I'm saying is that, like, there are also things that, like, once we start swinging, there's no off-ramp.
Wait, there was an off-ramp to the gerrymandering thing, though. For a week, every single person in the country, I saw Ted Cruz, I saw state legislators, I saw people on Fox, everybody was like, well, if we redistrict, how many of you guys remember the 50 million tweets of, here's the top 13 most gerrymandered states, here's the top 11 states that if we gerrymander, but guess what? Nobody did that because they thought the Democrats would fire back on it.
Can I agree with you 100% here?
Yeah.
I agree. I think that maybe in this conversation, and that's why I kind of wanted to carve out the definition of norm, I feel like we're kind of taking the concept of norms and trying to, like, apply universal prescriptions to it. Like, there are some norms that it's like, yeah, if you break this, it gets broken back. And the enforcement mechanism is exactly what you're saying. But I think there are other things that, like, once you start doing this, there isn't an off-ramp other than, like, revoking the power entirely.
Sure, but I guess my quick question, just my quick question, wasn't it bad that California gerrymandered that way? I think it was. Do you? That was a bad thing. We don't want to ultra gerrymander our states to deprive Republicans or another party of votes, right? It was a bad thing.
It's not ideal, but it's necessary.
Oh my God!
It's
stop.
necessary.
It's not ideal, but necessary. That's me and Josiah's
Yes.
mind. That's our whole debate topic. It's not ideal, but it's necessary.
Carve this out.
It's not analogous. It is not analogous.
It's not ideal, but necessary. But it's bad. You agree that it was bad?
Destiny.
It was
bad.
It
is not analogous to
was
say
California
that
engaging in a corrupt
in
partisan
California,
gerrymander? Was
he
it
did
bad?
it democratically.
But it
he
was still
put a
bad.
measure to the voters.
Slavery was
the
democratic.
Voters decided.
Slavery was democratic. I'm asking you, was it bad? Was it bad?
The voters decided. There's a difference between that happening. There's a difference between that.
You have to address Destiny's point overall, right? Though, can you do that? Go ahead.
but he's like, what are you comparing this to? Like,
was
what do you
bad.
want? You want me to say? Hang on, let me finish what I'm fucking
You were
saying,
asking a
man.
question.
Chill.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You're saying, okay, so California did this, and it's not good. Okay, therefore, ... That means blank is okay to do. Like, what is the blank here?
We countered them, but we didn't lose the democracy by everybody going crazy on gerrymandering. We just showed the
That's
Republicans.
not my question.
What do you mean? What's the question?
What do you? I'm asking you. Okay, so California did this thing, right?
Yes.
And like tie it to something that you want to do. Therefore, we should do what?
Do
I think
whatever.
part of Destiny's point is that you are willing to do bad things to stop Republicans from winning, to punish Republicans. And I know for me, it's about engaging that threshold of what's acceptable.
Can I try here?
To be part of what Stephen is getting at. That's why he wants you to bite the bullet that gerrymandering is still bad when California does it.
But that,
I think that there's a distinction here, and it's the corruption norm distinction. And I honestly do not know if I would consider gerrymandering, if it's the right of the states, if it's like, hey, does gerrymandering, like, if you intentionally do it for the like.
You're thinking like a Republican now. Now you're thinking like a Republican. That was great. You did it. That was a Republican brain thought right there.
I want to give Hutch a chance to answer and to address Josiah's point. So Hutch, go ahead.
Ask the question again. I think you're asking me to reckon with there is a difference between a very distinct material difference between a governor of a state like convening a special session of the legislature, who then pass a measure to send it to voters if we democratically decide to do something. There's a difference between that and weaponizing institutions. These are very different things.
No,
you cannot say because we did the one thing and it's technically bad on paper, therefore we should be willing to do this thing. The consequence of this over here is much different than the consequence over here.
Well, you emphasize the process. Why did Newsom do it that way?
You could have gerrymandered zero Republican seats.
Because he wanted it he wanted to have the confidence of the people.
No,
like he wanted it to have more legitimacy. He wanted it to have more legitimacy because if you do it democratically, it will be perceived more legitimately.
I want you to address Hutch's point here. Like that, you can understand how people and voters, right, the ones who were trying to persuade, might see what Newsom did, right. And if he had done it in a different way where he had just by fiat bypassed the California Constitution and said, we're just going to ignore this, that there's a world where voters see that and they say, wow,
they would have been turned off by that. Yes.
Well,
and it's similar. Yes. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is he couldn't have lawfully done it any other way. That's why he settled on that. There is the California Constitution creates that
get away with it, right?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, hold on. But Destiny's point earlier was laws are just
you can just do anything, right?
Yeah. You can just get away with it if you do it like
if you're the president. It's a little different if you're the state president, the governor versus like the president of the United States. But it's the same concept.
Well, wait a minute. Newsom, I suppose Newsom could. Wait a minute. I suppose Newsom could have tried to do something unlawful, but the California Constitution has that nonpartisan election commissions board. That's why Newsom had to put it to a public referendum. He and his attorneys gamed it out, and they said that this was the plausible path. That's why they did it the way they did it. It wasn't because Newsom felt high and mighty. I mean, if that's the case, I guess my question to Hutch is: every time a blue state gerrymanders, should they put it to referendum, even if they don't have to?
If they did, it would be perceived more legitimately. The reason why that rule was baked in, that it had to go to the voters, I assume, ties into what I'm talking about. Where if you tie it to democratic processes, especially if you directly involve voters, that is going to be something that is seen as more democratic, more legitimate, more accepted. People are going to feel like they're a part.
But again,
this is the Trump. You're making the Trump argument for every executive action that he takes.
You can't. Every time I fucking talk, you interrupt.
Because you repeat the same point like 5 times.
No, let Hutch finish. Go ahead.
There's a difference between doing it that way and then telling someone like having a politician blatantly weaponize institutions against their political enemies.
That was a weaponization of the referendum against the minority of the state. It just was. You're just wrong.
You're just bastard. Sorry, I just interrupted you.
If let's say that California does the same referendum next year and it's to get rid of every single Republican seat, would you say that that's still totally fine because it's left up to a Democratic vote? My next question is going to be about slavery. Spoiler alert.
It's not ideal, but it's not weaponization. You're bastardizing the definition of the word weaponization.
What do you think weaponization is? When you do something illegal? No, weaponizing a thing is to use it as a weapon, to use it for an unintended purpose, but still using it in a way that is not necessarily illegal.
when you use like an agency for your own like political purposes. If you're putting something to
Wait.
Like, if you got enough, like, if you had a nonpartisan board,
I'm gonna take it.
Destiny, go. Destiny,
if you
finish
had
your point.
wouldn't it be weaponization? If they, so I don't know all 100% about California's policy and procedure, but if they had a nonpartisan board or whatever that was supposed to do gerrymandering, and then the governor comes out because he's unhappy with something another state did, Texas, and he fucking gerrymanders away 5 of my Republican districts, how is that not a big fuck you to the thing that they had set up and not weaponizing the power of the governor to do a referendum against the thing that we'd agreed as a state to have a nonpartisan gerrymandering board to deprive 5 districts of their right to vote?
Is it weaponizing to amend any state constitution or amend the Constitution? Is that weaponizing?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It just depends on what you're talking about. But I like what you're saying now, because
What
now
do
you're
you
thinking like a
think weaponizing
Republican.
means?
Now you're thinking it like a Republican. As long as it's
What-
by the
what
books.
do you think-
As long as it's
Tell me
legal,
what
it's not
you think-
weaponization.
Tell me what you think weaponizing means in this context, in a political context.
When you use something for its unintended purpose to achieve or effect some outcome that probably wasn't designed to, and you know that you're doing that.
I take weaponization to be like specifically in the context of agencies. If you're talking about putting measures to voters to amend the state constitution, that to me cannot be weaponization. It might not be ideal. It could be bad in a vacuum.
Was
but
the
it's not
referendum
the
a
same
simple
thing as
majority?
weaponization.
Can I ask for California? Was it a
Excuse
simple
me?
majority?
Yes.
I don't.
So
I
doesn't
don't
it
know.
defeat? Doesn't it
I
defeat
don't
the
know.
whole purpose of a bipartisan, not apolitical board to help gerrymander your state so that you don't lose all your Republicans and you can
but
by a
if
simple
there's a
majority
mandate-
overrule the
but
board?
it's
Doesn't that defeat the whole
Hold on.
purpose of that?
Let me in. Let me in.
Smitty,
The
go
distinction
ahead.
here is important. When we're talking about corruption, like the way you laid it out, Destiny, you're taking one law and using it outside of its intended purpose, right? If the original districting laws had this like obligation to be fair, and I'm going to intentionally be not fair and do something to disenfranchise people, I would agree with you. But the idea that like we're not starting from a law that had an intended purpose, we're rechecking in with the constituents and saying, what do you want to do? If we're taking a law that was if the laws gain their legitimacy from the will of the voters, and we take a law that existed and had one will, and we say, actually, this law is about punishing op-ed students who write papers, right? We're taking one instance of the democratic will and using something else. But if Gavin Newsom went to his people and said, here's what you want, do you want it? That's different. I mean, maybe there's more in that there, but like he's not taking the will of 10 years ago that was codified in law and then using that to accomplish his own purposes.
The will of the people was to fight against Republicans. It was a bad thing. Can we not wait? Hold on. Do we all agree here that erasing districts for the purpose of having a partisan gerrymandered state is a bad thing? Or do we not all agree on that? Are we now going to be...
That's like acting like Destiny. That's like asking, is it a bad thing to kill people in the context of like, a country invading your fucking coastline? Like obviously killing people.
So
like killing
now
people
you're
is
saying,
bad.
so now the thing killing people that you would have said was horrible and bad before, now you're finding reasons for it because you're trying to, because I imagine what you're going to say is, well, killing people, if somebody's trying to invade your country, I guess in the end can be good because you're trying to reduce the overall amount of killing. This is the whole argument about maybe you have to step a little bit outside of the system sometimes to save the system. It's the same argument that we have. But wait, do we not agree then? I'm going to re-ask the question. Do we not agree that gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering is bad? We shouldn't be trying to erase representation in states for the House of Representatives. No, it's not that a bad
What's worse,
vacuum-
Destiny? You know what's worth that?
In a vacuum, it is
being
bad.
destroyed.
In a vacuum, it is bad. But I don't understand what inconsistency you think you found here.
So I want to close the loop on this because I asked you this earlier and I didn't get a satisfying answer. So again, the process required Newsom to put this on a ballot referenda. Let's say Illinois, because I'm not sure what Illinois' process is. I don't know if you have to amend the Illinois Constitution the way you do for California and Virginia. Let's say Governor Pritzker and the Democratic legislature of Illinois can just, as a piece of legislation on their own, gerrymander Illinois further. They don't need to have the public vote on it. Would you support that?
I think it would be better if he put it to the voters and he would be successful doing
I understand,
so.
but would you support it?
I don't know if I would support that. I don't know if I would support that, honestly.
If the voters at one point, based on whatever fucking state constitution they had, they all the law said was the governor just gets to decide what the districts are. Yeah, I'd say that state's pretty fucked, and they should probably fix that. But yeah,
so Mitty says as long as the governor and the legislature don't need to do that, that's fair game. You, Hutch, say you would oppose it. They should take the extra step of putting it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily like. I think it would be smarter politically to do it the way that California did, to put it to a democratic referendum, put it to a measure, put it directly to the voters, because that adds more legitimacy, right?
Now, my second question is, I appreciate the clarification. My second question is, they're currently trying to do that right now in Virginia. And, a lot of Virginia Republicans are upset because Virginia is a purple state. And Governor Spanberger is putting this ballot referendum question. And here's the question. Should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to restore fairness in the upcoming elections while ensuring that Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census? A lot of Republicans are pissed about how loaded that question is. Should we temporarily do the thing to restore fairness in the upcoming election, but then go back to the way things are right now by 2030? Do you think that? Go ahead.
Do I think that it was what now? Sorry, what was the question?
Do you take issue with how that question is being pitched to the voters?
Not really, but I'm really struggling to understand the analog that you're trying to draw here. Like this is what you're describing through this democratic process. While it may not be ideal and it may be bad in a vacuum, it is not like inherently corrupt in the same way that destroys trust in institutions like DOJ. If you weaponize it, if you just blatantly politicize agencies to go after your enemies, these are very different things.
I understand. Part of this long-standing disagreement that I know I have with you, I can't speak for Stephen, but that I have with you is in part, I'm trying to gauge and probe your threshold here. Because a lot of Republicans in the purple state of Virginia would and have complained that referendum question is deliberately loaded to favor a yes vote.
And if the voters of Virginia disapprove of what the Democratic Party is doing, then they can make their voices heard when we come up to these midterms and we come up to the off-cycle elections and the special elections. It's all part of that democratic process. But again,
this is the argument Trump uses.
Very different territory.
Trump says over and over again, I won the popular vote, therefore I can do whatever as long as I have the support of the public.
Okay, how's that working out for him?
Really, really well. They got rid of USA. They've abolished the Department of Education. They've undermined U.S. relations with the world. They've gone to war with Iran. They deposed the leader of Venezuela. He's enriched his own personal family 100 times over. What do you mean? Do you think Trump regrets?
Can I? This is a huge thing that I was like prepping to talk
question,
about.
and then you talk as much as you want to. Just my question: do you think that Trump regrets his current position right now? Do you think he feels worse off than he was a year and a half ago?
Well, Donald Trump is a delusional narcissist.
Oh my answer to that question.
He's not people around Trump. Is everybody around Trump regretting their position now? Answer that question. I need a fucking answer to one fucking question, Hodge. Do they regret their position now versus a year and a half ago? Is everybody around Trump?
The Republican Party? Absolutely.
Not the Republican Party. I'm talking about the Republican Party writ large doesn't benefit because Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Republican Party. I'm saying all the people in his circle, the people immediately around his family, all the people that are benefiting financially, maybe his cabinet, people like Stephen Miller. Do you think they feel like they're better off now than they were 2 years ago or no?
Oh, they probably feel like they're getting away with murder and like enriching themselves and all that stuff. But these are different considerations. That doesn't mean, well, therefore, like the next Democratic president, who is not going to be corrupt in the same way that Trump is going to be thinking about things the same way. The next Democratic president is going to care about the midterms. He is going to care about electoral losses.
That's fine, but I just said, yes, Trump doesn't give a fuck about the Republican Party. But the Republican Party followed him. But you said, how's it working out for him? Really well. They won their election again, and they're doing so much stuff that they always wanted to do.
I should have been more specific.
Go ahead. I know Mitty has some counters to that. Right, Mitty?
Well, I just wanted to say I should have been more specific.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, Hutch, be more specific. Be more specific quickly. And then
I should have been more specific when I said, how's that working out for him? I meant Republicans. Like when we're talking about what should Democrats do, like that's my
Hutch's world.
And I would amend to that also MAGA. Like Trump himself, you can argue that he's benefiting, even though like if you look at how he's acting and what he's saying, he's sweating, right? Like he doesn't feel he's doing well, right? I think he's a delusional narcissist, but he's getting very, very frustrated with a lot of the lack of progress along the ways. Like he is sweating right now. He is having a hard time. But MAGA itself is dead after 20.
He's genuinely in the can I please? I think he's genuinely like stewing in the crisis of knowing his legacy has just been completely destroyed, and he'll forever be known for Iran personally. But like this idea that we can just like. So Destiny, you're, and I understand what you're saying, and I think with what you ended up saying, I agree with that there are people that are benefiting on an individual level, and there's some very clear exploits in our system, and like the only way to like really do anything about this is like really, really, really harsh accountability, right? Eric Trump, all these people, I'm using that name arbitrarily. I don't really know if Eric Trump has done anything, but like yes, 100%. And the fact that we aren't like doing anything is a crime. If we don't do anything about it come the Senate flip or whatever, House flip, terrible, right? But then you throw out things like USAID and the Department of Education, right? And when you throw that stuff out, I think that pulls Hutch into the conversation as if we're talking about the general like right and left trend of this country, right? And that it's the illegality is getting you the destruction of the Department of Education and the destruction of USAID, and look how beneficial it is for the Republicans. Generally speaking, Trump's strategy has, like you've already said it, like has been absolutely monstrously destructive to the Republican movement. To be on, like, and to be clear, Trump does, I mean, according to Chevron, the destruction of Chevron, I mean, I guess already, Trump does have the authority to kind of reintegrate and shutter and like move funds around. And we are already, as of like even the Democrats right now in the 2026 budget, they're already like Trump proofing the law, because we just had like a complete change in the way that the game works. And all of the laws that were written up into a point weren't written with either the lack of Chevron in mind or Trump in mind. And we just had this good faith assumption that like the president had self-preservation for his movement. And like,
I don't understand why you think the elimination of the Chevron two-step doctrine is somehow significantly impacting anything going here. All it is would give the court a little bit more power.
You're right. I thought I carved it out.
What Trump is basically doing is impounding, which is already illegal.
Yeah. No, but when I said Chevron, I'm more so just like painting the broader picture. You're right. The USAID, and I thought I corrected myself, but the Chevron doesn't have anything to do with that. I'm just talking about the more broad picture of like, generally speaking, the things he's doing are legal. And the answer to how do we protect the Department of Education going forward? How do we protect USAID going forward? What is the Trump exploit? And you kind of disagreed with this at the beginning. You were like, I kind of conceded this at the beginning, so I guess it's not really that important to go through. But I feel like it's important to walk through that, like, most of Trump's, like, big exploit, like, oh, he really fucked the system and he behaved blah, and he shuttered all these agencies, like, all of these things are covered by statute. Like, the 2026 budget, they're already implementing language that says shall be distributed, not may be distributed. They're already shoring up this idea that, like, come the next administration, if the next guy coming in,
he didn't have the authority to get rid of USAID. No, wasn't that an illegal shuttering of that?
Well, he had. So it's not a shuttering technically. He's taking this goes into all the Doge stuff. This goes into the fucking is it VOT? If you read like all their emails, there's I'm trying to remember which one I was thinking of. There's all these emails. This was all happening in like March of last year, where like they're getting grilled on like, are you doing the statutory minimum? Is this fund actually being distributed? Now, Trump has explored, and I think this is mostly the heritage people, they've kind of like been stewing and looking at the law as it sits, and they're kind of like, hey, actually the law does kind of give the president the ability to reshuffle stuff, and like technically the funding for the USAID and technically the funding for the Department of Education is still passing through the executive branch. They're just kind of like being like really, really cagey with it.
I have to go back and check, but here's my issue. One, I'm pretty sure for USAID, I thought it was explicitly called out that this is under like that this is a sub-department ever created by Congress and couldn't just be unilaterally rescinded by the president. I guess I have to go back and check. I don't know where that legislative on that. Number one, but number two, the issue is that like, I mean, like you could have used, I wish I could remember the law. Biden was relying on a kind of creative interpretation of the law for the Department of Education with regards to like disbursement of funds in times of great crisis or whatever, in order to get rid of all the student loan debt. That was his like goal there. But
yeah, I agree with Biden, and the language probably does exactly line up with that scenario, and I think it's really stupid.
But the court stepped against him. But they stayed it. He didn't get any of that. They stayed it, and then the court stepped against him, and we didn't really get any of that. Now he found other ways to cut, smaller portions of student loan debt from other people. But if that was a Trump presidency, it would have all been forgiven, and then maybe the Supreme Court in 3 years would have ruled against him, and then Trump was like, "Whoa, I guess maybe they got to pay it back." LOL.
I think
and then
there's a chicken and egg. I think that the Supreme Court just is more. They're less afraid of sandbagging than they are overreach. I think Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, I just think they are like amenable to the idea of like an understated government. I think that's just their philosophy. I think that's how they read the Constitution, and I think it aligns with what Trump wants to do with Doge. But it doesn't align with what Trump wants to do with tariffs. I think there's a very consistent character of the Supreme Court, and we should work on changing it, because I don't like some of the people in there. But the idea that it's like Trump probably could not do the Biden things with the Trump label, and then it would be a different decision. I think Trump
I categorically reject that interpretation of the Supreme Court, that there's any sort of consistent character here. The Trump immunity decision is the most maximal government overreach you could possibly say, saying the executive is effectively immune, or at the very least presumptively immune, anytime he exercises his presidential powers. That is it's the most anti-conservative view, anti-principle conservative view I've ever seen from the Supreme Court with respect to government. Now, Destiny's 100% right. That it depends.
On what Jessiah's saying and what we just talked about too, the Department of Education stuff, wasn't that blocked via an injunction? And didn't they remark that the exact same
that was
type
the point we made earlier?
Yeah, but I'm saying Trump got universal injunctions eliminated. They're gone now. You can't enjoin the government.
But those are statute.
What do you mean?
So I've read the universal injunction opinion. I'm not trying to be like snobby about it, but like I last year really struggled with the Supreme Court, and there's a lot of stuff. I don't agree with the immunity decision. I think there's a lot of things. I think that, genuinely speaking, I went into the universal injunction opinion like kind of hating it and thinking it was terrible, but I understand the logic. I read ACB's.
Did you know that there were 2 attempts to get rid of universal injunctions under Biden, and the Supreme Court declined?
And I think it was the same judges, wasn't it? Do we have new ones in there? Did we shuffle
same
a bunch of?
It was the same Supreme Court justices. Do you want to know why? Because the Supreme Court loved universal injunctions as long as they came out of Amarillo, Texas with Judge Kazmarek. But when Trump gets slapped with universal injunctions, there were 2 attempts. There were 2 attempts during the Biden administration that I'm aware of, where the Justice Department asked the Supreme Court to review the legality of universal injunctions because Biden kept getting cock-blocked by Republican judges. And the Supreme Court said no. Why? Because it's a case-by-case basis. Oh, you're a Democrat getting hit with universal injunctions? That's cool with me. Oh, you're a Republican? Well, it's not really right for one federal judge somewhere to basically have a national cock block on the president of the United States.
I will look into that. If that is exactly the opposite of my perception of how it runs. So, like, genuinely, truly, like,
also, what was the? I don't even know what the good argument. What did Amy write that was convincing? That we have to certify classes now with blocking the government from? I didn't hear a single compelling counter argument from the defense.
My understanding is that if Congress were to tomorrow just say yes to universal injunctions, we would have universal injunctions. But the idea that, because like that power needed to be granted by Congress, and the idea that it was implied that it was there, to be clear, I'm more of a Kagan person. I think that the history of the courts should speak louder than like what it probably meant at the time. Like if we've had an understanding, obviously we're not in Kagan's world right now. But the idea that like, if you actually look at what it meant at the time when they wrote that, there just wasn't this kind of thing.
Well, like, no, my understanding. Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, this is my understanding. My understanding was real quick. We'll go real quick. My understanding is that, like, let's say that the federal government says the federal government makes a law, president enforces the law, and the law is basically saying no more blue cars. And then let's say that somebody in the Southern District of Texas sues the government, like, I think I should be allowed to have blue cars. And then it goes through the Fifth Circuit and everything, and they win their case. They win their case there. They get an injunction against the government. The government can no longer enforce the law against that person. And the argument was, well, if you want to bar this law from affecting everybody, you can't have a universal injunction. You got to certify a class of people that drive blue cars. That's crazy to me. How is that a good decision?
No, because the good faith thing, it's not that we expect good faith. It's that we expect some sort of like cognitive awareness of what's going to happen in 2 steps. And like, if one person takes it up to the appeals court, it is the judges are obligated to match the decision of every single court above them. And then it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. And like, it is a weakness.
But here's the issue. Here's the issue. This is the big challenge, though, that none of them talked about when they were the decision was, oh, in that case, I'm not going to appeal cases that I lose. I'll let them win in that district and I'll never appeal. And now you have no percolation. You have no, which they love that word. You have no cases ever going to the Supreme Court. Why would they appeal the decision in a single district? Let every single person around the country sue until they've won in every single district, or at least in every single circuit or whatever. If you want to appeal your
just pass a law. Just pass a law.
No, I'm sorry. Not to twist the knife here, because this Supreme Court doesn't give a fuck not just about federal statute when it's convenient, but the Constitution. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment very clearly bars insurrectionists from ever again holding office. And 9-0, even the liberals cucked out here and said effectively it's dead letter. It's plain text in the Constitution. It transcends federal statute.
But it was really inconvenient.
Because it was prudentially inconvenient.
I'm going to be honest. In this exact moment, I'm not speaking with any authority here. I'm just gonna presume that a 9-0 ruling probably has something behind it. That's just me.
Well, because they wanted to turn down the temperature on the country. They were like, I think Amy even wrote that in her. I think it was Amy or it was Sotomayor.
Amy's conservative.
Well, sure, I know, but they were saying they were writing like in the decision of our court, we think it's important that everybody calm the fuck down. I think Sotomayor might have written that in her concurrence, where they were all like, we all should come together and suck each other off and let Trump run as many times as he wants.
If Sotomayor's actual like reasoning or if that was just like flat flavor text on like, okay, if it is that, like, I'm willing to hear criticisms on SCOTUS. I'm just like, all that I'm saying about SCOTUS in the broad sense of this conversation is that I see a court that, although misguided, and I think Kavanaugh's like pragmatism is like fucking terrible, and that's the part of the immunity decision that makes it so terrible. I just see, I'll accept bias. Like, I'll accept that there are moments of bias, but like, yeah, I just see them having their own character and having their own preferences.
Okay, here's where we're going.
Like
I know Hutch wants in, so I'm going to give the mic to Hutch. Then I have a question for both sides, and we're going to get to closings, and we're going to do super chats, open it up, all that things. That's what we're doing right now. So Hutch, the ball is yours.
I find this part of the conversation like the least productive, because we're having a conversation about how, the Supreme Court, we don't like, and they're doing things that are, bending the system or even breaking the system. But like, we're not really getting at the heart of what we're talking about here. Like, there is a very meaningful difference between like things are getting bad and things are getting scary and things are getting worse, and things are so bad and we are past the point of no return. Therefore, essentially all bets are off and we just need to do what is necessary to crush our enemies. Like, can Destiny and Jessiah, can you guys give me any historical examples of countries that preemptively, there was a political party within that country that preemptively like bent the system, like even went outside the system preemptively to stop a destructive force, and then that worked out? Like, are there any examples you can point to?
One, I think in South Korea, didn't they arrest and throw that guy in prison? The guy who tried to do their little coup thing?
The legislature impeached him. The court upheld that impeachment. But the court also constrained the legislature who wanted to impeach the next person, the interim. But they didn't bend the system at all.
Sure, that was accountability.
That was a completely constitutional process. And I'm talking about, again,
everything we're saying would be constitutional. Nothing we're saying is unconstitutional or illegal.
Well, I mean, we can quibble about that in a minute here, but I'm talking about like preemptively. You guys are saying that we need to preemptively take really extraordinary measures and even escalate beyond what we've seen from Donald Trump.
I'm saying hold the last administration accountable. They've already done it. Yeah, it's after the fact.
No. I mean preemptively, as in to stop like like a takeover.
That's what all things are for. Everything you do is to prevent future action, right?
No, but it's not. I'm saying to stop like a full-on preemptively stop a full-on takeover, an authoritarian, a fascist takeover, whatever. Are there any examples in history of a political party doing this and it working out?
Or the ordinary punishing of in Brazil. Didn't this happen again recently as well?
Yeah, I can't. Wait a minute. I can't, because I'm not familiar. It's entirely possible that this is the case. Part of the reason that they punished the ex-president of South Korea and Bolsonaro and the guy in Peru, and I think Japan and France have gone after criminal violations from their prime ministers or heads of state, is the deterrent factor. I don't know how much it was emphasized, like, oh, we have to worry about Bolsonaro's party replicating this, or the South Korean president's party replicating this.
But that wasn't a party that did that in Brazil. That was the court that did that. And they were reacting to Bolsonaro.
We're reacting to Trump.
Again, no. You're saying that you should basically, in my opinion, like kind of blow up the system if need be, to take extraordinary measures to incarcerate Trump and Trump enablers. That's
just a question for Hutch. Can you be more specific with what suggestions or advocacy that you've seen from Destiny or from Jessiah that you would characterize as blowing up the system?
Well, again, I've heard some pretty memey proposals from Destiny. I mean, Jessiah is more talking about like, in my opinion, Jessiah is like much less extreme in his prescriptions. Destiny seems quite open to basically anything. I think that's why he says you can do anything. You can basically do anything and call it legal if you're just creative enough.
You can. I mean, to quote Donald Trump, just call the election rigged or corrupt and leave the rest to me. The three things that I came prepared to defend today, real quick. The three things I came prepared to defend today, but we didn't. We're not going to get into this, I guess. I think that the Supreme Court explicitly told Congress, listen, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, that doesn't apply anymore unless you guys pass a law for it. I think the first action should be Congress should pass a law with a list of all the people that they felt were involved in the insurrection before. And that's all they have to do is pass the fucking text. I don't need the courts or anything else. All those people are barred from holding office in the future. That's number one. Number two, fuck the filibuster and get rid of it. Okay, number two. And then number three, huge Supreme Court reform package that's probably going to involve having more justices that we all get to fucking choose. Just because, unfortunately, that's just how it goes. But then we'll have like term limits so that every president gets 2 or whatever going forward. That would be my 3 big things.
All of that is perfect. All of that is perfectly constitutional.
Well, I've had a conversation with Destiny where he suggested that we could, kidnap Congress people if we felt like they weren't going to vote in our direction.
Wait, that is
And
possible.
saying
That's
that as a
legally
consequence of
possible.
the-
That's legally possible, Hutch.
Okay, but are you proposing it or not?
Depends on the circumstances.
Come on,
Under
bro.
what-
Are you
hold on,
I
under
proposing
gave
it
you
or
the
not?
three things
I'm
that I
curious.
would pose.
What
I gave you the three things that
circumstances
I would pose.
And I'm asking you something else. Would you consider kidnapping? Like, let's say you want to do this bill where you find these people guilty of insurrection, and you find out that members of your own party would probably not vote for that. Like, would you be open to kidnapping them and temporarily while the vote happens?
Right now, I don't think
Is the
so.
bill
But if it-
are these reforms so essential that if you don't get them, it's existential to the point where we need to do these things?
a couple, yeah, I think some. I feel like some of these are yes.
Which one of the three that you mentioned? Doing away with filibuster, court reform, or I forget the first one you mentioned.
I feel like it's a cuck answer, but I would lean towards the 14th Amendment answer. But I think all of three of these could be argued for. The big Supreme Court reform would be a huge one. Having like 26 justices or however many you would need, 2 per circuit, to hear more cases and to have it so you have like the president gets to choose 2 or 3 or 4 depending on your term limits every single time he comes in. And then getting rid of the filibuster, I think, would be pretty important as well because we play way too many fucking stupid games in the Senate.
So if we don't,
that would be a really good
filibuster. We can kidnap people who are against the filibuster, getting rid of the filibuster in order to get rid of the filibuster. That's your advocacy.
I would frame it a different way, but
okay.
I just want to be
there
clear.
you
Hold
go.
on. I just want to be clear. Okay, this is hatred in my heart speaking for both of you right now that laughed at that. If Donald Trump thought that he could benefit from doing this, he would do it right now. Full stop.
I
Neither
don't
you
agree
accept
with
that.
that. I don't agree with that.
You're wrong.
No,
You're wrong.
I don't.
But yeah.
Well,
But if I would have argued before,
I feel like Donald Trump is. I think
before,
Donald Trump is kind of a paper tiger and a coward. Personally,
a paper
I think he's
tiger
all bluster.
that deposed the leader of
yes.
Venezuela unilaterally, that
Why didn't he
openly
send
said
in
to the
well, why
American
didn't-
media
why
that he
didn't
talked to oil execs before
That's
Congress?
I mean, you're listing bad things that he did, but like, why didn't he try to like send the military in to help the January 6th insurrectionists? By the way,
He did try. He asked for 10,000 people to be there, but in that first
no,
government,
I mean, he could have made a phone call that day and said like, I want the military to go in.
he
and
didn't
like
know.
help
He didn't know.
insurrectionists.
He didn't know
Just, like,
how
ignore
government
his
worked. He was retarded
Yeah,
then.
I mean, you don't think he thought that he could like order the military to do things?
He literally, that's explicitly why Bowser fucked up and didn't have them there. Bowser was scared of the National Guard being there. Trump wanted them there because Trump thought, why? Do you think Trump wanted them there to keep the
I'm
congressmen
saying on
safe?
the day.
On the day
Wait,
was
wait a
too
minute.
late.
You can say he can
On
do
the
anything
day of,
legally.
wait, Hutch.
Hang on.
On the day of January 6th, you acknowledge Trump said he was going to go to the Capitol, right? When he was at the
Yes.
Capitol, what do you think he would have done there?
The point is, Destiny.
No,
is
answer
like,
that question.
Why
Answer the
didn't
single question. What would he have done when he went to the Capitol?
Answer the question. It's fair.
what he would he have done if he went to the Capitol?
Yes. Do you think he would have ordered the National Guard there to help him?
I genuinely have no fucking idea.
But
I
that's
literally
fine. I'm
have
okay with that
no
answer. But the
fucking
fact that you
idea.
can't even answer that question says that my hypothetical about him kidnapping people is not really that absurd. You don't even know if the American president would order the National
You're
Guard
saying-
to circumvent the electoral process. That's crazy.
You get mad at me for laughing at you for saying that we should potentially kidnap fucking members of Congress, Destiny.
I'm saying it's
You
legal.
don't even consider, like, you call me like optics cucked because I consider the reaction from the voters who will determine if you remain in power after you do these kind of things. Like, I don't understand how, in what universe you think the public is not going to just like completely turn on you right away when we have 62% of the public right now that think that Democratic rhetoric has gone too far compared to 74% with Republicans. What we're seeing right now with the electorate is a lot of disdain for both parties and politics altogether. This is not a situation that is at all ripe for the kind of authoritarian measures that you're proposing. There's no
Because the
indication
Conservative
from the
Party has
electorate that they
crafted
would
this
back you
environment.
from doing this.
I want to know if Jessiah
Like, that's
agrees
not
with.
being optics cucked. That is just politics. You do have to consider the consequences, the electoral consequences of the decisions that you make, and the
And that
things that
gets-
you're proposing are very much not gonna.
That gets to my question, but I have 2 questions. One, just real quick for Jessiah. Do you co-sign Destiny's position here on the kidnapping
co-sign-
contest?
To be clear,
I
my
don't-
position is that it's possible and illegal. It is a legal thing to do. I don't think we should do it.
No. Okay, then Destiny. Should we do that?
If it came down to them launching
No,
nukes or something,
Destiny's
maybe, but I
position
gave
was-
3 things that I think are really
And the
important.
filibuster specifically.
No, I think there are other
We
things
go
we can do
up,
first.
we
For
need
instance,
to
I
end
think
the
we should have,
filibuster,
we should
we bring
induct,
it to
no,
Congress. Let
we
me
should
finish my
induct, no,
thing.
but I don't want to do that. We should induct 134 states into the Union from DC. Every neighborhood could be a state. We pass it that way, do a constitutional amendment, and then we kick them out again. I would be in favor of that over the kidnapping thing. There you go. Possible. It's legal.
well-
You're laughing, but it's legal. Republicans wouldn't
But
laugh.
the statement you're
herald
making
me.
is that it is like we're so existential that if certain things don't happen, it is like necessary at some point down the line. There's
The path we're on right
We're
now, we
just
are
in-
living through the fall of the American Empire. Yes, correct.
We're back. We are a democracy decline. This is a backsliding democracy. I think it's the worst it's been since the Civil War. It's not just business as usual. It's meaningfully different.
And even
and so-
worse than the Civil War because we're impacting every other country on the planet as a result of our actions too. Sorry, go ahead, Joseph.
But
yeah, and so and Hutch, the thing that frustrates me a bit is that
I did
when
want to
you
ask
say
a question actually to you, Josiah, and you can wrap
Go ahead.
your statement to Hutch
Sure.
on that because we are going
Sure.
a little long here. But that's okay. It's a great conversation. 2026 comes around, 2028, we win the House, we win the Senate, we win the presidency, and we start doing your agenda, right? We're packing the courts, we're getting rid of the filibuster, we're going after the
man.
Trump administration.
I'm lifting this
legally
desk
and
right
all-
now. I'm lifting it.
Yes,
Keep going.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. And then polling comes out, and we're seeing data that oh shit, we're going to lose all three in the next election cycle. In the 2030, we're going to lose the House, we're going to lose the Senate, and in 2032, we're losing the presidency. And it turns out that the people don't like these things. That electorally, it's going to hurt us significantly. Do you still do those things, or do you stop and say, oh? I don't want to take the electoral loss. I don't want to give the Senate and the House back to the Republicans. It's not important enough to lose those elections. Which do you value more?
It depends on the one. So, for example, let's take them piecemeal. So, you said one of them was like prosecuting Trump and MAGA.
Yes,
That's
yes.
one of them. I would do that regardless of the electoral
Okay,
consequences.
so even if you lose all three branches of the government,
100%, because the alternative is the American people saying basically just let this slide in order to win the next election. No, I think at this point we've tried that before where we've lost elections as a consequence. I think that there needs to be accountability for the long-term health of this democracy, which is more important than winning the next election.
And then
so that's
also-
one where I'd be. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then also to agree with Josiah there. So it's just so funny because you guys keep making this. You say you're like, even if you were to lose all three branches of the government, we already have, right? Every time you keep giving like a worst case scenario, we're already there. We already live in hell. Okay, but I would do it because you know what? The Republican Party that ends up sweeping and winning afterwards, even in the majority, are going to look at the Democrats and they're going to go, "We trashed you guys, okay? But we're going to be kind of chill because this is America, and elections always swing back and forth, literally, no matter the fuck what." And maybe they'll calm the fuck down on some of the fuck shit they do, knowing that when Democrats come in office next time, they have that dog in them, and they will come at them as hard as they've been coming at them.
And to Destiny's point, I'll give you an example that we're
would
doing
never,
right
hold on,
now.
You guys keep saying, hold on. You guys keep saying that, but then you acknowledged during this debate that deterrence such as that has never worked. and it's not
we've said it does
working.
work.
Why would it work now?
It
Why
has
would
worked. It
now?
has
You're
worked. It
saying,
always
well, it's
worked.
never worked
What are you
before,
talking? Our whole
but if we
argument
do
this
it
whole
this
show
time,
is that it's worked.
it'll
It's always
magically
worked.
work.
That's
Why? That's insane.
Wait,
Sorry.
our whole argument has been over and over again that it has worked. In the areas where we fought, they've stopped. Indiana stopped because California won. They stop when we win. They stop when we fight back.
We're talking
on them.
about we're talking about legal consequences.
Wait.
The using the system to prosecute people. This idea that you're ever going to get the Republican Party, like the fervent MAGA base, to ever think
Fuck
like,
the
oh
MAGA
fuck, they're
base.
serious.
We're talking
we need
about the
to back off.
politicians. They're the ones that have
Right.
to be held
Okay,
accountable.
Can I
You
jump in?
just
Can
said
I
a
I feel
moment
like
ago.
No, wait, hang on.
No,
Because
man, you can't. Sorry,
well,
go
wait a minute. Because for the Proposition 50 example, in my opinion, is instructive of the mentality that I'm talking about. So people ask me this all the time. Well, if you gerrymander Proposition 50, we game it out. Which party has the greater potential on paper for gerrymandering?
Well, let me ask you, Josiah, if Trump went after if he went after Comey, if he went after the other people he's going after.
Wick's struggling to name people he hasn't already
okay.
went after, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
No, he's already gone after. The names are
Letitia
escaping
James,
right now, but we all
Powell,
got
Adam
he's
Schiff.
gone
Yeah.
after all these things.
Buttigieg.
Has that made you want to stop opposing him?
Sorry?
Has that deterred you in any way, shape, or form?
Yes,
Right.
it's deterring you guys right now. You guys are deterred
No,
right now.
no,
Yes,
no,
yes, it
that's
is.
what
It's
you're
deterring.
saying. No,
Your whole
no.
argument is that you're deterred.
You're
You're
doing it
saying you're
again.
scared they're going to do it even more.
You are doing it again.
Chess, and you're
Hold
like,
on.
those moves are great. I'll
You
copy
are
those
doing
moves.
you
when he
you
just
are
got
doing the
PDF.
You are doing the false dichotomy again. You're doing like weaponize or surrender. Like probably everybody on this panel agrees that criminals should be prosecuted for crimes.
They're not criminals. Why do you keep saying that? Comey's not a criminal. Letitia James is not a criminal. Bull's not a criminal.
Bro, people that commit crimes, okay?
They're not,
people
they didn't commit crimes. It was bullshit. They were false indictments. What are you talking? Why do you keep? I argued this with Whitty earlier when he's like, well, they use the DOJ to go after criminals. They weren't investigating crime. It was pretextual.
You said that Donald Trump was lawless.
He is. He blatantly says,
the immunity decision does not mean he's not. The immunity decision does not mean that he's not committing crimes. It complicates the enforcement mechanisms after he leaves office. They're not saying everything he does is legal.
Well, they kind of are.
Don't say
they explicitly kind of do.
I don't know why you're quibbling with me on this, but there is a difference.
I'm going to continue with what I was saying. So again, Proposition 50, I supported Gavin Newsom pursuing Proposition 50, even when election experts, including Laksha, your favorite, said that if you maximize for gerrymandering, the Republicans have a higher ceiling for gerrymandering. On paper, we were scheduled to lose that gerrymandering war, and I said it was worth fighting anyway. It's the same sort of mentality. The abuse victim better not hit her abuser in self-defense, otherwise he's going to put her in a coma. It's the same sort of mentality. My position is not that we only make moves that are guaranteed to win. Some fights are worth having just on the merits. Holding Trump accountable, even if it cost us elections, I think would be worth it. Doing Proposition 50, even if at the end of the day, Democrats lost the gerrymandering war because there are more red states to gerrymander, it was worth it. Sometimes engaging in self-defense, even if you still lose the fight, is worth it.
But Jessiah, we're on board. But we are on board with like criminal prosecutions. Again, but
I was answering Wick's question.
What is this? No, but I'm just saying, like, crimes. You don't need to pitch it. Shut the fuck up. There are no, like, you don't need to pitch us on, like, pursuing accountability for people. Destiny is saying nobody's committing crimes, but, like, I'll just speak to you directly. You are saying people are committing crimes and that you want to see legal accountability for that. We're already on board with that. But I just don't support blatantly, explicitly weaponizing and politicizing the DOJ. It doesn't work. It doesn't serve our interests. It doesn't instill a sense of confidence in the system. And to Mitty's point, there is no off-ramp for this, Jessiah. There is no off-ramp for this. They're not going to stop if you do that.
I was answering Wick's question. Wick asked me, would I do certain things even if it resulted in political defeat? And I gave 2 examples where I would. I was answering his question. I wasn't talking to you. Calm the fuck down.
I'll drink a sip of water.
Please do.
Okay. Can I say one more thing before closers?
One more thing, but then we got to get to closings. Then I want super chats, and a lot of people want in, and we're going to try to get to some callers, and that's what we're going to do. So, Mitty, last thing, and then we're going to closings.
Ooh.
I mean, there's a lot I would love to dive into and keep on going, but I would like to challenge the idea. It's like, one, I don't live in the world where we're going to be able to do constitutional amendments in 2028. I don't live in that world. I think that we are probably only going to be able to get legislative reform. I imagine we're not going to be able to overcome the pardons. I imagine none of this is going to happen, and I imagine we will be okay. But when I hear things like you can justify anything, you can indict a ham sandwich, which was in a different context 5 years ago, that was the other side's argument. But the idea that like just be creative enough, you can do anything. And then when I'm like, hey, what does that mean? It's like, oh, well, you can like bog down some famous people with process. And it's like, okay, is that what being creative is going to look like in Newsom's like administration? Is that like we go to the court, and this is where like the existence of this, what are we going to do if, is the problem, right?
Then is there just the point where we have to say we lost that election and that fucking sucked, right? And we need to reform the stuff that like clears up more corruption from happening. But it's like, is there just the point where we say, yeah, like Gavin Newsom probably can't do much to Trump after this other than put him in court a few times. We probably can't do much to Eric Trump other than like, I mean, I guess go after his like tax reforms. Like, but then if we're saying that like, oh, we'll reveal the fact that he insider traded. Yes, like that's what we want to do. We have reason to believe that these things exist, but it's like, if we end up in the position where, like, it feels weird to me that we're just saying that, like, we need this absolute, essential, necessary accountability. And it's like, what does that look like? Well, because of all these obstacles, we have to be creative. Well, what does being creative look like? I gave 3 examples. Why aren't you talking about them? I gave 3 examples.
What 3 examples?
You cited reforms that we might
Hold on. I want to hear him say a thing. Hold on.
Sure.
Congress passed a law to enact Section 3, 14th Amendment. Every elected conservative that was supporting Trump, however the fuck they determine that, they can do whatever. They can draw fucking straws for it. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
What? Massive Supreme Court reform, okay? Term limits, 24
we're
justices.
agreeing on reform. We're agreeing on reform. I don't think we're getting Supreme Court reform.
Okay, well,
that's
wait. But if it comes to the point to where it's like, oh shit, we don't have the votes in the Senate
Stop hacking it.
that if you don't have the votes to the Senate for it, then you add 134 new representatives to Congress via DC, make them all states, what the fuck ever you have to do for it, do that, and then pass a constitutional amendment to do what you need to do, and then get rid of them, like that type of shit to get those things done. That's what I'm saying.
You need Congress to do that, and they would tell you no.
Like even the Democrats. What we're saying. Hold on. I need to finish my point.
Yep.
In this conversation is the presumption that there is this accountability concept that is necessary for the future of America.
Yes.
And I agree that it is. Right? And insofar as we can have it, I want it, right? But when it comes to the obstacles, when we walk up to the obstacles of this happening, right? What we end up with, and I'm like, okay, well, we can't pardon, criminal immunity, like short of like packing the courts, which I'm just going to say that I disagree with principally. I just disagree with it. It's a different conversation.
You disagree with it principally? Wait a minute. You disagree with it principally? Why?
Oh God,
Later.
Later.
I want to stay on my point.
I understand what you're saying. We agree. Listen, I understand what you're saying. This is the argument that we're making.
No, hold on. Yeah, please. Go ahead, Destiny.
Well, no, let him finish. No, go ahead. Let him finish.
No, okay. Concisely, Mitty. Concisely.
I am being concise. Okay. And we end up to this point where it's like we come up on all these obstacles, and the response to that is like, okay, well, we'll be creative. We'll do indictments based on this, and that, and it's like. And when I challenged that doesn't make any sense, our examples are, well, look at process is the punishment. And it's like, okay, is process punishment gonna be this are the Republicans gonna be like fucking forlorn by us like charging them for their gun form taxes like Hunter? Is that gonna be the thing that like stakes them in the heart that we like?
This has
like,
negative impacts. Yes. Look at how much bad press we got for Hunter Biden for so long.
Accountability. We're not talking about fuel in the fire. We're talking about essential accountability for the health of our country. That we tag Eric Trump for jaywalking.
Hutch is about to say. I know what exactly the argument Hutch is about. Hutch is about to say. Oh, he's going to say that was massive accountability for Hunter Biden, but wasn't Hunter Biden pardoned? And didn't you say that since Trump didn't go to prison, that was actually no? Was that the argument you're about to make, Hutch? Go ahead, make that argument.
No, you were the one. No, you were the one that's saying that process is the punishment. But then when I listed all the people that went through like these processes for criminal indictments and getting disbarred, you said it was nothing. You said it was not meaningful.
Process is the punishment because the conservatives weaponize the process to use it. Democrats are using the process to effect an end. Republicans are abusing the process, and then that is the end for them. Do you think Republicans gave a fuck if Hillary actually did something bad with her email servers? No, they used that for a year's worth of fucking media coverage. That was the win. They didn't give a fuck if she got indicted at the internet or if anything bad happened at the internet. They got all the statements from Comey. They got all the fucking media press for it. That's all that matters to them.
If the process is the punishment, I don't know why you downplayed the consequences that I said before, because these people ultimately got pardoned. You are contradicting yourself.
I'm not. Here's the difference.
The
difference is that when Hillary Clinton's emails were talked about, it hurt her election. When Donald Trump was arrested, his mugshot is hanging in the fucking White House. Do you see the difference? The process is a punishment for one side because they're playing by the other rules. The other side is flagrantly abusing them. But you seem to think that they're both the same.
They're winning in spite of, not because of that.
No, it's because they never had real accountability. They never have any real accountability. They don't have real accountability. And by the way, this whole conversation
doesn't matter because the process is the punishment.
Not if you don't treat it that way. Not if you don't give a fuck about the process. Not if it's all a fucking meme to you.
I'm gonna fall back to what I said earlier. I think everything that we've experienced since like 2020 has been almost exclusively a result of the Democratic establishment, because of Joe Biden, completely fucking going silent. There was no leader of the party. Like, Trump would just go out and say shit, and everyone was like, all right, cool, now I know what I have to, like, defend. And they would move and say shit, and the Democratic Party had nothing. I don't think that if we're talking about the essential, necessary, without this we fucking die accountability, like, it's not process punishment. It's get the fucking information out there, have a message, and drill that into everybody's fucking heads.
like, this is the way that I view it. When I say start of the fall of the American Empire, or it happened in 2016, is we're talking about all this domestically. We're not going to get into this in the conversation. But internationally, the entire fucking world is looking at how the United States responds to Donald Trump. And if it's just to move on to the next election for business as usual, who the fuck is ever making any big deal with the United States of America again, knowing that we're one bad inflation period away from electing another fucking lunatic that's going to do God knows the fuck what else all over the world?
Nobody would disagree that like legal accountability or like some kind of accountability is really important after a moment like this. Nobody would disagree with that. But we do have examples in history of world leaders that committed like full-on atrocities that were never held accountable, and then the countries went on to become healthier, functional democracies. Spain with Franco, Chile with Pinochet. You know, like these things have happened before.
Weren't these
I'm not
leaders that were
downplaying.
like, for Pinochet,
I am
these are
not
people that were
downplaying.
deposed or gotten rid of? What do you? Whose administration didn't carry on healthily? No,
They did not go to jail. Franco did not. Franco died when he was in power, I believe. Pinochet like avoided any like real accountability for like he mass murdered like thousands of people. Okay, like that was not ideal that he got away with that. But those countries did find a way to get on a better path. So I think this idea that the idea that the kind of accountability that you guys want is so necessary that if it doesn't happen, it necessarily represents the end of the republic. History does not support what you guys are saying. There are examples of countries getting on a better path when that didn't happen.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not saying it's the end of the republic. I do think it's a major step in democratic backsliding. It's not just a minor step, it's a big deal because it's also a culmination of a pattern. Again, the pardon of President Nixon, the botched Reconstruction at the end of the Civil War. There is a general atmosphere of unaccountability for corrupt leaders, at least corrupt presidents in this country. And then you add the immunity decision on top of it. This is where I totally agree with Destiny. Unless you really use the system to demonstrate to MAGA that there will be legal consequences for their actions. And I understand that you gave some examples. I actually disagree with Destiny on some of them. I do. Fox's behavior did change in certain respects after the Dominion lawsuit. Tucker Carlson was fired. They didn't traffic openly in the 2020 election denialism as a consequence. When Gavin Newsom threatened his $787 million lawsuit just last year against Jesse Waters apologized on air because they didn't want to get slapped with that sort of shit again. Now, I would also argue in many of the instances, the punishment was relatively minor. So 4 months for Steve Bannon, and I think Navarro, you said as well, or who was the other one? Was it Manafort?
Navarro,
Manafort was pardoned, yeah. And so the problem was this wasn't the end of the age of Trump. Trump himself is the one, to me, that matters most. It's important to try to get as many of the MAGA high command as possible, but as long as they felt that there was a future for them post-Trump. I mean, Steve Bannon went to prison in 2024 pretty confident that Trump at least had a coin flip of winning the election. So he said, I'm doing this for Trump. I'm Trump's biggest soldier, because there was a life for him and his movement after he got out of prison. It's not just an instance of punishment. It's an atmosphere of accountability that comes from the legislature and the executive. I think that's what needs to be done. I'll just wrap up with this as far as because I was trying to address some of the things that Mitty said. I think the Supreme Court reform would address much of this. The immunity decision, the Supreme Court giveth, the Supreme Court can taketh away. A new liberal court can go back and just smack that shit down. The pardons, the Supreme Court is the one who interprets constitutionality, right? So in theory, you could get a liberal Supreme Court saying mass preemptive pardons by the President of the United States. That's not what the founders intended, because it's a get-out-of-jail-free card by the President of the United States. They could interpret that sort of thing that way. Or the self-pardon. There are constitutional scholars who argue, I don't know if they're right because it hasn't been tested yet, that the self-pardon by the President is unconstitutional because it violates a bedrock principle that the president can't basically be the criminal and the judge at the same time. He can't give himself a get-out-of-jail-free card as well. And to pack the Supreme Court, you don't need a constitutional amendment. I agree with you. We're not going to see that anytime soon. 27 amendments in 250 years, not going to happen. All you need is a federal statute to expand the court.
Okay. Can I?
You can respond, but we do have callers that are begging me.
There was one. Like, we have to get to this. I promise you, it'll be worth it. I'll ask Jessiah. Okay. Do you acknowledge that you will need a mandate from the public to execute these kinds of like really extraordinary measures?
unless Democrats are willing to do it without campaigning on Democrats, I mean the lawmakers, yes, you probably need some sort of buy-in from the public. Not necessarily though. Like in theory, you could have every Democratic candidate in the House and the Senate and the presidency never talk about this shit and just have like a secret deal that as soon as we win the presidency and both chambers of Congress, we can pounce on this shit. But otherwise, yes, you probably need to build and spend the political capital.
Who decides when the coast is clear? Who decides when these extreme kind of measures are no longer necessary? Who decides when we're, quote, like back to normal and like MAGA has been sufficiently dominated?
As far like to my satisfaction, or you're saying in practical terms?
I mean, someone has to decide, right?
In practical terms, it would be party leadership if they're given the levers of power.
Okay. And if they derive their power from the voters, the next question I want to ask you is really important. What signs are you seeing in the electorate currently that they would back an explicitly partisan, we must entirely crush MAGA kind of approach?
I don't think that that's how they should. I don't think that that's how necessarily how Democratic candidates should campaign on it. I think in blue districts, you could probably campaign on a partisan. We're going to hold the Trump administration accountable. John Ossoff in a purple swing state like Georgia probably has to go with just an aggressive general accountability metric. But yeah, I think that you can.
It's not campaigns. It's not. It's about like once you get power, you don't want to do a situation where you do so many things that are so extreme that you would give the Republicans like a supermajority the next cycle, right? You wouldn't want to do that, right?
Well, again, like some things I would be willing to lose elections over, like prosecuting Trump. Yeah, I'd be willing to. Like that's why I answered when you and I had our disagreement earlier, and I was answering Wick.
Okay, so in your situation, we've done these extraordinary measures. They hid their power level. They take office. We do a really partisan, maybe weaponized agencies, just crush MAGA approach.
I reject the premise of that. I disagree with the premise of that it's inherently partisan or it's weaponized. I disagree with that.
It's not inherently partisan to set a goal of like members of the Republican Party in jail.
It is no more inherently partisan than you telling me multiple times on stream that you would appoint Jack Smith in part because you don't even have to say it, bro. We know he'd go after Trump.
Would it be bipartisan?
I 100% supporting still going after Democratic criminals. If there's a Democratic criminal, 100%.
I didn't mean that. I mean like the effort to like for accountability for Republicans specifically. Would you get bipartisan support for like going after them?
Are you saying would I try to get like Republican lawmakers in on it, or do you mean?
I think it is. I think it is partisan, but that's like a neutral term. I'm not meaning it like a bad term. It's just, but it is but this would be a partisan effort, right? And so like if you do that,
I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
I'll abandon the language. I don't want to get hung up on it.
Were Garland's prosecutions of Trump partisan?
No, that came from an independent DOJ. That's the difference. It didn't come from a politician. There was no directive. He just operated as you should within the boundaries of that norm, which is a good norm. But I still want to say, like, I don't understand how could you say that the country would be in a better place if you would be willing to potentially give Republicans a supermajority 4 years later by taking extraordinary measures that all signs right now with the electorate point to a huge chunk of the country that is just really tired of both parties. And I just don't see a path that you could do this thing that you want to do, that it wouldn't just like really empower Republic. Like, what did the country gain? You got to put Donald Trump in jail, but now like maybe the Republicans have like 60 votes in the Senate.
We talked about this before. It would have to be wedded with, a pro-labor, pro-middle class, pro-lower class, robust policy. I think last time you and I talked about it, we even talked about our own version of the One Big Beautiful Bill where we, cut housing regulations and, do a bunch of other shit and put Supreme Court expansion in that same federal statutory bill. You would absolutely have to spend your political capital wisely. If it's just seen by the American people that you don't give a fuck about their taxes or the national debt or the cost of living, and it's all about sticking it to Trump, then I agree that's a recipe for disaster. As far as I'm aware, I can't speak for Steven, but I know I'm not saying that that's how we would pitch it to the American people. I would say that accountability and prosperity are two sides of the same coin. At the same time that Donald Trump was single-handedly spiking your gas prices, he was acting to enrich himself and his family. He was simultaneously jacking up your gas prices and also leaking, crucial foreign policy deadlines to, family members and allies so they could short the stock market and reap the fall of that sort of thing. Like I would pitch it that way. I would also say the Supreme Court reform is necessary not only to undo presidential immunity. This is a country that was founded on liberty, not, an infallible tyrant, but also anything that we want to do as the American people, get money out of politics, for example, money out of elections, we have to change this court because this court will cock-block any attempt to do that. I would pitch it in the best possible way to the American people to get buy-in. But I don't think Stephen or I are suggesting that what we do is like, hey guys, fuck all your other concerns. We're just going after Trump. See you in 2 years.
Even if you do throw them these bones of like maybe higher minimum wage or pro-labor policies or whatever, what you are describing, it would be explicitly partisan and it would be coming from a politician. There is a difference between framing accountability coming from an impartial law enforcement body versus explicitly partisan. And right now, the electorate are not showing us any signs that they would get behind your strategy. And I don't understand why your strategy of being explicit about it, we want to go after Trump because he did these things. Why is that more preferable than allowing an aggressive prosecutor that you appoint as AG to operate independently?
Okay. Let me ask Stephen, because again, I've said this before. Like, I'm not necessarily wedded to Stephen.
We gotta
real quick. Real quick. This is the answer that I've given, but Haj either doesn't believe me or won't contend with this. Is the issue is that every time you're in a fight with somebody, your best defensive moves often require you to reposition yourself such that you're gaining an edge offensively. You keep asking these questions of like, well, right now the electorate doesn't have an appetite for this fight, but if you were a conservative, what you would say is we need to have this fight so that the Republic develops an appetite for it. I think that now Jessiah, in a way, I think kind of got there, or we align on things. So when I say like let's say that my position, I'm not necessarily supporting this. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Somebody's like, we need to expropriate all the wealth from Trump's family. We just need to fucking rob them, right? It wouldn't be, hey guys, let's rob Trump because we're super partisan, LOL. It would be what Jessiah said. At a time when Americans were experiencing record high inflation, every time Trump was going to make a crazy foreign policy decision on poly market, one of his friends was cashing out. Why was the Republican president allowed to enrich himself off the backs of Americans while we were sending boys to die in Iran or whatever? It would be stuff like this. As you have the fight, as you raise these issues to a higher saliency in the American mind, part of the fight develops the appetite for the thing that you're trying to do. It's not like this is why we never take an aggressive step. It's because it feels like every day we're just sitting here waiting around for the public to develop an appetite for some aggressive step. Meanwhile, Republicans take them and then they create the desire for them.
But hang on, Destiny. Like this is where I can't get you to acknowledge that Donald Trump's explicitly partisan weaponization of DOJ have not benefited him. You worm out of that by saying, well, the process is the punishment, therefore, like they got what they wanted. But the public right now are disgusted with this administration. And we are now going from a situation where 6 months ago, nobody was having a conversation realistically about the Democrat. No, you don't. Stop talking.
You're repeating the same shit. It's not relevant. I already have my answer. My answer's going to be, it's not because of his weaponization of the DOJ. It's because gas prices are high.
You're saying we need to do what they're doing because it's working out for them. And right now we're cruising to a midterm election where the Democrats could realistically end up with a 53 seat majority in the Senate.
In the Congress,
you don't acknowledge but you don't acknowledge that that's a big deal. You don't get it, Destiny. You don't understand.
What do you mean?
That is a significant
Do you think that I think that it's
pay.
not good to win Congress? Destiny doesn't know it's good to win Congress. That's an opinion you think I have?
You're downplaying it, Destiny. You're saying that that's not a sufficient, like, who cares? It's just the Senate. It's like, whatever. But that's a big deal.
No, I'm saying that it's not necessarily a win. It's like becoming the king of ashes.
What was
the win of doing the prosecutions?
The win of doing what prosecutions?
Winning a Senate majority.
We are
circling.
Because the prosecutions that they were doing was an attempt to win with the public. That's the goal. Is they always angle this in some kind of like PR victory,
and they lost.
You know what?
They failed, bro. It didn't work out for them. Donald Trump didn't manufacture consent for these prosecutions. It blew up in his face.
We gotta move on. We gotta get to the closing statements, and we gotta get to Collins, and then we gotta.
Just one final question. I won't even say anything in response. Just, do you think that overall, 10 years back, if you are a Republican or a Democrat, and then you look 10 years into the future, do you think that a Democrat or a Republican would feel more strongly that their overall aims for America had been advanced?
Right now, Democrats, for sure. Right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I just said I wouldn't say anything.
Okay,
that's
You
fine.
said you weren't going to say
I'm
anything.
not, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
That was
I
on
didn't
you.
say anything. You're right.
Okay. Hank, this has been
Hold on. Can I answer the question?
quickly. We got things.
If Democrats do not take this next opportunity, Republicans by a long shot. But this opportunity could be Democrats by a mile.
Okay.
To codify
Great.
reforms. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, this has been I've loved this discussion. It's very, very fiery, very passionate, and I think we have hit on the core issues at play for the most part. I'll give each of these people a concise, really brief closing statements. Shout yourselves out, all that, and then we got people who are. I've got like 10 DMs from Soy Pill. Okay, I'm not kidding, and he is crying.
9 of them are dick pics.
Shitting himself, right? Vomiting, begging, and we're gonna get to it. Let's start with Minnie, and we'll let. We'll start with Destiny, and we'll let Minnie have the last word. So, Destiny, close us out.
Yeah, I think that after this election season, I think that MAGA is going to be crushed and they're kind of sort of die as a movement. But I think that there's still going to be a Republican Party. They're still going to be in play for 2030 and 2032. And all the Republicans that you see now are like, oh, I didn't support Trump. And we're just going to continue on with business as usual, exhausting who knows how much political capital trying to do reforms and whatever to make it so the last Trump stuff doesn't happen again and get none of our agenda passed. Meanwhile, Republicans have seen an insanely unprecedented explosion of things like ICE, of isolating the United States from the rest of the world, of any of the evangelicals that are obsessed with Israel and blowing up Middle Eastern countries, of getting rid of Roe v. Wade, of further entrenching, especially if Alito goes soon or whatever, their hold on the Supreme Court. Republicans have just long-term benefited in so many ways that I think they will gladly, lose an election and then come back the next term or whatever. Because what are the Democrats even going to do in our 4 years? We're going to be trying to rebuild the country from wherever Trump left it, which is what we have to do every single time we come back into office anyway. And the idea that I'm going to walk away feeling so proud that in 2028 my Democratic president made every single thing Trump did illegal, so he can't do it again, as his family walk away as billionaires, as we pass no substantial legislation, and then we have the next lunatic fucking conservative come in. That's just wild to me. But
okay, thank you for being here. We'll really appreciate your participation. Everyone knows where Destiny is. Go follow him. Hutch, please.
Yeah, I mean, I've just spent a lot of years arguing with the online left about liberal democracy, and one of their main points that they've been making to me over and over again over the years is that liberal democracies are just not sufficient to protect against fascism. The voters can't be trusted in the long run, and that power needs to be wielded to crush their opposition. And it has been a bit unnerving to hear very similar sentiments being expressed from spaces that I just would never have expected just a couple of years ago, because it seems like a lot of liberals agree these days. And there is no off-ramp to what we're talking about here. I mean, Destiny's talking about, the Republican Party's still going to be around. It's like, well, yeah, this is a democracy. It's not a realistic win condition to say that, you want to pursue a policy agenda to lock Republicans out of power. That is just, we are so past beyond the pale at that point. I also want to tie the conversation that we're having to the idea of the importance of realistic win conditions. And ContraPoints, she made a really, I think, important and instructive Instagram post maybe a year ago where she critiqued the online left. And her observation was that unbridled rage coupled with unrealistic win conditions created the kind of conditions that only led to doom, misery, dread, and bitterness. And I think that was perfectly on point in terms of her critique of that kind of activism that they were doing. And I'm seeing a lot of that these days, again, in some very unconventional spaces. And I think it's important to approach the path ahead with keeping in mind what are realistic win conditions. We should pursue reforms. And I think we have an opportunity to do that the next time we win a trifecta.
Thanks for being here, Hutch. Really appreciate you. Everyone knows where you can find Hutch. Go find him on YouTube, Twitch, all that. Jessiah, please.
Yeah, so I think we're a democracy in decline. We're a backsliding democracy. It didn't start with Trump. It's been a process going on certainly for the past 40 years. I would say certainly since the era of Newt Gingrich, then accelerating under McConnell, and then Trump accelerating it further still. I'm not convinced that the Republican Party normalizes after 2028, especially if there is no meaningful accountability. And it is looking increasingly likely that that is not, if not necessarily outright impossible, because you could theoretically have state prosecutions and still federal prosecutions. You could theoretically resurrect the cases by Jack Smith against Trump, but the window is shrinking. I think it is a necessary but insufficient step, necessary but insufficient to hold Trump, members of the Trump family, the corrupt criminal members of the Trump administration and the Republican Party accountable. And not just once. I think you have to create an atmosphere of general accountability. I think we've tried it other ways, just the turn the other cheek mentality or just pass good legislation mentality, and just hope and pray that the Republican Party doesn't abuse us. But that's just not how it worked. The when they go low, we go high thing has not redounded to our benefit. Yes, we still win elections. We win as often as we lose. We're still able to hold our own against the Republican Party, which is impressive when you consider the many disadvantages that we have. But we're not talking about just winning things cycle by cycle. We're talking about meaningfully improving and progressing the American experiment, not just simply slowing the decay. And that requires the gathering of political capital. It requires the aggressive judicial use of political capital. You have all sorts of people saying the Biden administration mishandled its approach to Trump, that Merrick Garland was not the man for the moment. Republicans like Chris Christie argue that. Eric Holder, the former attorney general, said that. Glenn Kirshner, Mark Elias. It's a consensus. This idea that there's no off-ramp, the fact of the matter is that in order to have a functioning society, you have to have buy-in from as many people as possible. We live in a duopoly. One of the two major parties is a bad faith actor. This idea that if we take risks, if we fight back, there's no off-ramp. I mean, again, I use the hyperbolic example all the time. You could easily make the case that the best way to get the Republicans to stop abusing us would be for every Democrat to just resign their seats, just turn over the keys, all of the keys to the Republicans. Okay, we want you to stop hitting us. Here you go. You get all the power. Now stop hitting us. None of us would agree with that. We would all say, no, fuck you. There are some things worth fighting for. I do think accountability is a necessary but insufficient process. We got to package it with, a robust legislative agenda that helps us win elections, which helps us build more political capital to spend on accountability. And I do think packing the Supreme Court and making Supreme Court reforms is the easiest, most linear approach to doing that. So you can find me at Pondering Politics, youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. And Hutch is still my boy, even though he's wrong here, and on the Rise of Skywalker.
Damn, I lost a bet, actually. I thought the "he's my boy" counter was going to be way higher than it was. So, fair enough. Mitty, final word.
Hi. I am still bullish about America. I wish I could have gone into my side of things a little bit more, but I think that generally speaking, I do think that if Democrats take this next opportunity that they've been handed, and they do it well, that the 6 steps forward with Biden and then the 10 steps back with Trump, we can swing back the other way just as hard. I do think of all the people that benefit, I would agree. I think Eric Trump probably is walking out of this the richest man, and I think that's terrible. And if you could give me a way in which we could stop that from the case, I'd be totally for it. But I think that we are entering, for better or for worse, a post-Chevron era where the Supreme Court is telling us to get the legislative branch in gear, and it's not doing that. And the North Star of the Democratic Party should be doing that. Because if we do that, we get the impeachment back. The impeachment is off the table because of where we're at right now. The gridlock, I don't know. I just think that we have the opportunity to shore up our country. I think that scammers might look at this and be inspired, but I don't think legislators, I don't think Republicans, I don't think anybody is looking at what this administration has done, and they're thankful that it happened if they're invested at all in a rightward movement in our country. I think that they're scared shitless about the next season. I think that we talk down Biden and his agenda getting shot down, but his legislative agenda wasn't stopped. I think that we live in a post-Chevron world now, and Trump made it clear that he was going to stop that. But I
I think going forward, there's reform to be done. I think the legislative branch is our answer. I don't see a path for anything that we're talking about other than fixing up the problems that we encountered in this term. And I think we're going to be given the mandate to do that. And I think we should actually just do it. I'm going to be hanging out in the super ego. You can't find me anywhere else. Please don't try.
Okay, thank you for being here, all of you. We're going to get some callers. We're going to get as many as we possibly can. I know some of you have been waiting longer than others, but I'm going to prioritize content because I got to make money. Speaking of money, if you like the stream, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, super chat at me, do all these things. We will get to super chats. It's just
I'm briefly going mobile again because I have to pee, but I'm listening.
I understand. Do your thing. Do mobile. We're going to bring in the first two. We're going to do this 2 at a time, okay? Soy Pill and Storm Wolf are first, so here we go. Okay. Soy Pill, Storm Wolf. You're here. You have thoughts.
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me fix my setup.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can go in the meantime. I guess for Justin and Jesiah, I guess Jesiah's not here. I feel like we talk a lot about punishment. What do we mean by punishment? This is something I feel like, I know we talked about the reforms and like the whole thing with like the Congress thing with the insurrectionists, but like when it comes to punishment in our DOJ and prosecuting for crimes, what does that look like? I feel like that's just not something that's been covered at all.
So I mean, I gave my 3 reforms. One would be I think the big one would be the 14th Amendment Section 3 thing.
Yeah, but like that's a reform. I'm asking like, what does the punishment look like? For example, if we think crimes have been committed, what does it look like to go after those?
I don't know if crimes have been committed. I don't think this is like a crime-heavy thing. I think it's a democracy norm, whatever abuse kind of thing. But like, I don't.
So to lay out the reason why I'm asking is because like I know in your last conversation with Hutch Destiny, you talked about the whole pretextually kind of idea, right? Like if you pretextually go into investigations, are you saying like that's not something you're advocating for anymore? Like, I'm genuinely asking.
I said before you could do anything you want. You can make up anything if you want to be pretextual. But the 3 examples that I gave that I think would be sufficient if we could get through with them would be the Section 3 14th Amendment enforcement via Congress, huge Supreme Court reform, and then abolishing the filibuster. I think are the 3 big things.
He's not asking if you could do these things. Like, do you want like the system to potentially like incarcerate people?
These are the 3 things that I'm advocating for. Are you asking me like, is this the 4th thing I would advocate for, or what do you mean?
He's asking you about like prison. That's what he's asking you about, right, Storm?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, because at least that for me, that's what the conversation has been. Because I think my frustration in this conversation when I watch is, I think everyone agrees that accountability, reform, and good governance are necessary. Yet I feel like no one is getting to specifics. So when we're disagreeing about the extent to what
I gave my 3 specifics. I don't know what else I would say.
Yeah, I agree. So that's fine. I guess my other thing is, and this is what I was going to get to next, is how are we deciding when it is okay to break norms or when it's okay to step outside the system, and how do we get back? I feel like that's another thing, right? Off ramps are important, right?
Well, I mean, you would look at your motivation for breaking said norms, and then you would have to do it. It probably, unfortunately, be like literally on a case by case basis. I don't know if you could make rules for people breaking rule sets.
Sure, I actually disagree, because like I think the gerrymandering thing is a great example where I think you can make a great example of why the gerrymandering thing is okay. It's not just that like, oh, we need to fight back against gerrymandering, that a failure to fight back against gerrymandering removes any possibility of actually winning back power. So I think in that situation, it made sense why that was necessary. But it feels like sometimes when we hear a lot of these reforms of stepping outside the norms, they're doing things that are possible to do in other metrics and other ways possible, and we're taking a huge risk by doing them, which is my struggle. I know I talked to Jesiah.
What is a huge risk? What do you mean by huge risk?
Electoral risks, norm risk of not being able to get back into a system of like where we have this kind of gentleman's agreement, right?
Storm, this is why the threshold matters, because we're talking about existential threats to democracy, and like Destiny and Jesiah and I aren't considering this like, oh, like maybe we should just do this because we don't like Trump. It's, hey, there's a good possibility that Trump might be able to never let us ever win an election again. And if that is a 5% or 10% or a 50% chance, are you going to do anything about that? God damn it, my fucking camera overheated because Wiki took a fucking hour to wrap this shit up. Okay.
What do you mean?
You had your camera on the whole fucking time?
Are you not in control? I was streaming.
I just whatever action has to be.
It's fine. I can do it without the camera. You can just hear how fucking mad I am. All right?
I gave the 3.
Here's the thing.
Wait, real quick.
The whole point is.
I give the 3 things that I would be comfortable with. I think those are the 3 things. I think we should be really aggressive at getting those 3 things done as much as possible. I think that part of the aggressive action wins the support of the public. I think the reason why the public likes Trump so much sometimes, like Trump didn't think, does the public want Hillary Clinton locked up? He went out and he started chanting, lock her up, as they manufactured the desire for the Republic to see that. Like, this is the thing that they do. Is this
historically unpopular. He's historically unpopular. I don't know why you say, oh, the public likes when he wilds out.
Because he got all the... Okay, Biden was incredibly unpopular after he flubbed his debate, correct?
He was not historically unpopular in the way that Donald Trump is. You keep like, why are you
Same
saying?
question when you finish your ramble. No, let me out. Same fucking question. Holy shit. My question was
popularity
Biden really
dipped?
Thank you. Correct.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
in response to Biden's popularity dipping, the Democratic Party expelled Biden. In response to Trump's popularity dipping, the Republicans don't. Why?
And they're paying a price for it.
Why?
You don't acknowledge this.
Why didn't they?
He's an albatross.
Wait, no, but you just said that. You said they're paying a price for it. So why don't they expel him? What's keeping them from doing it?
Because they are afraid of him. They are afraid. He rules by fear. He can end their careers with a tweet. That is not a functional way to run a party, and they are crumbling right now because of it.
Because
this
the
is not
Republican
something
Party
to
doesn't
emulate.
have the Republican Party doesn't have the bona fides to stand up to him. Like I mean, not that it was a hard.
What do you
call
mean?
To make,
Wait.
In the 2020,
No,
in the 2020.
What happened if they impeach? If they were to impeach?
Let Mitty go. Mitty, finish your point.
In the 2024 or those primaries, like there was no like anti-Trump candidate that had any. There was no way for them to beat Trump. Like there was no charismatic.
They could have chosen They could have chosen a different primary candidate.
That's so true. That's
No,
so true.
McConnell,
They didn't have the point. The MAGA base is captured by Trump. There's a difference.
The lawmakers are too, though. Why didn't they convict him in 2021? They had the votes for it, and they didn't do it.
Yes, I agree, but then my point is...
answer the question. Why? Why didn't they?
Because they don't care. I agree with you, because they're also ideologically captured. Okay with it. I agree
they're
with you.
not
I'm here to
ideologically
defend
captured.
MAGA.
They weren't the lawmakers are not ideologically captured by Trump. They saw a big
Because
benefit
the
by
base
keeping
is, and
around.
they know they need to support him to maintain their base
They saw
support.
benefit for it by keeping
I agree with
around.
you on this one. But do you remember what we talked about with luxury, about like the idea of like it's not about just sometimes you can shift the overtime window, but sometimes that's discovering it. The reason why Trump is so popular is because there's a broad anti-establishment support that backs him. So when you talk about, and he's able to manipulate that to benefit. So when people see corruption from Trump, he's able to spin that to everyone's corrupt, I'm open about it, blah, 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 right? We need to somehow sever that tie. There's ways to disincentivize bad actors. I agree, punishment and accountability is one, but another one is to sever political capital. I feel like that's what I never hear people talk about, and sometimes people are willing to say, like, okay, we can do things that might be, like, seen as, like, against the norms or see as corrupt,
I agree with you,
without risk political capital.
But I think some of the political capital things, if you thought you were going to get fucked by supporting somebody like Donald Trump, then maybe when you're doing your Senate confirmation hearings, maybe you don't just go ahead and confirm any random drunk ex-Fox News host to any crazy fucking position on the cabinet. Maybe you stop and think about those things, right? Because even for the crazy running everything from the White House that Trump does, he still at the very least kind of sort of needs his cabinet people, right? But every single Republican in the Senate seems to be going along with it. Despite the fact you guys are saying over and over again that it's disastrous for the party, they still see it as politically beneficial for them to do so, more so than not.
They're short term, though. Right, they are trading short, like they get short-term gains.
They will lose the next election, maybe too.
Crushed.
No, not in the long term, because they're getting their USAID is gone.
Idea of the Senate
it's not coming back. The Department of
right?
Education is gone. It might not come back. A lot of the big legislation that Biden passed, parts of it are gone. Who the fuck knows if it'll come back?
Wait, but the idea of this Senate being in play is insane, right? You agree? Wait, Destiny, you agree that this Senate being in play is insane considering the Senate map, right? That's like an insane thing to be happening right now, right?
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, so he did take a hit. The fact that Republicans are going to lose a Congress in this disastrous of a way is
now
crazy.
all the legislation they've been talking about is going to not get passed.
Try to steal the election.
They're not even trying to pass any fucking
We're
literally on like the 27th fucking shutdown of the government because these motherfuckers can't do anything. They can't even hold on to their House majority seats. They don't give a fuck about Congress.
If it doesn't matter,
we can use Congress, can't we?
Not with the president, not with Trump as the president.
Can't we use Congress to
once we have a president and we get rid of the filibuster, we could. But you guys know that
I wonder what all of you were saying.
Wait, is there popular support right now for the American public for getting rid of the filibuster? Or is that still broadly supported by the American public?
Say that one. Could you say again?
Where's the American public at on support for the filibuster right now?
There's not a lot of polling for that. That's not something that gets asked a lot. But it's usually like, I don't know, like around like...
We should wait until the voters have a consensus. Like Prop 50, I don't think Gavin
What did the voters come out at 49%?
I think we should have just like waited until all the Californians came together and was like, actually, maybe we should fight back, and then Gavin Newsom could have done it, right?
Wait, I justified why the gerrymandering thing was good, didn't I? Didn't I explain why I thought the gerrymandering thing was good?
People, are you okay with this?
Yeah, and if you ask them before they introduce the legislation, not a single fucking person would know what we were talking about. You had to actually introduce something and tell them and manufacture this.
Soypel, do you concede that it's easier for a governor of a blue state with a blue supermajority to whip support for retaliatory redistricting compared with something like let's add 150 states in DC?
Yeah.
It is
not
like
just easier.
It's like 1,000 times easier.
Right,
So this
sure,
is
but
not
It's a
just to be
complete
clear,
difference in
Hutch,
character that they
you
broke
say
the norm
if
first.
we can't do it as a prop, if Illinois decides to do it legally within the system, not even anything extrajudicial, if they could do that, you wouldn't support it, right?
No,
Yes,
I
because
said
norms aren't about the legality.
No, it's legal.
about-
Who cares, right?
I'm saying that
If
I
we
think
have
that if
a norm about not gerrymandering, yes, we care. But if someone breaks the norm first,
Okay,
then we
yeah,
don't
and they're
care.
breaking the norm, and Hutch said I wouldn't support the person
No,
doing
no,
it.
hold on,
without
hang on,
a
I
prop,
did-
Do you support
right?
kidnapping Congress members to get
No.
filibuster undone?
No.
Was this a serious proposition? Was this on a serious
No
note?
one's-
I don't
no,
think
this is
Destiny was.
stupid.
I'm sorry,
Can you-
I don't
no,
know.
I'm talking about
this
how
was like a
earlier in
meme
this
thing.
debate, Hutch said that we should not gerrymander Illinois if it was not in the same way as a
I
prop
didn't.
system.
I said
You
I
literally
wouldn't
did.
support-
You literally said no.
you're
I don't think I would support that when
I tried to
Jesiah asked you.
clarify. I
Hutch.
tried to clarify. Maybe I didn't do a good job. I'm saying I would prefer putting it to voters because that has more
That's
legitimacy.
saying I wouldn't support it. And either way, what
I
you're
wouldn't
doing is
support it.
weaponizing.
I
Wait,
wouldn't
actually,
You're
wait,
saying,
actually, Jeremy,
I
I
want
think
to
one thing we talked about
disenfranchise
is off-ramp.
Republicans, something we both agree is bad because it's going to fight back against their weaponization, right?
Well, where are you going with this? Where are you
The
going
point
with
is
this?
that there's obviously a threshold, and you kind of almost got to this. There's obviously a fucking threshold where you'll say, you know what, I'll do bad things, right?
Like bad things? That
Yeah,
would mean
like
that would mean.
disenfranchising Republicans.
I'll tell you very clearly. If we're in a situation where the voters can't remove the party because they don't like what they're doing, and the Congress cannot rein in the executive, and the
Yeah.
judiciary cannot put a check on power,
Yep.
and like if those guardrails are gone, then
Yep.
we're off to the races.
Okay,
Is
and
it
what
all
is
of
it?
them?
Because
Is it
you
all of
seem to
them?
be
Wait a
very
minute.
reactive and
Is
not
it-
proactive. I need to
Go
ask
apart.
because this is like the whole crux of the
Let Hutch
conversation. Because
finish,
the
let
whole
Hutch
no,
finish.
Wick, the
Hold
whole
on, let Hutch
disagreement.
finish.
No, Wick,
Let
Wick,
Bill
you
go
let
first.
them,
Let
you
Hutch
talk to them,
finish.
talk to me for 10 minutes, Wick. All right.
Jesus
Look,
Christ.
No, what's the threshold? What's the threshold
He's
for
telling
you
you
to
the
believe that
threshold.
you need to be proactive in stopping someone from potentially dismantling democracy? What's the
You would
threshold?
have
Is it
to- you would have
10%?
to have-
Is it 50%? Is it 90%?
You would have to have a lot of confidence or a reasonable amount of confidence. You would have to have a reasonable basis
Yeah.
to assume or to know that this is inevitably going to happen.
Okay, so when he
your
says,
burden
when
is
his
to
vice president
establish-
says, "I'll do it again next time it happens," is that enough?
No, it's not. Frankly, it's not. No.
Do we
Like,
say
here's-
this all
you
the
can't
time
take
for
Trump
third term or
seriously.
election?
You can't take Trump
You love-
seriously.
This is rhetoric. Listen to me. This is rhetoric. There's a difference between rhetoric and the actual guardrails, actual pillars no longer being there. If we get to the midterms, hang on. If we get to the midterms and they go off without a hitch and they are like, if we take back the Senate and we take back the House, are you guys going to concede that maybe the acute threat is not quite as existential?
No,
as you're
because we
saying
won
right
in 2020
now?
and he tried to overthrow the election.
Also, I like how you're
That's-
saying if.
that's what I
Wait,
mean.
just to be clear,
We
wait,
can
Hutch.
still
So
vote.
if we
The
don't have,
Congress can
wait,
still
if
check
we
the
don't,
president. The court
if we
can still
don't,
check
if
the
we don't,
president.
if he does the Save America Act and he uses ISIS as thugs and everything, if we don't have free and fair elections, will you please admit that as we're dying together in some death camp in fucking Toledo, Ohio, that you were wrong? Will you admit that before we go into the showers to be killed?
That's the point.
Will you please?
I will
Thank
join you. But
Okay,
the-
I
thank
don't.
you.
This is not a serious. Wait, this is not serious. The idea that we're not going to have free and fair elections.
fucking
The Save
serious.
Act is not passing. First of all, second of all,
It's not. No, it's
Oh,
not.
second
Well,
of
it's
all-
fine then. We don't have to put him in jail then. It's cool.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
God,
so
so
the
the
problem
problem
is,
is-
be clear,
Wait,
if
wait,
there's
so
a
let's
legitimate
address
risk
the
to
elephant in
elections.
the
Wait,
room.
one second.
Let's address the elephant. No, don't
I'm
one
just
second me. No, Stormwind. Don't 1 second
Oh,
me.
Did you just call him
Let's
Stormwind?
address the certitude that you have that MAGA is like KIA after this is insane. You guys were probably saying the same shit after 2020. Oh my God! Not only
Who
did
said
we
they
win
were
the
KIA?
presidency, not only did we
I
keep the
voted for
House.
Trump in
Fuck, we
2020.
flipped.
Who said they were KIA?
Georgia.
Who said that?
We flipped Georgia. We flipped both seats. We snatched them both
Both
away
said that?
and kept the majority.
Who
said
said
he
that
bet
they were
you said it.
KIA if we like win the midterms? Who said that?
You guys are so confident that he's cooked.
Are you not confident that we're going to take back the House at least? Like, are you not confident?
You know what I love? You know what I love about that?
I'm
I
serious.
just said
Are you?
how certain.
I'm not
I
saying
just,
that,
I was
and then
just
you-
picking exactly. I was just picking on him for that, and he's like, "Wait, you're not certain? Listen, I'm reasonably confident that we're going to take back the House."
Okay, we agree
The
then.
Senate-
What is the issue?
Oh, you're right. Wick, we can call it. We can call it. We took back that. Sure, we had the White House, the House, and the Senate from 21 until January 2025, but we don't have to worry because we're going to have the House
None of that
in
matters because
2027.
Trump won an election
This
once.
is not-
So all,
this is
so
the-
all
exactly.
this
Yes,
Democratic
exactly.
majority that we've had for
I'm gonna be honest.
years.
If your realistic, if your win condition is I guess, indefinitely just block Republicans from winning elections. I don't think that's
no one is
realistic.
saying block Republicans. We're saying block people that support the insurrectionists. Fucking, we
Who
have
happen to be
don't we have a
Republicans.
that's their problem. Don't we have a fucking law banning the fucking Communist Party? And you're acting like
You're
it's like
asking for
impossible
a way-
to deal with MAGA.
You're
The
saying
people
that
that support
short-term gains don't matter. You're saying that short-term gains don't matter
not
if
sufficient.
Republicans
No,
win
no, no.
future elections.
He says they
We
matter.
can make short-term
Fantastical.
gains. We can make short-term gains. But what's happening is the Republicans come in, they do long-term damage. The Democrats come in and they make a little bit of short-term patchwork. Then we get another set of Republicans that come in
here
and
it
do
is,
long-term
here it is.
damage.
It's the same thing. This is the same thing.
To be clear, this is short-term gains. When you talk about how we need to have the accountability and you guys don't care if we lose future elections, that is short-term gains.
No!
What's to stop the next Republican president? Wait,
Yes.
what's to stop the next Republican president from coming in and being even more brutish?
Because
they
he
say,
knows.
oh, well, I know they're going to
You're
come after
wrong.
me.
know that
You're
you'll
so
go to
wrong.
jail if he
They are
tries that, which
operating.
they
Hold on.
haven't done.
There are so
You think
many.
Trump doesn't know he's
the
gonna go to
entire
jail after this?
He's not.
Guys,
He's not,
we can
right?
consult the
He was under
entire.
prosecution.
We can consult the entire
sorry, I forgot he
record.
went to jail,
Every
right.
single conservative right now is acting as though they will never be held accountable. So when you keep saying, "Well, what happens when the next person comes in and they think bad things?" They already think that nothing bad will happen to them. That's how they're acting right now. You're just refusing to have some accountability on the table.
What's this?
But you mentioned
this
the Fox
rhetoric?
News
Wait,
case.
one
Has
second.
Fox
The
News
rhetoric,
engaged
the
the amount of
rhetoric
libel
around,
and lying that they did
like, if
since
we
that
lose
case?
these
No,
elections,
they
we're going to
absolutely
jail.
haven't.
There's
One at a
nothing.
time, one at a time.
Fucking
The
word.
rhetoric around the.
No, Soyfield, ask your question again. No one heard you because
Yeah, you guys are pretending like, oh, guys, look, you're making my point. See, look, Trump's fucking mugshot is in the thing. No, he didn't go to jail for the felonies. He didn't go to jail for January 6th. He didn't go to jail for anything. He faced zero consequences. He got all of the martyrdom, none of the consequences. Fox News actually faced fucking consequences. And absolutely, if you put these people in jail, it would be like Nixon, where he says, holy shit, I might actually fucking go to jail. I need to resign and I need to be pardoned. Because if I don't, I'm going to face consequences. And if you said that MAGA won't be dissuaded, well, good, then throw them all in jail so they can't do anything anyway. It doesn't matter. But then the
Do you agree, Soyfield? Do you agree? Do you agree?
No,
Hold on.
not engaged in the amount of lying to the extent of which they were sued, which is why that was so important. I'm not saying they're good.
Flippill, do you agree that like conservatives in this country have been propagandized for like 10 decades and tens of millions of people genuinely believe that Democrats are godless communists who want to destroy the nuclear family, want to destroy God, that want to mutilate children, that want to like make everybody trans? Okay, what the fuck are you saying when you say like, you know, we do these draconian measures and throw a bunch of people in jail and they're going to be like, oh, it's not draconian like the things that you're suggesting here?
If he hadn't thrown the Jack Smith case out and when you got elected, do you think it would have been draconian to follow through on it?
That's not draconian, but what are you proposing that goes beyond like DOJ doing what they do?
Do you think that we should operate within the system to the extent? Well, let me finish. Do you think that we should operate in the system to the extent the Republicans are to prosecute Trump?
Do I think that we should operate within the system to the extent that the what does that even mean? Like, explain.
Okay, hey, look, I'm not breaking the ECA. I'm exploring this novel idea based on a 1971 Hawaii case where I'm sending alternative electors, right? That's fine, right?
No, I think you should. If you want the strongest prosecution against anyone, you need like the public to back you when you're doing this.
Why?
And if you do it, what do you mean?
The
why?
public doesn't even fucking understand.
Do you understand that the criminal justice system?
Case.
The criminal justice system requires that people have
rely
faith
on
in
the
system.
court of public opinion. It relies on providing the evidence through the DOJ.
It absolutely requires the faith of the people that it serves. The criminal justice system doesn't work if people don't have faith in it. And if you do it in,
but they don't have faith in it now. Democrats are polling awfully right now.
Yeah,
Individual
blow
Democrats
everything
are doing well,
up, and then
but
that'll
the
make
Democratic
things
Party
better.
is pulling awfully right now because people, in part, think they're fucking feckless because they won't go after the people for doing the very obvious crime. And the Trump people don't have faith in the courts because he is like, propagandizing them, like you said. So if no one has faith in the courts, why do you think that actually following through on the law is going to reduce faith in the courts?
At what point does somebody make an effort to try to get people to have more faith in the institution of like DOJ?
I'm saying prosecuting people for their crimes and the way that we have not done with Trump is going to restore more faith than doing it.
It's a necessary part of that.
Jurisdictions, bro. He was prosecuted in 4 different jurisdictions.
Following through on it.
There was no accountability for Trump in any of those jurisdictions. There was no accountability.
The voters decided that. The voters decided
criminal
that.
justice is up to a vote. I thought it was in court with judges and shit. Fuck me.
It's literally he's the only exception.
Hold on.
The president.
There's been rhetoric from every
You can
Republican.
vote your way out of criminal conviction. That's crazy.
Am I wrong, Destiny? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
He's not wrong. No, Hutch is entirely correct.
Go ahead.
As a quick reality check, because we keep saying Fox News was held accountable. 23 different Fox News contributors are now, in some way or form, part of the current administration, and Fox News is the largest news network in the United States of America. So I don't know, whatever punishment they're getting, that sounds like the best punishment in the world. We should treat our own like that, okay? Because holy
They
fuck.
lost around $800 million in defamation, and they didn't change their practice.
They lie on their
You asked a
network is
question.
not nearly
Storm,
so
you asked a
bad
question
as
earlier. No, I agree with Soypel here. Storm, you asked a question earlier. You're like, what's to stop Republicans from going even crazier than Trump, right? Isn't that what you asked earlier? I want to make this very quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Why should we prosecute Trump at all? Or don't we run the risk of any sort of accountability effort against Trump? You could make the argument, isn't that where we are right now? Trump is as insane as he is in term 2 in part. Doesn't that he say that all the time? They came after me. I'm going to come after them.
Josiah, do you remember what I don't know if you remember last week, but my whole argument was that we have to do this in a way that needs to seem legitimate, that the people don't buy into these arguments, right? That it's about restoring faith in institutions. But I also want to bring something else up that
Wait, give an example. How? Make me an example.
But a lot of them...
one thing I think would be a good idea that I proposed last time was like a bipartisan corruption committee that just broadly does similar to the Jan 6 committee that broadly.
Bipartisan committee like the January 6th Select Committee? That was bipartisan. They didn't participate. They said no, fuck you.
And how many people got arrested because of it?
Nobody, because they didn't participate because they said fuck you. We're not going to participate. They all applied the Fifth and Senate executive privilege and nobody got accountable.
January 6th didn't get arrested.
They all got pardoned. No, but other politicians did. All the politicians applied executive privilege and they got off. They didn't even.
They got pardoned after they won the election afterward.
Right. So well, hang on. My point is this idea. I need you to stop giving a fuck about how hard Republicans might hit us back if we defend ourselves. You got to let that go. That's abuse victim. That's abuse victim mentality.
I have a very important question for the panel. All right. If you go after these prosecutions, do you think that you're going to win at all?
Hell yeah.
Like, okay. Are you willing to risk the chance that these prosecutions are going to lose, and that might like vindicate them in the eyes of the American people?
They seem willing to risk it.
Wait,
what prosecutions are we talking about?
Murder or whatever.
I don't know. These theoretical prosecutions that these people are advocating for, I guess.
North, do you feel like the Republicans lost horribly when they didn't get to convict or even indict Hillary Clinton? Do you think all the Republicans are like, oh no, we fucked up the Hillary Clinton shit. We didn't even get an indictment.
No, they didn't lose horribly.
Hold on. You understand that much of MAGA and the Republican base are angry at Kash Patel. They're angry at Pam Bondi. They're angry at Trump because they haven't been able to prosecute these things, and they ran on prosecuting.
That wasn't up to the party, though.
It
wasn't,
and then they
it wasn't. It wasn't up to. It wasn't up.
Supporting. Hold on. Shut up.
They're angry because they haven't gone hard enough.
Shut up. Many of them are not supporting the party anymore, and that is one reason we are winning the midterms and all these special elections.
We're winning the midterms because of high cost of gas.
This is just factual.
And because affordability sucks. That's the
factual
only reason. Cost of gas, affordability. That's it.
Oh my God.
That's it.
No, those metrics weren't up. Those metrics weren't dying before Trump's popularity dropped.
North, we have to put the best possible case imaginable when we go to prosecute these people. But yes, of course, we have to risk legal defeat. Glenn Kirshner, a former federal prosecutor, just had this conversation with Mark Elias. We have to be willing to take risks. Don't half-ass the case, but be willing to accept that if you take this to a grand jury, the grand jury may reject it, or if it makes it past a grand jury and then goes to an actual jury.
I want to say, is there a threshold though that you don't think?
Hold on. These things that you're citing right now, Destiny, they were losing special elections across the board. They were losing. This was before
the affordability.
Any of those metrics that you just cited.
You guys continue to do this.
Wait, hold on.
You guys continue to establish a completely false dichotomy where you think it's only your aggressive tactics that have no regard whatsoever. Like, who cares if it's partisan? Who cares if it's weaponization? You're saying that is the only option, or surrender, and it's wrong. You have so many options in between those two things that are way better. That they stand way better. They stand way better chance of success.
We could prosecute crime. We'll win the election. That's a big one.
We're not saying just you're saying roll over. What we're saying is
State of the Unions.
Throw your hands up and
for State of the Unions.
Cry again and again, and just.
Dusty, I can't even take you seriously. You don't think that winning the Senate is a big deal? You think that that's like nothing? I don't know how to have a conversation with someone who covers politics, who thinks that winning the Senate in a situation like this is just like not a big deal.
The Senate is 100 people that don't mean anything. The thing that matters is
I don't know how to have a conversation with someone who covers politics.
Finish my
that's a big deal.
sentence, you fucking bold fuck. Oh, I said it. Okay?
Hey.
I'm sorry. That was too far.
Cool it.
What does it matter if you win the Senate and you don't pass any legislation? What the fuck is the Senate for? What does it matter if you have the Senate and you don't get a conviction on an impeachment?
What are we talking about?
Wait,
Justin,
wait,
we can,
you
if
talk
we
about
win
drowning
the-
people out in process,
Justin,
right?
Hold on. If we win the Senate in 2020 in November, we can just not confirm as judges. You understand that, right?
What? Isn't that what we're already doing? We're not even confirming the
No.
prosecutors.
No, we can just like not confirm any of his judges. Do you understand that?
Okay, so more of the system will get. What
That's
is
a
that going to
big
prevent? What is that going to
deal.
prevent him from doing?
Wait, you talk about the
Appointing
drowning out in
judges,
process, right?
Justin.
You're talking
I gotta
about the-
stop screaming. I'm
What?
in my parents' house.
Wait, you talk about the drowning out in process, right?
Stacking
Isn't
the
that what the
judiciary.
Senate? Yeah.
We're not drowning him. He's getting. If he. Well, this
If
is
we
a-
have the
well,
Senate
hold on.
and the House-
This is a fundamental disagreement that we're going to have. If he walked away from the presidency right the fuck now, I think that's still a massive W for whatever conservative movement was behind Trump. They've already gotten things that are not. How? I've already
If
said
you walked away from
Roe
the
v.
presidency
Wade.
right now, Republicans are dead in the water, aren't they?
That was from the first term.
Here,
that was from the first term.
Yeah,
hold on,
I
I'm
disagree
curious.
with Destiny on the Senate, but I do agree with him on this right here. That if Trump walks away, it's a W.
Yes, hold on, I'm curious.
I
What do you
really
think
wanna
are the
talk
big
about
things?
this.
Wait,
I
what
really
do you
wanna
think are
talk
the
about
big
this.
things that we're going to achieve after we get Congress?
What do you
It has to
mean?
be all like solving the problems of the past, right?
For the last 2 years. You don't even answer. What are we going to achieve?
We
Let's
did
say
it,
we win the
guys.
Senate. Last 2
No,
years of
it's
Trump's presidency.
just-
What are we going to get for that?
Hold on.
It's-
Immigration reform, healthcare reform.
No.
We can do judicial reform.
No.
Wait,
All
no.
these things are now possible.
Why do you think it's
that
a
are not
no?
possible.
First of all, while Trump is
Wait,
president,
hold on.
Trump is
Why?
president.
Explain why you're saying no.
while Trump is president, we're not getting those things. What do you mean?
Because
Trump has to
Trump's
sign the bill.
So wait a minute. Let's do the
Wait,
School
if
of
we
Rock
just-
thing. It's
if
got
we
to go
do the
through the
Senate
House.
now, it'll be even better in-
He meant.
Oh my gosh.
He meant over the next 2 years.
Yeah,
He meant
that's
over
why I
the
said over the next 2 years.
Yes.
You said if
yes.
Trump
Why are we
walks
focusing
away.
on the next 2 years?
Okay,
What
fuck
does
it.
that
Like,
matter?
yeah, if you change the hypothetical.
Yeah, why?
Well, hold on, no, wait.
Trump
I was just
walks
telling.
away.
That's why I'm saying that. Like, it'll be cool if we take the Senate. That'll be kind of cool. But we're not going to get
If
anything
Trump
for
walks
it. We're
away
not gonna
now,
accomplish
JD
anything.
Vance becomes president. If Trump walks away now, it's a win for Trump. But JD Vance becomes president. In order for us to get anything meaningful done legislatively, it has to be in 2028 with us in a trifecta.
wait,
you gotta get rid of the-
Sure. I want to be very clear because I'm not. I don't co-sign this idea that the Senate and House don't matter. It does. It's necessary, but not sufficient.
When,
Winning
yeah,
the
real quick, when I
midterms
say don't
is-
matter, what I just meant was we have to pass legislation. That's what they're there for. If we get the House and Senate, we don't do anything with it. It doesn't matter. That's what I meant. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I was being
No, that's it.
facetious
That's
there.
just why I'm
Okay.
just saying.
I
it's
wanna-
not
hold on,
necessary,
hold
but
on,
it's
hold on,
sufficient.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
I meant to
Oh,
ask a
also,
question.
real quick,
everyone,
to fuck
I wanna hear
Josiah,
from
because
Dan.
I'm just going to hurt Josiah, and I'm stabbing you right in the heart with this, motherfucker. We're not getting rid of the filibuster. Even if we have the House and Senate, it's not going away. So we're not even going to get major legislation next 4 years. That's my prediction. Or 6 years.
Hold on, we've had this
Yep.
filibuster in place during the Biden term, but we got tons of legislation passed during the Biden term.
Yeah, because
True.
we
With the
got
filibuster in place.
Yeah, but that wasn't. But we didn't have the Senate.
So this
we
idea
didn't have
that
the
we can't
Senate.
pass
We didn't need to
legislation
have the
we did.
Senate for that.
there just isn't true.
Yeah, we did. What are you talking about? Yeah, we
Wait,
did.
we had the Senate.
We were getting over the 60 vote threshold, not because we had a supermajority in the Senate, but because we were getting Republicans and Democrats to work together on things.
No. The ARP and the IRA were done with reconciliation, bro.
They might have been done with reconciliation, but there were things that we were
Those were
bringing
the big ones.
multiple.
Those were
Sure,
the big
that we were
ones.
bringing Republicans over on
CHIPS Act,
legislation. Sure, CHIPS Act
like
was
the
a big one.
PACT Act and gun reform
We were
and
bringing
infrastructure, right?
Republicans in the Senate into legislation on the Biden amendment. Those were big things that we were doing. We didn't have to have a supermajority in the Senate to do it. That's all I'm saying.
No, but the two biggest things were the ARP and the
Is there
IRA.
a stance that we're gonna have the filibuster or not? I feel like we're
We're
jumping
going to have
around on
it.
this one.
We're going to keep it. It's
Yeah,
not
we're
going
gonna have
anywhere.
the filibuster, but we can still legislate through other means because if we have the Senate, and especially if we have the Senate and the House, we can use these other means to pass legislation that matters,
Like the
just
kidnapping.
like under Biden did. Just
Are you
like
talking about with Trump was president or with a Democratic president?
With the Dem president.
Okay, I don't know why we're focused on these.
Well,
2
the Dem
years.
president.
Like,
This entire scenario is Dems win 28.
I need to ask a question. We talk about, but I'm jumping
Well,
back.
hold
a
on.
little
No,
bit, like,
before
the
you
whole
ask the question, Dev hasn't said a word. Are you here to look pretty, Dev, or do you have something to say?
I've been enjoying this. It's pretty funny.
Real pretty.
I do have some questions though. I have something for you,
Contribute,
Hutch,
yes.
because Hutch, you and I have debated on this before. You talk more about codifying reform. I focus more on punishing Trump's administration. But I don't understand how you don't understand that what you want just isn't enough. All right, because like the reason why no system is bad actor proof is because systems are just people. They don't run independently of human judgment. Historical example, the Soviet Union had a more robust constitution on paper than America, But it didn't actually matter because nobody in the Soviet government actually enforced it as it was written. Same with Cuba, same with Venezuela. The text of the law does not matter if it's not upheld. So, firstly, you agree with me on that, right? The text of the law doesn't matter if it's not upheld?
I suppose.
Okay. What's holding back Trump right now is
The
that there's
Congress,
enough...
the courts, the voters. The Congress, the courts, and the voters.
Well, yeah.
He doesn't have confidence that if he orders the fucking kill strike on Obama, that the people would do it and they'd turn on him.
Well, sure. But like, what's really holding back Trump right now is that there's enough good people in government, both left and right leaning, who still have loyalty to the ideals of the Constitution rather than loyalty to Trump himself. That's why things are still functioning kind of in America.
I disagree. I mean, he's been limited by the courts, the Congress, and he is being punished by the voters. And they're going to.
I agree with you. Yes,
but in a roundabout way.
In the courts that are upholding the law.
Yes.
If Judge Cannon throws out a very dead to rights case because she's partisan, it doesn't matter what the law is. What matters is there is a person who's not upholding it.
That would have been challenged in the Supreme Court, and they probably would have. They probably would have, because there's no way that they were going to let that fly. Because otherwise, they wouldn't. Because what's his name? Clarence Thomas was the only one who suggested that the establishing an independent council was
that wasn't even relevant to the case. But wait a minute. But Hutch,
that's what she
actually,
used.
no.
That's what she used.
Right. But that was no. I'm sorry. I mean, Clarence Thomas adding that in his concurrence. That was the point. Like the Supreme Court case in question didn't even address the legality of Jack Smith's. So what I'm saying is we don't know for sure that if that had made its way up to the Supreme Court, they could have They gave him presidential immunity, bro. Why would?
But they've also
that's a bit weightier.
Wow, they also did
the same. I guess I'm just gonna keep coming back to the idea that I just don't see the Supreme Court as like a partisan. Like they have their ideology, which will make them more aligned. And I get it. You've pointed the exceptions, but like Gorsuch, in the opinion, where he basically gutted Trump's entire economic platform and left him out to dry to accomplish nothing with the rest of his entire term in this regard. Period. Says, yeah, we ruled this way over here, and it only makes sense that we rule this way over here.
Mitty, did you just look me? Wait a minute, Mitty, did you just look me in the face and tell me that you don't think the Supreme Court is partisan? I like you.
Well, I
like you. Yeah. This is a good conversation. Are you flexible? I want you to stand up and kick yourself in the nuts right now, really, really hard. That's the most disrespectful thing.
I don't understand how we can
I can lay it out a different way. I can lay it out a different way. Okay, so just here. Everyone knows that Trump's attempts to purge the government and install people loyal to him is bad. Do you know why it's bad?
Well, yeah, you want institutions that are acting in accordance with the Constitution instead of the will of a single guy. Yeah.
Yes, of course. But if you have enough subversive elements in your government that are actually loyal to Trump and not loyal to the Constitution, what happens to the Constitution? What happens to the word of the law? At that point, maybe a coup happens. I'm not sure, but nobody would deny that we're in a period of backsliding and peril, and these systems are being challenged. But there's a difference between being in a moment like this and we're already past the fascist takeover in Italy, and we're already past the point where
why would we wait that long? You asked for examples. When have they proactively done something extra legal?
Again, give me an example.
I can name you a bunch of countries that didn't proactively do something extra legal, and then they had the Holocaust, and then they had Chile, and then they had fascist Spain, and it's like, hey, I think you might.
Hold on, just real quick. So, you understand one of the things that fueled Hitler's rise to power was them using extra legal abilities to censor the press, all these things.
Okay.
Hitler turned around and used these things.
Do you think I'm suggesting we do everything Hitler did
to justify his rise?
Here's why you should
use those weapons that were forged against the Jews.
Here's why.
Do you think that's what I'm suggesting?
I understand. I am pointing to the
you don't.
Okay,
so Hutch, if you could go back in time and do something extra illegal to stop Hitler, but hey, it's only 1929. And really, he's doing a bunch of rowdy stuff, but we don't know for sure that he's going to be appointed chancellor.
I understand what you're saying.
Soypil, we have to look at the polling first.
Wait. True. This idea that you just should not consider what the voters are going to think is insane to me. If you cover politics and you're just I'll just fucking do whatever, just full send. Who cares if 80%?
No one's suggesting
it. But you are to your point. To your point, Soypil. One of the reasons, you should be bullish on America and not necessarily be so fatalistic and assume that we're going to go down the same road as fascist Italy and Germany. Germany had a big problem, so did Italy, in that their institutions were way weaker than America's are right now. the German constitution at the time had a provision where the ruler could just like declare an emergency decree and deprive people of civil liberties. In Italy, they had a completely impotent king. They had a completely impotent king that refused to use any kind of force against the fascists who were working with police to use violence to brutalize people. We do not have the same, like their institutions were way weaker than ours are right now. Okay. So for you to say like, oh, we need to preempt it, otherwise we're inevitably going to become like Nazi Germany.
I said what? Let me clarify because I asked you this at the very beginning. I need to get here. Hold on. Stop. Stop.
I'll decide who stops.
Shut up. I will decide. I'm going to clarify.
And Minnie,
I'm the decider.
Whatever. Minnie's my special friend today.
Wick, you are such a
cuck. Not today. Minnie.
I feel like we are jumping rapidly between what will benefit, like, legislatively, the rightward movement, and then we're talking about people who are going to steal elections, and we're just like jumping back and forth, and then like these arguments. Nothing here is like, are we talking about like the who is looking at what Trump has done? Who's looking at the like? Because we're saying like, oh well, look at all the ways that he was checked, but then our argument to that is, well, he got to do it in the meantime. 19, at least at this point, at least 19 of the people that were deported under the Alien Enemies Act are like coming back to challenge it in court. And they've been granted like the status to come back and like play that case out. Right? Like
how many times does someone need to try to break in your house and kill you before you said, I'm going to stop trying to let him do this, no matter how incompetent he is?
But your whole argument. So hold on, Soypil. Your whole argument.
We're at 19 right now.
Hold on.
All right, don't be a fucking savage, Jessiah. It's
hold on. You're helping. Hold on, Soypil. You're only like the point that you're making here is that there's like a point of no return in like 2 seconds.
No, my point is there is possibly an attempt that we don't stop that makes it so we can never try again. Now, am I saying that's
point
inevitable?
Of no return.
Absolutely not. Let me finish. I'm not saying that's inevitable. That's the whole reason I came in here and asked Hutch, what would the percentage possibility of it coming true be for you to say we need to do something that I might not normally agree with, such as gerrymandering, such as having a non-prop gerrymander that you wouldn't want to do, right? There is a threshold that Josiah, Destiny, and I think has already kind of been crossed. This probability is high enough, it got close enough that I'm willing to do that sort of stuff.
No,
my question for you is, then what is it? What's the amount of harm? What's the probability where you say, okay, now we can do it, right? Because to me, it sounds like, well, once he does the fascist takeover and says, I'm going to do the concentration camps and put everyone in the Holocaust, then I'll be on your side. Well, guess what? What if we have to get ahead of it, Hutch? Because you can't just react to everything.
When I think I have a coalition that will end up on the other side, when I think I have a coalition that will end up on the other side of that.
Hold on. Mitty, stop. Hutch.
So just give me an example of when a party has done this and it's like worked out. Like when is the political?
I can name you examples of when they didn't. And
no. I'm not asking you that.
So why do you need for me to prove a novel potential idea?
Because you need to explain to me, like, it needs to be feasible, like what you're saying. It needs to be workable. And there are just, like, no successful examples.
If you think anytime this has happened, hang on. That's something completely different. If I agreed with you and I thought that there was no chance it would succeed, I would never suggest this, Hutch.
Tell me this, okay? So, like, are the lefties right that American liberal democracy is too impotent to stop fascism, and therefore we need to become benevolent dictators?
If you were in charge, I might agree, depending on how it works.
No, don't dodge that. I'm serious.
I'm not dodging. I don't agree with them because I do think there are paths for us to stop this.
You just said a moment ago that your determination is that the risk is high enough that it would justify us becoming benevolent dictators.
Potentially do this, but obviously you agree, and you must acknowledge that I want to exhaust every possible legal option. And at the very least, before we do anything extrajudicial, Hutch, I want to do stuff that Republicans are doing now, which is clearly not making them lose elections. Maybe it'll make them lose the midterms, but they won the election doing this shit for a whole. They won this election doing this shit for a whole term. Hutch, so please acknowledge that.
Hutch,
I'm okay with exploring options.
The one where Biden like
go ahead, decide.
Do we cease to be a liberal democracy if we do the things that I've recommended? Do we cease to be a liberal democracy?
Not immediately, no. But what is Trump doing that is a threat to America?
No,
you can't be serious with that.
That's a serious question. I want you to tell me, like, what is the threat that he?
Do you think that what Trump is right now is doing
answer the question?
Well, let me. I want to ask before I clarify. Are you sincerely asking me?
No,
do I think Trump is a threat to America?
Stop! I'm not saying that
subverting elections, Hutch. Subverting elections.
I am asking you.
How about
what is the nature? Here, I'll skip to the point. the nature of the threat is that he is chipping away at the institutions and the guardrails that are meant to constrain power. And it seems like your solution to deal with that threat is to further chip away at those institutions. So how does that make me confident? How does that, I'm just going to say what I have to say. How does that make me confident in our long-term prospects as a democracy? How is that making us healthier when we have an option to pursue accountability to a legitimate basis?
I'll piggyback off on this because then you're just right. One of the reasons that I'm very hesitant to go down Soy Pills Road, Dev's Road, Jesiah's Road, and things like that, where we punish MAGA and do all these things, is because I don't believe in the average punisher's ability to discern who needs punished and who doesn't. There's plenty of people out there who think I'm MAGA, right? I'm not, but I
saw that thumbnail.
I made a whole thumbnail about how I was secretly MAGA. I have people in chat saying I'm secretly MAGA. So I don't trust your vindictiveness to only apply to the correct targets. I think you're going to get a lot of friendly fire in there that do not deserve to be hounded, harassed, all these things. I think it's going to...
Do you think that people were unfairly
Wick, where's the vindictiveness, actually? This is a real question.
Vindictiveness?
Yes.
We have people advocating, right, for using the FCC and saying we're going to dust off a law from the 70s in order to go after Republican or MAGA talking heads and things like that. I don't have confidence that won't be used and justified.
Okay, I understand.
And
that's
who's
bad.
been saying
I would
that?
agree
Jesiah
with
said that. Jesiah argued that last time he was on here.
Oh, Jesiah, I don't agree with that.
So
Although Trump's already doing that, by the way.
Yes, but that's bad, and we don't want to do it more.
I think Wick's being a bit
reductive.
My position was the FCC should absolutely enforce its regulations against viable right-wing targets. So I used the example with Fox and Dominion. Now, previous FCC heads said that there was a colorable case to make against Fox after the Dominion lawsuit, and the Biden administration was reluctant to proceed with that. I think that would be fair game and see what happens. I don't support going after right-wing media simply because they criticize the Democrats or talk shit about the Democrats. But if Wick, you could make the same slippery slope argument about federal law, period. Why?
It doesn't always apply. We can't
why
make
does
that
the
argument,
state?
but that argument wouldn't work in those cases because we haven't seen examples of it.
What do you mean we haven't seen examples of it? Wait a minute. We see Donald Trump attempting to use federal law to punish his political opponents with criminal prosecutions.
We're talking about being reductive now.
Well, no, wait a minute. But my point is, I guess by your logic, we should just live in an anarchist state because if we have a federal government, its power could theoretically be abused by a right-wing actor.
Do you think that this is honest?
Yes.
It's by your logic, not that's way.
Yes.
Soy was starting to bring it up earlier, but when we were going after people on January 6th, were we concerned about anybody possibly being caught up on charges that they weren't actually guilty of?
Which is why we had a whole process that they went through, the court system.
Yeah, but are we saying that there shouldn't be a process when going after the viable targets on Fox News?
We don't need this system. We're going to go after them directly.
That. Oh my god.
Yeah, nobody's saying
that. Saying I'm not saying that, but then when I push you on the details of what you want to do, it sounds like you're saying.
When did I say fuck the courts?
We said pack the courts. It's a four-letter
word. Exactly. Okay, the courts aren't giving us what we want. Let's just change the court system until we get what we want.
I'm okay with reforming the court. I think we should do it through reform, legal reform, actually. Yeah.
So President Adams did it. President Adams, President Jefferson, President Lincoln.
No, Hutch. I'm tired of Hutch being like, well, okay, then we don't disagree. No, because you're like, well, I don't even know if we should do the Illinois thing, which is completely legal.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. I said I would prefer if it was done in a more legitimate way, and I think if you do it democratically and you put it to voters. But if it's the only option, I'll take it. If it's the only option, I will take it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. That is very clearly what he said last time, by the way.
All right. I'm just making.
No, actually, I heard what literally. I'm not kidding. I heard what Soy Pill said, which was
I tried to clarify it. I tried to clarify it after I didn't get into enough detail. What I'm really struggling with you guys is I can't get you to recognize that the overextensions and the indulgences and the excesses and Donald.
I remember your point.
I can't get you guys to understand that. I can't get you guys to understand or acknowledge that this is actually hurting Republicans. It is not helping them. The public is rejecting their overreach overwhelmingly. And you guys don't process this. It doesn't like go into your head.
You're attributing the midterm projections to Republican overreach.
It's not just that. It's not just that. That's one of many things. But it's one thing.
I don't even think it's.
It is one of many things that is pulling this administration down. They are seeing the overreach and they are punishing it. It has happened many times.
Was January 6th, Hutch, and then he won an election. You're just wrong. This is not the reason they're rejecting Republicans.
You don't. Again, democracies are ongoing processes. They don't just like stop in place. And if your standard is that if your standard is that
at 81,
if your standard is that Republicans don't actually pay a price because they might win an election 4 years from now, then your standard is impossible. Like nobody ever.
If you are able,
you're saying that nobody ever paid a political price ever.
Run for office again.
You're saying that nobody ever played.
If the system doesn't prosecute them, and that's just the way it is, let's let them try over and over and over again.
You are saying go outside the system. You're saying go outside the system.
Sometimes maybe we have to.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Last thing, Josiah. Because you said this. You said Donald Trump is bad because he's chipping away at the system. Why should we chip away at the system to stop him doing it, right? No. Donald Trump's not bad because he's chipping away.
We are not
bad, in my opinion, because not only is he chipping away, he could dismantle the system. And we don't want the system dismantled.
If you're just
I'm willing to chip away at the system to stop the dismantling of it.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't know what your threshold is.
Hutch, why is it that you dismiss Trump winning an election 4 years later, but it's a fucking like superhuman achievement when we win an election 4 years after that?
I'm not inconsistent here, bro. The consequences always matter. If your standard is unless Republicans are just like barred from power for the next 20 years, they can't possibly pay any political price. Who thinks about politics in this way? It's you live in the moment that you're in and you evaluate each moment. And right now, the Republicans are hurting.
But you didn't answer my question.
They banned the Nazi Party in Germany so that they could never ever take office ever
also,
again.
wait, forget the Nazis. To be clear, the Republicans think about power that way. That's why they're willing to make so many short-term losses for the gains they've had under Trump. That's
why the Tea Party and the Heritage Foundation have been fighting us for 30 years.
Hutch, I've got to have this question here. I've been kind of holding in for about 10 minutes. Okay. You've mentioned, people about the guardrails holding. You mentioned Trump is chipping away at the guardrails. In your view, what are the guardrails? Give me a short blurb.
I explained it, bro. If the voters themselves have a mechanism to remove the party that's in power if they don't like what they're doing, that's a really important guardrail. If the Congress can constrain the president, that's a really important guardrail. If the judiciary can constrain the government, that's a really important guardrairl.
Wait,
Soypill, please.
I've been quiet here.
Soypill, can I actually run down my line here, please?
Question.
Well, all right. Let me finish mine first, please. Okay, so just real quick. Okay, what position do the Democrats take in your view in this system of guardrails? What is their position in it?
We should be like the pro-democracy, like trying to reinforce the system against future bad actors.
Well, sure, but part of that is, in fact, it's not just closing on-paper loopholes, because that's not enough. They will do what they want to the maximum extent that Democrats will allow them to, which is why it's necessary, which is why it's more important than passing laws to prosecute Trump and his people. Because in actuality, the Democratic Party...
Political parties do, just so you know.
The Democratic Party...
Do we see Trump's
The Democratic Party is the guardrail, all right?
Right now?
You guys actually have to take action to stop Trump. It's not just going to be this
you can do that. You can do that.
Unfolds on its own.
What?
You can do that, and you should do that. Like the Congress can do investigations. They can conduct oversight. They can make criminal referrals. But it's up to prosecutors if they punish people, if they actually try to go after them. Political parties don't do that. You guys don't recognize that the public, they don't get on board with explicitly partisan investigations. The public doesn't like that. Okay, they will be punished for doing that. Do you understand
because
that?
I've heard you say this a few times when you said Trump is historically popular in reference to, I think Destiny brought up earlier the example of manufacturing the desire for wanting to go after Hillary, and you said that. Well, Trump is historically unpopular. Is it because of that, or is it because of the living conditions?
It's because of many things. It's because of many things,
including.
But I think you give too much credence to
manufacturer consent for prosecuting him.
Why was Donald Trump's numbers so bad during the first term when the economy was really fucking good? Why do you think that was?
Wait, hold on. Can you answer my question?
Answer that.
Well,
Why?
answer my question first. Do you think we
No,
could
he asked the
weaponize?
question. Ask the question.
I asked the question first, and he asked me a question.
The economy was really fucking
you spoke
good.
under him. You spoke under him when he was already speaking.
Why was he unpopular?
Why was he unpopular? The economy was really fucking good.
I don't know. It was various reasons.
It's because they punished overreach. They punished overreach. They thought, bro,
that is not why Trump was
the family separation policy, the attack on the ACA, the travel ban when he was first trying to do that, all of those things added up.
No, the travel, dude, he ran on banning all Muslims from the country. You think the travel ban is why he was unpopular in office?
It was literally the first thing that kicked off massive protests all over the country in airports. It was politically very bad for him when he did that.
Trump voters don't
I'm not gonna lie right now, man. That's
for what they voted for. This is like the thing.
Using the Muslim ban. That's a pretty prime Kai level argument right there. Okay, like that is
it was literally the first thing he did that prompted a massive protest movement in airports all over the country. It was politically bad for him. You guys don't acknowledge that because he won an election in 2024. Therefore, nothing matters, I guess, in the present. Even if he's super underwater on every single issue, it's like, well, he won in 2024. Like, time is a moving thing.
Yeah, that's the real question.
That doesn't mean that he didn't. So this is what you're saying.
How did he get elected?
This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying. If Republicans win elections in the future, then there is no such thing as like short-term losses because they're going to win in the future. That's what you're saying, right?
We acknowledge that there's the short-term losses and short-term victories for the Democratic Party. Again, we're saying that this is necessary but not sufficient, and this is my issue. It seems to me contradictory. It seems to me contradictory for you.
I don't understand. If we can recognize, just real quick, Jessiah, if we can recognize that the most salient issues to voters are things like gas prices, are things like how affordable housing is, are things like healthcare, right? And these are the major issues that voters across the parties seem to care about. Why would not our major and, in fact, maybe sole be on those things?
So your sole focus can be the sole focus can be on those things, like in terms of policies that you push for, but there are things that aren't going to have a high level of salience that could theoretically be important, right? So a thing that most consumers of technology care almost nothing at all about is security. Until it breaks, then it's the most important thing. But you could never advertise a car. They'll have the crash safety things in it, but you're not gonna have a whole ass car advertisement where the entire thing is talking about if you get hit from this side, the airbag will save you. This side, the seatbelt will save you. This side, they're not gonna do that. But you better believe you die in a car accident. That was the most important fucking feature, right? So,
and again,
it's important to run on certain policies, but also these fundamental guardrails that keep our bureaucratic system ticking along are things that the Republicans have made a part of their campaigning to shatter and fucking destroy. And then also this idea.
I kind of want to ask real quick, Hutch, the guardrail analogy here. Okay, so let's take a literal guardrail. Let's say you're on a platform. It's a literal guardrail. See, they're holding. People aren't falling. It's like, okay, well, how many bolts have to go missing before it doesn't hold anymore?
I just answered your question, man. Do you want me to answer it again? If the people can't vote out political parties, if the Congress can't constrain, if the courts can't constrain, that's the fifth time I've answered the question. But yeah,
wait, you didn't answer. Wait. Let me ask him on this. On that first one, if the president is indicating that he wants to prevent that option, wants to restrict in as many ways as possible millions of people from voting potentially, but hey, all that matters is thousands in certain districts for him to be able to vote out of public. Hutch. So if he's indicating that, would that be sufficient for you to say, oh, we need to do something now before the voters don't have a chance to?
Are you talking about the SAVE Act or are you talking about the ICE? What are you talking about?
Let's say it's a SAVE Act or the executive order.
Do you know what's stopping the SAVE Act from passing right now?
Yes.
The Congress. Okay. That's one of my guardrails. That's one of my guardrails.
Okay.
Yes. They're telling him no. He's asking.
Okay. What about the executive
order?
I'm not
saying it's fine. Hang on. I'm not saying it's fine. Why are you doing this? Because I don't subscribe to your specific prescriptions. That does not mean that I don't appreciate the danger. That means I don't agree with your prescription. Do you understand that? I do think that this is dangerous. I think your method further erodes the guardrails.
I'm about to say something absurd. But what if tomorrow it turned out that Trump was able to whip 10 Republican senators and all of a sudden they can pass the SAVE Act? Would you say something like, hey, maybe we do need to do something right fucking now before this passes potentially removes this number one criteria?
Let's do a revolution because they passed a bill that we don't like.
When did I say revolution?
Wait, did he just trivialize the very thing that he said would be going over the line?
What are you suggesting then?
what would
I'm
you do?
suggesting that potentially we go and
Wait,
do
then
something
wait.
a little.
Just start
Wait,
with
do
that
something
position. Then
what?
there is no line.
Like what?
Wait. You just said what
Like
would you
what?
do? Do a revolution?
Do something like what?
I'm asking. Well, tell me what we're
Do
talking
something
about.
like,
What are we
hey,
doing?
Maybe we need to like go and find an extra special law to make an extra expedient, impeachment. Maybe we
When
need
we're the
to
party out
find
of
some way
power?
to-
When we're the party out of
They
power?
have 60 votes to pass this.
If
We
I
should
don't have
impeach
an
Trump
exact
the moment he
novel
does that.
thing
Yes,
right now.
we should have
Just to be
impeached
clear,
Trump like a
just to
year
be
ago,
clear,
but we
Just
aren't.
to be clear, Hutch, if I can't think of a potential way through Congress in which we're like manipulating some law or bending some law, then if all of those options were exhausted and the SAVE Act was going to pass and potentially remove the ability for
What
voters
is
to be able to
this-
vote,
what is
I
this-
wouldn't
What is
oppose
this-
it.
what is
That's
this-
what
what is
I'm
this-
saying. There's
Hey, hold
probably
on.
at least
So just
20
be
to 30
clear.
different
What
things
if-
in
Just be
between.
clear
what
what
if-
you're
what if
saying.
things
Hold
are-
on, hold on,
what if-
hold on,
what if
please,
things
please,
were
Hutch,
really,
please,
really
please,
bad?
Hutch,
Or what if things were-
please, give
sorry.
me this one.
But that's the thing is
So
we're
just-
this
hold on,
close.
Soypil, let me ask you directly. I'm asking you a question. You can answer it. I promise you. So
Yeah, let's go.
what
Fed
you're
pill.
saying is if the SAVE Act was somehow to get around the filibuster, it was about to pass, and it's so existential, right? We didn't have any other option. Like we didn't have any enough votes in the House. We didn't have enough.
Yeah, if we had no other options,
there's
if
no
I couldn't
law
think
to
of any
stop
creative
it.
way to stop this,
How
And
many
you would-
Republican babies would you
after
starve?
every single legal thing is
You would
extended,
strap up
then
and
yes,
you would
I would
revolt.
say strap up. But guess what? It's not there, and there's also a bunch of things in between there. So this is ridiculous. That's already my position, and that's
Yeah,
your position too.
I
Wick.
just think
you would
that, like,
absolutely
saying-
support a revolution if there was no way to potentially stop someone from
Not
subverting
stop
democracy
the
completely.
SAVE Act, right? It would have to go further than that.
What
I mean,
would
I-
the line- well, okay, what would the line
bad,
have to be?
but it would
What would the line have to
destroy
be?
our country.
What would the line have to be?
I heard Wick verbatim say that if Donald Trump tries to rob the midterms or the next election, it is time. It is go time.
If he does,
If he does it, right?
What
It's
if it
go
does it
time.
in a way that Wick doesn't understand? Will rob the thing, and then is there a revolution or no?
If Wick doesn't understand,
Yeah, like Wick can't do the calculus in his head to
can't
see
even-
if the
you
SAVE
can't
Act
even,
is
like,
legal, and they
manifest
might allow him
that
to
it's
steal,
been
right?
stolen.
The only
then no, I
example you
don't
can think of
advocate
for that is
anything.
deploying ICE, and that's not very subtle.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
no,
wait,
that's not-
Wait, what do you
right
mean
now,
it's not
wait,
subtle? He's
right
gonna
now,
use it in a
right now,
subversive
hold on,
way.
question, hypothetical, right
preventing
now,
people from voting
before
with
the
voter
Supreme
ID.
Court,
Let
right now,
us
There's
speak.
so many things
before
that could
the
be happening
Supreme
right
Court,
now that's
right?
preventing
Okay,
mail-in
Michael, why
voting.
won't you shut up?
Right
when I
now,
ask you
before
to?
the Supreme Court, they're having a question about whether or not you can count ballots that have been received after a certain date. What if Donald Trump finds a way to slow down the USPS shit so that all the mail-in ballots across, he freezes it for 12 days with some funding freeze, the mail doesn't move, the elections are held, and Trump manages to eke out enough states or whatever where he gets a majority on
We
his...
won't notice that.
It's not
Yeah,
a
but he's
matter.
not
Hold
saying
on,
that
no,
it's
shut
not
the
like an
fuck up.
honest thing.
It's
No,
not
let him
funny.
ask his
It's not a
question. Let him
matter of
finish his
noticing
question.
it. It's a matter of when it happens. What are you gonna say?
And then there's just no more recourse. And then we're done, right? That's it.
No, I'm asking you. What do you say at that point? Trump has slowed it down. The elections are now called for
Then
the
we
Republicans.
use every
Or the
legal
states are
avenue
capable of
to
making
remove him,
decisions.
And if those
Wait, states are
fail,
capable of making what
and I'm just gonna be
decisions?
real
What
quick,
decision-
if
wait,
those
what
fail,
decision does
if
the
those
state
legal
make?
avenues fail, then yes, it's go time. I'll
Okay,
give you
cool.
that.
That's what I just said, Wick. I'm glad you're on board.
Wait,
No,
wait,
you
wait, wait,
didn't
wait.
just
The
say
legal
that.
avenues. Stop. The legal avenues that end at the 6-3 Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
So you're
I
gonna be
think
content
that
if the
Supreme
states-
Court
so if the-
would not uphold that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just I don't live in this world where like the Supreme Court's gonna be like, yeah, no elections for you.
But you
Yeah,
are
I
living
just
in a
think I
world
don't-
right
I
now
don't live in
where
that
the
world.
Supreme Court said, yeah, infinite crimes for you. But the other one is unfathomable.
I honestly,
Look,
yeah.
I agree with you. The Supreme Court tilts towards Trump, but I don't
Tilts.
think that they are ideologically captured by Trump.
Tilts. Like Michael Jackson
Yes.
slightly leans when he dances.
It
Just-
leans
No, I don't
towards
think
Trump.
slightly
They
leans.
have
I don't
ruled
think
against
slightly
Trump
leans.
before, and they will rule against Trump again.
I think the court is very clearly like the set of ideologies that dominate the Supreme Court is very clearly more enabling to Trump. Like I don't think that's like a when I like I'm not like earlier when I was saying like I don't think that they're partisan. What I mean is I don't think that they're making and again, I'm acknowledging that you brought up exceptions that I haven't read into. Okay? I'm acknowledging that. But my understanding of the Supreme Court is not that they're like coming up to the text, except for maybe Thomas and maybe Kavanaugh. Except maybe Thomas and Kavanaugh. They're not like coming up to the text and thinking, what would help the Republicans right now? They're like, what would help the Republicans is, I mean, and in order to say that, we would basically have to have the reverse narrative of like, oh, well, the reason they got rid of tariffs is actually because they're trying to save Trump
I'm
from
not
himself.
saying. Hold on. Stop being so one-dimensional about this. I'm not saying that they have to make a ruling explicitly to help Trump. What I'm saying is that if you fudge it up enough, it won't matter. For instance, the tariffs. Trump has already gained a tremendous amount of capital of having companies come to him and make these bids for why their company should be protected and not.
And now it's all worthless. Except for the fucking corrupt bribes that he took.
He already got that stuff personally, and we're probably
as an individual. Yes.
Can I finish? We're probably never getting that back. Okay. I don't care how illegal delaying the USPS or whatever would be if the court would rule against it. I don't think a court is going to undo the elections. I think they're going to say
they passed a law to make robbery illegal after you robbed me, so it's okay. So
the states can't. What do you mean? What could the states possibly do if the elections are all over and done and held?
It's their election,
and the members are seated in
those votes. No, this is what they would do.
They have plenary authority over the elections. It's theirs,
and they would count those votes. And then
they have plenary authority over the elections? Then why the fuck is the Supreme Court right now probably going to rule that states can't accept a ballot in their own federal elections
that are
post-dated?
not going to rule that.
They're probably
going to rule the
I'm leaning against it.
Wait. You think my understanding is, from everything that I've read and from the little I listened, I didn't listen to the defenses, but I listened to the plaintiff's side. It seems like they were leaning against allowing post-dated ballots, or no, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
ballots that were received after the election date to be counted, even if they were.
I can look at. Hold on. I have an answer for this. My understanding is that this is about the interpretation of law as it stood. If the Supreme Court were to do this, it would just be a matter of in time for the election saying, hey, like this is our send date, making sure everything gets in.
No.
The idea that
No, that's the entire point. They're saying if it's postmarked on or before election day,
like moving back and giving clear guidance as to when you need to cast your election.
My understanding is this would the Supreme Court ruling would enable the federal court or whatever, not the federal court, but the Congress or whatever to mandate that it can't be postmarked. No. Or not even that. Constitutionally,
your court ruling is about the idea
I'll have to look at the specific
before election.
Yeah, the way
after.
Let me look this up.
Yeah, the way they're lining up, again, it hasn't been decided yet, but the tenor of the questions and from legal scholars, the conservative majority seemed inclined to not support the right of states to accept election ballots after the election, even if it was postmarked correctly. But the last thing I'll say, Mitty, sweet summer child, when you say you don't think that the court would do X, Y, and Z, as it stands right now, based on Supreme Court interpretation, it is either absolutely immune or presumptively immune for the president to order SEAL Team 6 to kill his political rivals because it's a core power.
Yes.
Especially if they're deemed as natural, especially if they're deemed national.
Yes, I know. I'm aware.
But my point is, if they say that
bad is this is two-dimensional. This is one-dimensional. This is bad and good, and this is really bad. Therefore, all things that are near this are also bad. Like it's, I'm saying is not that they're not like.
No,
also,
Mitty,
quick,
my
just
point is, if they're prepared to interpret that level of latitude and authority, that you are absolutely immune for murdering people using the military because you have the constitutional right to wield the military, your skepticism about what the Supreme Court will and won't do, in my opinion, is unearned. It's like saying, I don't believe this person can bench press 205. I've only seen them bench press 203. It's ridiculous.
If what compelled them, my understanding of why they believed what they believe, if it compelled them to do that, and then in all of the consistency checks across all of the things, even in the thing that went against Trump's entire agenda, and I keep saying it, but it left him balls up, like fucking hung out in the middle of the entire country with no agenda, the consistency to that idea, which I don't fully agree with, has led them in every other instance to be consistent with this idea.
Wait, why do you keep saying balls?
I'm not sitting here looking at that. I'm not sitting here looking at that and being like, oh, well,
why do you keep saying for the tariff thing they left him balls out? Balls out is a ruling like Citizens United, where you get a question about that, the campaign finance law or whatever, and the Supreme Court comes out and they're like, actually, we're gonna fucking go crazy on this shit. For the tariff shit, it was this incy-bincy particular IPA law that Trump is using. Now, we know there are 13 other laws that Trump can use for tariffs and other arbitrary and stupid retarded fucking ways.
Okay, no, this comparison doesn't work. Trump's magical IEPA enabled an entire regime of unlimited, unbounded, fuck you tariffs, And now he's like, well, I can hit you with 15%. I know that's like a lot, but it's like that is
Just
what he
15%
was given by Congress.
on every country is
yeah, you're like, now we can only do
insane.
50%.
For how many days?
I
Until
agree
he
with
has to
every
get
single
Congress?
Like 90 days!
It's just, it's a matter of definition. I agree with all of
60
your
or 90
arguments.
days?
No,
What is it? 60
we
or
agree
90?
with
I
everything
forget.
you're saying. Trump can't do much, okay? He can't, no matter what the Supreme Court says. But your version of can't do much for most people is catastrophic to the fucking country, okay? Like,
But that's a,
Well,
but that's a
and even-
legislation problem.
Wait, and even
That's
the
problem that
premise,
the
Mitty,
legislation created.
Mitty, even the premise of your comment is absurd. You said this whole IEPA law let him do all this. Actually, it didn't. The Supreme Court says
Trump's interpretation in the court.
the Supreme
Well,
Court said
real
no,
quick.
but they let him do it for a fucking year. That's the whole
Okay,
point.
gather
Real quick.
questions.
Earlier
and
in this
let's tackle you out.
conversation, I know Minnie had said something about how like Trump's economic policy has entirely collapsed now, ever since like the SCOTUS ruling, especially. Wasn't his like economic policy leading up to the election when he said that like they were going to place reciprocal tariffs on countries that have been treating us unfairly, and then unilaterally implemented these tariffs against like basically everybody? And then when that shot down, it's still being implemented almost unilaterally with the up to 15% tariff rate. Like the fact
we're
that
talking
we're
about
in
the
this
character of the
wait,
Supreme
the
Court.
fact that we're already from this one framing where it's like this one norm, because I know we were talking about norms earlier. You have this one norm where these tariffs are not instituted to the way that Trump has instituted them. To now, it's like, oh well, it's not that bad because actually it's like 15% maximum.
It wasn't that bad.
It's not as bad.
The thread of this conversation isn't about how good or bad the tariffs are. The thread of
No, but
this
you're talking about
conversation
limiting
is
the capabilities, right?
I'm talking about, is the Supreme Court making actions based off of expressly supporting a party, or do they have an ideology that they're committed to?
Wait, hold on. No one cares.
That
no
you
one is
see
asking this
them
question.
doing-
No one cares, and no one needs this to be true or false to defend their position. The only thing Josiah and I are saying is that the Supreme Court will make the decisions and carry themselves in the way that Trump needs them to get his agenda more or less over the line. They might
But that's
check him at
what
some
we
point,
literally are. What we're debating is that they don't do that.
but they have. Because if it was a stay on the tariffs, if that would have been a stay, then we would be having a wholly different conversation right now.
So we're successful. So he was successful. Trump's doing great. The tariffs regime is great. All the deals are coming
Yes.
in. Like
He got
looks
to-
great.
he got to
Everyone
bend
loves
every
him.
single country on
They
the planet
did
to his-
exactly. They did exactly.
He got to not exactly, but he got like 80% of the way there. He got to bend.
What do you
every-
mean? You
I
literally
still-
argue that he accomplished nothing. They're frameworks.
I
They're
guess I
deals.
guess I have like a Nick Shirley tier learning disability because I'm
Layering,
so
you mean?
stunned when I hear people say you know, that Trump is failing, that Trump is fucked, that you know Trump is so screwed, but us winning the midterms is just a superhuman achievement. It means everything. Winning
you
the
know
House.
why? Hold on,
Wait a
Josiah,
minute,
you know
wait a minute,
why
wait a
Why
minute,
was
wait a minute.
Trump
winning
crying?
the
Why
House.
was Trump crying like a little
winning
bitch?
the House.
Why was he?
Winning the House apparently means more than winning the presidency
not.
for 4
No,
years. I
hold
don't
on.
understand.
No, who says
Some could say he started a war in Iran because it was so fucking bad that he lost.
I want to hear from
tariffs.
Hutch. Go ahead.
the idea that like the work stops after we finish the midterms, and that's no one's saying this. No one is saying like, oh, we beat them. That's it. We're in the clear now.
starting
That's
line.
it. It's just
That's
it's
the
just the
things
starting
you
line.
did.
Then Hutch,
But
could you just
makes
acknowledge for me?
But what
Could
makes
you just acknowledge for me? Just
but
clear that
now
up.
shut up for a second. But what makes this so exceptional is that it's like the margins that they're getting slaughtered by. It is like 6 months ago, no one was talking about the Democrats winning the Senate, and now we're having realistic conversations about a 53 seat majority for Democrats. Okay, it is the extent of the beating that they're getting right now. You'd have to go back to 2010 to find the closest like example of like what is happening right now. Their coalition that they built in 2024 is fucking collapsing. All their gains with Hispanic voters, all their gains with black voters, all their gains with young
but they
voters,
got
all their
tax
gains with
money.
independents have fucking collapsed. And you guys don't think that this is like, enough of a.
Oh man, but the budget. Had
No,
an
it's
extra couple billion in
necessary
it.
but not sufficient. Can you just clarify for me, just like yes or no?
Nobody said it was sufficient.
What I understand is just clear. That's not my question. My question is, what is more important? What's more important, more powerful? Trump
Couple
winning in
billion in the budget.
2024 or us winning in 2026?
Obviously, Trump winning the presidency
good.
with
I
a
just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Okay, fair enough.
Obviously,
Okay.
but you're
Wick,
but
do you
you're
agree?
ignoring.
Wick, do you agree? Wick,
But
do you agree?
no.
But you're
That's-
ignoring
that's
you're
true.
ignoring that if we have a blowout midterm performance, it makes it our job like way easier to win another trifecta in 2028.
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
That's a big deal. That's a
Okay,
big
good.
deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just
Like,
really
just
acknowledge
to
it.
piggyback-
Okay.
Hold on, just to
Hutch,
piggyback
wait, I
off
need
of
to
that,
ask Hutch a
just
question.
quick,
Can I ask
quick,
Hutch a
quick,
question?
Let me piggyback and then I'll let you go. Right.
Okay.
To piggyback off that, like again, us winning the midterms is necessary but not sufficient because it's a good starting line where we can pass these reforms, where we can stop Trump and have more leverage and power legislatively to stop Trump from doing the bullshit things that he wants to do. Without that, it's much harder to stop him.
I agree that it is
clear-
necessary but not sufficient. I totally agree with you.
We all agree on that. Hutch, do
Yeah.
you acknowledge that Trump was able to, one, almost steal an election, and two, kill the bipartisan border bill when he wasn't in power?
I don't think that he almost stole that election in 2020. No, I think he tried, but I think he was up against the system, and the system fucking won.
To be
How
clear,
much do
he
you
was
think
up
that
against
contributed to his
he was up
winning in
against one
2024?
man. It would have only taken Pence to completely, totally sway that entire thing.
Just do one
Is
different
the
thing.
system Mike Pence?
Schwengo. No,
If it would have been worse, it would have been worse. But you know,
hold on, just real quick, Schwengo. Last question from you, then I'm going to cycle you out. Go ahead.
Okay, well, two things then. Hutch, have you considered switching to nicotine pouches? I've been off vaping for a month, and man,
Tried
I'm
'em.
loving it.
Okay.
I've tried them the other night. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, well, hey, I'm trying to get some levity here, Wick. All right, just,
I've tried them. They're nice. Yeah, I just like smoking and vaping. You know.
I know, I did too, but man, I feel so much better. I say it's worth it. Give it a shot. I use the pillows, 9 milligram, raspberry. They're delicious.
Nice.
All right, so
when Trump was crying like a little bit, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That was a prelude to his question, asshole.
Right. So, with to piggyback off of what Jessiah said, do you think him denying the election helped him win in 2024?
No, I don't. Not
Why
no. Well, we know that it hurt him a lot in 2022 when he amplified like 7 Senate candidates across the country that were running on election denialism, and they all got stomped out.
And
Donald Trump.
That's insane, Hutch.
Donald Trump. No,
Insane.
it's not insane. No, it's not. Donald Trump.
They're not
absolutely
Trump. Like,
insane.
yes, he backs losers. That's not in question. But because nobody can
The
capture
losers
that.
that he backed were running on election denialism. Like
Yes,
the,
okay,
the,
it doesn't matter because it's not Trump doing
Listen,
it.
man. Okay, the narrative on the right wing was that Trump was stolen from, and he was going to have this massive comeback, which he did. He actually did have. Like, if you hung out in right wing spaces, they were talking about like a hero's journey for Trump, where
Correct.
he comes back from the wilderness.
Obviously,
like,
obviously,
no, man. Trump's attempt was, and the fact that he lost it, and then he was prosecuted for it rightly, but that helped him so much. I don't know how you
Obviously,
can see
Trump.
that.
Hold on. Obviously, Trump denying the election is going to be better than Trump saying, "Yeah, I lost it. I just tried anyways." Obviously, that strategy is going to be better. But if Trump hadn't tried to steal the election, it would have been way better for him.
All right, I got one last question, and then I'll bounce out here.
That was it.
last
Schwengo, I love you, buddy.
I know one more. Let me get that real quick. Hutch,
Go on.
what?
Ooh, that might have been
Yeah,
the most
right,
important
yeah.
We have
question.
people.
What,
That's been
Hutch?
waiting for a long time.
That was
Do we
the
think
question. That was the
when
kill shot
Trump
question
was crying
too.
like a little bitch after SCOTUS dropped down tariffs, that he went to bed and he was like, "Man, but at least I added like a couple billion to the budget." I'm so glad. I'm so happy that I
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry. Repeat that again. One more time,
When Trump
please.
was crying like a little bitch after SCOTUS shut down the tariffs, and he's like, "Man, I'm glad they let me do it for a year so I could like close the budget a little bit, really get rid of that deficit." Like, was that like in his mind? Was he super happy about that?
No, I'm sure he'd like to further continue to enrich himself and his family for another 3 years. Like, obviously, he wanted nobody here, as far as I'm aware. I don't think even Destiny is claiming that this is the outcome Trump wanted from SCOTUS. I'm just saying that it's not the kill shot you seem to think it is, Mitty. Because
I don't think it's a kill shot that I love SCOTUS. I just think it's like, I see SCOTUS, barring the exceptions that you may have brought up, which would be a kill shot. That would be a kill shot. I'm not trying to like.
He actually
underplay
has
that.
the right to kill shot you as long as he gives the military the order. That's a pretty big fucking deal.
I trust the men and women.
I'm just
in
saying,
green.
this is all we're saying. I pray for the day. May the losses that Donald Trump experiences find the Democratic Party, okay? That's what I pray for. That we have single-payer healthcare for 2 years before the court says, sorry, you've got to go to a public option. And I pray to lose in the way that Donald Trump loses, all right?
Wait, like,
and now before you say,
Biden,
well, what
we
if you got to
talked
pay the
about how
electoral
Biden's
consequences
agenda
of losing all the offices next time? We already did that, but we didn't get any of the other
but
losses
you
that Trump experienced.
we talking about how the Supreme Court stopped Biden more, and sure, and it sounds right to me, obvious, like it does, but like that's all in his executive agenda. There's like, I think there's a fringe thing about like medical distribution, but his legislative agenda was not like neutered by SCOTUS.
How much of Project 2025 needs to pass before you say he's winning?
112%.
Through Congress?
How much of Project 2025 needs to get done before you're like, Trump's doing some stuff?
What is he codified in a permanent way?
Trump? Nothing. Well,
why are you shaking your head?
Because
Why are
it
you
doesn't
shaking your
matter.
head?
USA,
Yes,
it does!
USA,
No, he has
fucking years
no.
of
He did not
experience,
codify.
and
He
then
did not.
pretend like, well, we can put it back in 10, 20, 30, 40 years, we'll be fine.
10,
and
20,
not,
30, 40
hey,
years.
you
Having the budget lines in the
You
budget
fucked
still
this country.
is a win.
You fucked let me talk. You fucked our trade relationships. You fucked our trading partners. You fucked
I'm
the
asking
intelligence
you.
sharing. You
I'm
fucked
asking
these
you.
institutions.
Nobody's making the
fucking
argument that he hasn't
decades.
done.
This is
Nobody.
not, oh, cool.
Nobody has. Nobody.
We are
This was the whole framing of the conversation. No one's arguing that damage hasn't been done. We're talking about
on this point,
success.
I do agree. The soy pill, you're fucking retarded. Don't you realize that we could literally spend the entirety of our presidential election rebuilding the shit that Trump tore down unilaterally? You dumb fuck. We can spend the whole next 4 years trying to bring back the things that Trump did immediately. That's called checks and balances, baby.
We're
all
checks and balances. Hell yeah.
In 10 years after 9/11, 2011, when we've built the first 10 floors of the second North Tower.
I don't know what to tell you guys. Listen,
Wow,
I don't
great
know-
job,
I don't know
guys.
what to tell you guys.
We'll
The
show
roadmap-
Osama. We
Hold on.
We've gone from the guardrails to a hole to we're holding onto the
It's the
guardrails and
boring
we've
answer.
fallen out of our car,
It's
hanging
the
off the
boring-
side of a cliff. Okay.
It's the boring answer, but I don't know. I don't know how to spice it up to get you guys excited about it. But the roadmap is clear. Like, if you want to deal with a threat like Donald Trump and close loopholes and make it more difficult for someone like Trump to enact an agenda in the future, the answer is to build a consensus and do reforms.
What's
That
one
is how
reform?
every
Name one reform.
every
Wait, name a
fucking
reform that would
country-
help.
you can
What is one reform for that?
we
Name
have
one
talked
reform.
about so many reforms.
You want
We
blood.
have talked about.
You gotta
We
give
have
them
talked
blood,
about.
even if it hurts the
We have-
electorate,
we
even
have-
if it hurts the Democratic Party. They want blood. It's gonna boost your
No,
algorithm.
what's a reform?
Right?
What's a reform that would have stopped Trump?
Right? You're gonna
Wick,
get
that's fucking retarded.
Wait, what's a reform? What's a reform that would have stopped Trump?
Yeah.
For specifically what? The DOE?
No,
What's a reform that you think would have stopped Trump from doing the shit that he's done so far?
Budget fencing, self-executing principles. Like, these are all things that we do.
Self-executing.
No, he's not!
Did he just say
The
self-executing?
law was not rigorously written.
Section 3 of the
The law
14th
was
Amendment was
written.
self-executing.
He didn't
And
they
they were
didn't
like,
write it
rigorous.
specifically enough.
Not rigorous enough.
Okay, I want to hear from the caller.
Wait, just
and
as when you say they
his
weren't written
caller.
specifically enough,
If he
you
had
know
just
what?
read it and
The
was like,
Supreme
oh,
Court.
I'm not allowed to do that.
What is
This
the
in the
alternative?
2026 budget.
What is the alternative? Literally,
Wait,
what is the
I'm sorry.
alternative?
I just one
Just
more.
like,
When the
just
Constitution said, that it shall, that insurrectionists
reforms are-
shall not
the-
hold office, they should have thrown a must in there
Josiah,
or capitalize it. Shall.
Everybody
Wait,
here
you
agrees
disagree
with
with
court reform.
all nine
Everybody
Supreme
here
Court
agrees with court
justices.
reform. Everybody
Yes.
here agrees with court reform.
Yes, I do.
Okay, but that
But
means
how
you're
build
probably
consensus?
wrong.
But how build consensus, Hutch?
Hold on.
Because you
No,
said build
understand.
consensus.
Can you at least admit
That is
you
what
disagree
you
with
do
all
in a
nine
fucking
Supreme Court justices?
democracy.
Liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA means you're probably not correct on this issue.
No, it does not.
That is
It does
what-
not. I think they made their
think it
decision for
suggests
prudential reasons.
that you probably are.
I
Now,
think-
it's possible that you're not.
I think they made their decision for prudential reasons.
You know the
that you
Supreme
were
Court
probably
ruled that the
incorrect
2000
in
election
your
was legitimate, and I
interpretation.
cannot believe you're still calling it into question. You are insane for even thinking that at all the president's brother, who was governor of that state, might have stolen that. That's insane that you think.
Right. But Hutch, but I want to press you on this because you said build consensus.
Press
Okay.
away.
Build consensus for Supreme Court reforms. How do we do that in your mind?
You do that through effective messaging. You do that through effective politicking. You do it through effective governance. You do it through demonstrating to the public, draw a contrast with Trump's corruption. Like, position yourself as the party that is actually trying to restore faith in these institutions. You do it through the same way any political movement. Like, we're being given a really big opportunity right now because like the losses are so immense right now that we could theoretically build like a pretty big consensus, like enough to get rid of the filibuster in the next Congress.
Oh, we could win. We could put Republicans in the wilderness for the next 20 years if we do this right. But if we do the things that you guys are advocating for, we're going to have one term. And that's it.
I guess we
Hutch,
just
so wait a minute,
laugh
wait,
at
Hutch.
this idea.
So you said build consensus by messaging. So, and again, I'm not going for gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm confused here.
No, by more than
thought
just
you
messaging. I said more than there, but go ahead.
Okay, but so we are going to have to talk about it and get the American people to buy into Supreme Court reform, right?
Of course.
We're going to have to tell the American people, hey, we want to expand the court. We want to add term limits. We want a binding code of conduct.
If you
We
want to
actually
do
have go on
anything,
the
bro.
record.
That's what you got to do. That's democracy, right? Why is
I
this
ask
news? Why do I need to explain this?
No,
So we're
it
proactive.
is news.
We're not
It
waiting
is
for
news,
the
and I'm not
polling.
crazy. Because I know Soy Pill can vouch for me on this. I could have swore that you and I have gone round and round and round and round over a span of months, where you basically told me that Democrats need to shut the fuck up about Supreme Court reform because it's a low salience and it's controversial.
I said that timing does need to matter. Maybe it's not a good idea to start like running on packing the court like fucking 4 months into the Republican trifecta. You understand that?
I'm gonna pack your nuts with my foot. Okay, so when is it
understand
okay?
that?
When is it okay? When is it?
Destiny, I don't know why you're laughing. When we had the conversation with Laksha,
because you come out,
when we had the conversation with Laksha, when we had the conversation with
you come out and you're like,
when we had the
I would
conversation with
absolutely support these things. I'm like,
when
would
we
you
had the
really?
conversation with
What if, like,
Laksha, when we
literally
had the conversation with, I'm gonna keep saying it. When we had the conversation with Laksha, when we had the conversation with Laksha, what did he say about like in terms of trying to actually move the public one way or another? Like, when is the time to do that? During the campaign or when you actually have power?
I don't remember.
You remember what he said? He said when you're running a campaign, it's usually just about like going to where the voters are at. And then when you're in power, that is when you can try to build some kind of consensus, right?
But when in
That's what
power?
he said.
Because I assume
No.
so. It's not an election
Wait.
year, right?
Wait. Also, hold on. You said didn't you say 4 months in wouldn't be the time to do it?
I said 4 months into a Republican trifecta when they control the Congress and they could just get rid of the filibuster tomorrow and pass the SAVE Act, right? So do you understand the potential downside?
Aren't we always going to be running for elections when they're in power? Like,
do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the strategic idea of maybe not like running on that like 4 minutes into a red trifecta when they can use the weapon that you want to wield 4 years from now?
I thought this is when we were like coming up to being really strong. No?
No, I'm talking about like Jessiah thinks he found some kind of inconsistency, and it's not. I said that you have to be. No, you didn't. I said that you have to be tactical. Jessiah, do you understand the tactical benefit of maybe not running on things?
Hold on, wait, we loop on this so much. It's such a waste.
Do you not understand the tactical benefit of maybe not running on getting rid of the filibuster 4 months into a red trifecta when they can get rid of it?
We loop on this so much. It's not that there's like not some tactical consideration. The problem is that it feels like the Republicans create the conditions necessary to win, whereas you want to wait for the conditions that the Republicans are the ones that are always in charge of. That's the issue. Republicans don't wait.
You inflate Republicans. Like, do you understand that they have not been a particularly strong party during the era of Trump? You don't accept this. You just don't acknowledge this. You think that they've been this electoral powerhouse, and they haven't. They've had 2 successful election cycles, albeit they were pretty important, 2016 and 2024. And the Democrats have had 3 good election cycles during that time. We're about to have another one. It's going to be 4 out of 2.
But they had power in ways that actually
by the time we get to 2028. You are overstating. You are overstating Donald Trump's ability to move public opinion on stuff. Like, look at his numbers on every fucking issue right now.
I'm gonna press you on 2 things. First, which were the 3 you conceded that they had 2 big wins, that they were 2 and they were 2 big wins. Which were our 3, and how many of them were big?
2018, that was a blue wave election. 2020, we made him the first fucking one-term president since 1992 with a trifecta. We won 2 really close runoff elections in Georgia. That was really fucking big. So they weren't big majorities, but they were big wins.
No, I understand. But you said big. You said Trump won big, presumably because he got the White House and in a trifecta and all those things.
Yeah.
So I'm saying
of course.
of our 3 wins, which ones were big wins?
Well,
Surely
the biggest was 2020. The biggest was 2020 in terms of like
they've
our
had 2
ability
big wins, and we've had 1, and we've had 2 smaller wins.
We've had 1 big win and 2 smaller wins, but we're about to have another.
Again,
I don't know why you guys. I don't know why you guys overstate.
This is fine. I want to hear it. But number 2, the second thing is, so again, I'm going to keep pressing you on this. So we agree that it's okay to message and to try to persuade the American people to get into aggressive reform, Supreme Court reform, things of that nature.
That's what the primaries are for. That's what the primaries are for, bro.
No, you said after we're in power.
No, hold on.
Oh.
But wait a minute. I'm not letting him off the hook.
You guys want to run on aggressive court packing? If you guys want to run on aggressive court packing, run candidates, and if they advance to the primaries, go for it.
No, I'm asking you. Fuck Hutch and I. I'm asking you, or fuck Soy Pill and I. I'm asking what your preference is, because now you're saying we can do it, but when we're in power, but presumably not during an election year, right?
No. I think right now is a different situation because they are weakened in a way that they weren't about a year ago. He was kind of strong in the first few months of his presidency. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. So so
Okay,
you're
there
saying
you
we can
go.
do it? We can do it in this election cycle.
There's more
or-
latitude right now because they don't have enough consensus right now to even pass the fucking SAVE Act, let alone get rid of the filibuster. They're fucked right now. Like Donald Trump's not going to get the SAVE Act. They're not going to
I was not expecting that answer. I was genuinely not expecting that.
Caller enters. We got B and Lana here. What do you have to say?
I'm leaving in 6
Contribute.
minutes. Also, turn your heads up. So, you know.
What's going on?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Appreciate that. Hutch, can you tell me what guardrails? No, I'm just kidding. No guardrails.
I'm gonna Minecraft myself. I swear.
No, I think so. General question, like, what is the largest criticism you guys think is of the current Democratic Party from the average Joe? Like, if you were to walk up to some random person on the street, what would you say the largest criticism would be? Like, if you were to say like a few words, what would it be?
They're weak and out of touch.
Yeah,
Weak,
definitely.
Weak, out of touch, have
ineffective.
You guys
They
heard
think
controlled opposition?
Would you say that they don't?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't
like
communicate well.
Would you say like controlled opposition would be like up there with probably being weak?
That's more like that's more like the online left.
It
That's
is
like
a
the
lot of
online
syllables.
left. That's like the online left saying that. That's like a niche crowd that use that kind of language.
I mean, like I was in Florida for a bit, but what's up?
Just real quick. I mean, I think we have data on this, and I don't think you're gonna like the data. I think the biggest issue is trans issues. That's the biggest thing that's holding.
Okay, that's not true. That's not true.
No, I think he was asking
Somewhat
for.
it is true, I think.
Is that not true?
No, I think he was asking for descriptions, and for the word cloud polls that I've seen are like weak, ineffective,
Right.
feckless,
Yes.
out of touch.
I think it's weird. Like we talk about, taking the fight to them and how it might give us the wrong image to like the general voting public. But it sounds like if we are taking the fight to them, that would kind of counter that narrative. I mean, that's what my kind of rationale.
Yeah, I mean, you can be aggressive and still meet my conditions for like what I think would be ideal. I never said don't be aggressive. Be aggressive within the boundaries of the system. But as soon as you start, yeah, go ahead.
Kind of what maybe Destiny said it or something, but like Jesiah said it. When you have Trump and company and his family up there and you're saying, hey, these people were robbing you, you're making them into kind of like the target for a lot of hate. That gets you an ability to push for more agenda, right?
You should do that. You should absolutely run on them being corrupt and like, doing the meme coin stuff. 100%.
Okay.
Don't you turn him into the underdog that way?
No,
This is
I
why
don't
so
think
many
so.
people kind of like Trump, isn't it? Because
No, I don't think so. I think people, I mean, right now Democrats are running on affordability and Trump being corrupt, and it's fucking working really well.
but Trump isn't running.
I think
next
Trump.
term.
I think Trump showed his ass as blatantly corrupt in a way that he didn't the first time around.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. I think the state of the game is different right now because people in 2019 just saw him as like, he's a little crass. He makes a lot of decisions, but he's like running the country and things are fine. And like right now, the public consensus is that like, oh yeah, this dude's like fucking pumping the government for everything it's worth.
Because gas is
like
high.
that's like a generally held sentiment.
Okay, and you guys kind of touched on it a little bit, but I actually really want to know. I phrased this question in a specific way, but would it be justified for the next Democratic president to use the immunity ruling to its fullest extent in order to have the ruling struck down? So that immunity ruling struck down, and then change the composition of SCOTUS to disallow such rulings.
When you say the fullest
That's
extent,
just that specific thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
like
I'm just saying, when you say fullest extent,
hypotheticals, the SEAL Team
what I'm
6
saying
ones,
is
though, is that what
as
you're
full
saying?
as it's necessary to exact that conclusion.
I would have been, and I said this at the time, I would have been open with Biden saber rattling with the immunity ruling to try to get the court to consider.
That guy. He wasn't
But
that guy.
the fullest extent, that's yeah.
Again,
The answer is yes, by the way.
Maybe justified.
I just want to say
Maybe
again, I
Biden
wanna
just
point out,
spots the conservative justices a couple
You don't have
times.
to say. You don't have to say whether you would do it. It's just
it's a little
ahead, Hutch,
it's a little vague for me, but I just want to point out once again that there was a Gallup poll just recently in December of 2025, and it was like 73% of the country thinks that Republican rhetoric is going too far, and like 67% of the country think that the Democratic Party, their rhetoric, are going too far. That to me does not indicate an appetite for the kind of extreme stuff that you're proposing here.
Right.
It
doesn't-
doesn't.
that
Donald
indicates-
Trump has manufactured the rhetoric that we're saying, hey, this guy's corrupt, is them saying we should like kill him.
Yeah, just
Right.
to be
Hold on.
clear,
You
when
understand-
63% of the country says the Democratic rhetoric is going too far, they're talking about the Democratic rhetoric that the Republican media show them. Because there is not a single fucking person in the country that is one supported speech that's like, this guy's crazy.
It actually
saying MAGA.
Listen,
MAGA.
listen, wait a minute.
Fulfill the fucking prophecy or what? Like, if
no,
we
no,
saying,
no.
all right, let's fulfill it then.
That poll
Yeah,
was
okay, we're going to
conducted-
become
that poll-
the caricature that MAGA thinks we are. No, we shouldn't
That
do that.
poll was conducted the day after Destiny Spears Morgan appearance.
I'll grant you all that. I'll grant you every like thing that you're going to say. Oh, well, they believe it because of stupid reasons. I'll grant you all of that, but nonetheless, that's a reality that you have to contend
Reality,
with.
Hutch, is that they're operating like we are being like that. They're enacting laws, they're passing things, they're going after people as if we are this insane, corrupt, evil party, and
Yeah.
we're not treating them like they are as evil.
Bro,
as they
what
are.
are you talking about? The blue states all over the country are being so aggressive in their fight against Republicans right now. What are you talking about, bro?
What do you mean
my
aggressive?
state,
What are we
we've
being so
seen-
aggressive?
What do you mean aggressive?
People
Prop 50,
who have-
Virginia, like Illinois.
Is so aggressive. Yeah, that was extremely popular, and that's the kind of shit we're advocating for, and we're not doing this on a massive scale.
It's okay.
You just
whatever.
like manufacture something to defend against. Like, we're just gonna go outside and defend. We're just gonna go outside and be aggressive. Like what? Like what do you mean? Like the states
that's-
Oh my God.
and
that's
the,
the-
hold on, the
I don't
states,
know.
hold on. The states and the lawsuits and all of these things that we look at as like great examples. Those were tit for tat. Those were some fuckery happened and we backed it. We went towards it. We fought it off. We did our thing. We showed our fucking grit. Like
Why do
what?
you think
Like
Democrats
I feel
are
like
polling
so
at
whenever you
35%?
talk, so whenever you talk, it's just like, yeah, the election might be stolen, so we should just like be strong. Like, what does that fucking mean?
Yeah, well,
I
so
think-
several examples have been gone in here already, and we can go over those again. But again, I'm asking you because when I forgot what his name was, but he asked,
Passing reform?
"What's the
Wait,
word?
what?
What's the word that you would use to describe Democrats?" And everyone's saying, "Do nothing, feckless, nothing." Why do you think they're polling at 35% despite our really good midterm
Because
projections?
being a minority party sucks ass.
Why?
Because we
Well,
don't
listen.
have any
Every political
power.
party, every political party, when they lose like power, the way that the Democrats did throughout history, have seen a considerable dip in polls. The recent
this
one, it's
low.
just.
Not
I know.
this low.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
but
about to get
everything
into
in
that.
Yeah, because
The
Biden
reason
ran
now
when he
than
was
it was 20 years
81
ago.
and faded.
I understand that, but the part of the reason that the poll drop for Democrats in the recent moment has been so bad is like multifaceted and complex. But a main driver of that is we're like losing support within the own base because they lost to Donald Trump twice. And there's really not a lot like we can do at the federal level. Obviously, when we're out of power to change that, I agree that Schumer should step aside. I'm less like hawkish on pushing Jeffries out, but like there's like I think like things will probably improve. I'm not saying we're going to go to like 60%, but if we blow them out in the midterms, I do think you're going to see those numbers go up like a decent amount when the base
Right, but
sees
so
we can win.
But Soy Pill's point is that Democrats' projected victory in the midterms is not a function of the Democrats being so fucking awesome. It's because they want to check on Trump. They still hate us. They, in fact, in some ways, they hate us more than they hate Trump and the Republicans, and the polls bear that out. Number one. Number
That's
two.
true.
Yes, it is true. I appreciate you conceding that, Wick.
don't
Even
think
Hutch
that's true. I
acknowledges that's the
disagree with
case.
that.
Okay, well, then we'll get into that in just a second. But the other thing is, as far as God damn it, I had it, and then you interrupted me.
Yeah, I took it away
continue.
from you because it was
People-
easy
people-
to take away things from people who are aggressive all the time, who don't have their foundations.
You said,
secure.
God damn it.
Can I be vulnerable?
this is-
Soy,
this-
can you please tell me? Like, I genuinely, I'm like, I guess I missed it. When you say like, oh, if we don't do something.
Yeah, so
that's
okay, here's an
stupid
example.
midterm,
How
what's
about
the
instead of
Oh,
Congress
I
coming
remember
forward
now.
and saying, hey, we're going to have this little like feckless vote and say maybe we'll stop Trump from going to Iran until he gives us a reason, we completely block and prosecute and go after this somehow and say, hey, no, you can't fucking
somehow?
just
But
declare war
you're making so
unilaterally,
much
right?
into somehow. What the fuck
I
does that
remember-
mean?
Just figure it out, bro. It doesn't
I
matter.
remember,
Just
I remember
figure it
what
out.
it was now.
How about we
I remember
all
what it was
do
now.
something? What if we pass
I
a-
remember
I
I remember what it was
Yeah,
now.
draw extra
I
attention
remember
to
what it
it.
was.
What if we don't aid consent even just verbally and say, all right, like, hey, maybe we do need to go with war with Iran, but like, I don't know, he's not giving us a reason, you know? Like, what if we actually hold him to account? What if we pull a Mitch McConnell and try to block every single fucking appointment until they actually capitulate on something? What if we
What
like
you're asking for is not possible in the current
we can't
dynamic.
block
You're
It's
also
just
going to
not,
need to get
like-
rid of like Fetterman.
You have a lot of
What if we get rid of Fetterman?
I want to get rid of Fetterman. The dude's fucking crazy.
Hold on. I remember when you guys did get rid of the guy we had in Pennsylvania, Lamb, who was perfectly good, but you guys were like, oh, he's too moderate. He's too feckless. He's too ineffective. Let's get Fetterman in there. He'll be a fighter. How'd that fucking work out?
Hutch, I remember what I was going to say now. I remember what I was going to say now. So you were talking about how the polls show that, on extreme rhetoric, Democrats are not too far behind the Republicans. That's true. What you're seeing here is an asymmetry of perception coming from right-wing media. So, for example, the polling on Trump corruption versus Biden corruption during the 2024 election, it was neck and neck. The right wing is able to persuade the American people things about the Democratic Party that are demonstrably not true. We know that Trump is infinitely more corrupt than Joe and Hunter Biden, the most maximal interpretation, but the American people saw it as neck and neck. So my question is, what do you do with those parameters if you're trying to build consensus and change the way...
Off of that question that Josiah's asking, the reason why those perceptions exist is because those are the battlefields that Republicans fight on. We're not perceived as being corrupt by accident. We're perceived as being corrupt because of their corrupt push into investigating Hillary Clinton, because of their obsession with Hunter Biden. That's where our perception of corruptness comes from. And we're always fighting defensively. We're never putting forth an argument of our own. Even if we say we're going to prosecute Trump for being illegal with his... What's not true? What did I just say that's not true? Wait, what did I just say that's not true?
The idea that Democrats only fight defensively when he was impeached twice, when Democrats all over the country are constantly, every fucking day, talking about Donald Trump's corruption, when we do have like a liberal, like alternative media class that talks about these, it's not just defensive, man. Like when they're in power,
he was impeached twice. He won the narrative. Hutch, he won the narrative on every impeachment. Do you understand that?
No, he did not.
Okay, easy question. Shut the fuck up. Wait, easy question. Do most people agree or disagree that Russiagate was a Democratic hoax?
It wasn't Russiagate that he got impeached for, bro.
Do most people agree or disagree that Russiagate...
He got impeached for Ukraine.
Yeah,
both impeachments had majority support, bro. You're wrong about this.
Majority support, and that most of them might have impeached him in the Congress. But in terms of where the American mind is at on these issues, they won on those topics. In the American mind, Trump was vindicated on most of these topics. Russiagate was a Democrat fucking hoax.
Russiagate is not... You're conflating Russiagate with the Ukraine thing. It's not the same thing.
Literally, all of it is rolled in together for these people.
It's not. What are you talking about? No, it's not. Russiagate was not why he was impeached. That was not why he was impeached. And both impeachments had majority support, soft majority support, but and January 6th more than the first one with Ukraine. But you're just wrong that Trump won the messaging war on impeachment. The numbers don't support this. You just do vibes like a lot, Destiny.
Even if he lost, isn't impeachment a defensive action, not an aggressive one? Because you have to do it.
What would you consider an
impeachment is an aggressive action?
You could defensively impeach. That's a thing.
Anytime the Republicans are in power, we attack. And anytime we're in power, they attack. That's the nature of fucking politics. That's what when you have power, you're doing things, so you're vulnerable to attack. When you're out of power, you're not doing anything.
What is the equivalent democratic attacks?
Do we agree?
What are the equivalent democratic attacks?
Destiny, go ahead. Destiny, I want to hear from
what are the equivalent democratic attacks from like the Hunter Biden stuff or the Hillary Clinton stuff? What are the equivalent attacks on our end?
We talked about there are Democrats across the
sexist, homophobic.
These kids, these fucking kids, the charity thing that they were found to have defrauded. I mean,
what? Wait, what?
The average person knows about that.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what are you talking about? The charity thing that the kids defraud? Wait, what are you talking about?
If you turn on fucking MSNBC or CNN or Brian Tyler Cohen or any of these other big liberal channels, literally every day, you're not going to find. If you don't turn on
C-SPAN, the three things you just named have the same power and weight as the fucking
never said that.
No, I'm asking you. That's what I was asking. I'm saying, what is the equivalent?
I never said that.
What is the equivalent to their Hunter Biden or Hillary Clinton investigations?
The right-wing media machine to draw narratives. It's just whoever's in
literally
power.
Russiagate. Literally Russiagate.
We all agree.
But Russiagate is a narrative that they won on. What is the equivalent?
Narrative advantage in the world.
No, we don't.
Wait, do we agree?
Not agreeing on that.
Do we agree on that,
no,
Hutch?
Let me ask
the question: do Republicans have a narrative advantage in the media?
Yes, because they're always fighting. Because they're corrupt and they fight on everything. So we're always defending on everything.
They're better funded in alternative media, and they don't have the equivalent of our left flank that there's chipping at our fucking heels every fucking day. And so there are reasons, but I think there is asymmetry. I think the Republicans do have an advantage in media generally.
Can I ask one question to the other side? Do we feel like compare this time now to did I say the right side or the other side?
No, I was telling you should say the right side.
Sorry, didn't mean to gaslight you.
No,
I didn't want to call you the right.
No, say your point, Mitty, please.
If do we feel like in this moment right now compared to this moment in 2024, do we feel the difference in like the democratic, left-leaning, center-left, liberal communication like establishment? Because to me, it's night and fucking day. And I think that comes down
barely. It's not night and day. We're still finding our footing. We're struggling like crazy. We're still fucking yapping about Gaza all the time. We still got a ton of people fighting with Gavin Newsom.
No, totally agree. I think in 2024 there was zero. There was nothing. There was, and the worst of it is that like I've said at the beginning, like Biden was not. All these messages that we're talking about is like, well, if he did this, well, if he did that, oh, we did that. What is fucking Chuck Schumer? I don't know if he was there at the time. Is he gonna run in like 2022 and like lead a national message? Like, you need leaders in these positions. Trump literally, his advantage is that he just says shit. He goes out and makes it other people's problem to defend him. I don't think we should do that necessarily, but like, as much as I hate to say it, like Biden was unable to like fulfill this need of like leading the country and giving us a narrative, and we fumbled. And like, no matter like Destiny is as much as I like, I am a beneficiary of like you sounding the alarm, and like I voted for Trump in 2020. Certainly not going to do that again. But like, that's not like a national level presence, and like the fucking like entire Republican Party.
Make it one.
Yes. I agree, but we're acting like. We're projecting the rules of the game back in time as if that was like something that like Turning Point USA was like Charlie Kirk, like one man showing it for a long time, like investing in this like nothing, and like these are like long-term investments that.
That was not a one-man show.
Yeah,
you got to support.
I probably exaggerated.
Republicans have been building everything. I also sometimes I think you and Hutch. I feel like you guys think Trump just like spawned from nowhere. Like
no.
Okay, Trump is a natural consequence of all the things that have been happening and building.
Trump is a symptom of a.
But the second Trump win,
he's a rash.
The things that it feels like we're drawing from the fact that Trump won a second time, it feels like we're acting like, well, all these things were said. Oh, well, you know, this was that and that was it. But like there was no relay for any information to like anyone my age at all about 98% of the things that Destiny was saying on his stream was completely insulated from like,
I agree with you. I agree. But that's why the big punishment for lawmakers. That's why big punishments for lawmakers is important, because it's supposed to be the lawmakers that hold the shit in check, because they know that they're going to get fucked. Like, for instance, my guess is less than fucking 5% of all Americans. Hold on. Nobody in America knows what the fucking blue slip rule is. Right? Is that what it's called? The blue slip rule? Nobody knows what the fuck this is. But people in the Senate care about this shit, right? And they're going to defend it because they want to be able to say fuck no to, it's for judges, not prosecutors, right? I think it's for judges, right? In their state that they don't like, right? So it's up to the senators to defend that.
Well, it's actually both. I'm sorry. It is actually both prosecutors and judges.
Yeah. Oh, prosecutors and judges, yeah.
No, for the Senate. For the Senate, yeah.
But so they'll defend it. I'm saying this is why my focus is not on the voters. My focus is on the lawmakers. Lawmakers know that if they go along with some fuck shit, that they're going to be in some fuck shit. But if they think there's no consequences, then they'll just allow anything. Because our biggest problem right now, all this conversation on checks and balances and all this bullshit, if the lawmakers thought that they were going to be held accountable, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The IEPA tariffs would have ended at 90 days because Congress would have exercised their legally authorized oversight. They would have said, okay, you're done. You're done, buddy. No more. And we'd be done.
But I think that the reason, can I have this back and forth, please? I think that the reason we're here is because we basically abdicated even in the Obama era, I'd say like the left of the country, the center left, just became about like tuning into daytime TV and like figuring out if you're racist or not. This idea that we're here because good governance and advocating for liberal values isn't enough because we lost the election. It feels like it's missing the connecting piece that we just basically like, because of, I personally think Biden was the only person with the authority to lead a message, was unable to do so effectively. And we were left with like no major figures. It's like, I know, like Hutch would say, like, I would think most of the left leaning, like without any central head, like Trump grabbed the whole, like once he spoiled that primary, because there were more non-Trump votes in 2016 than Trump votes in that primary. Once he spoiled that, he grabbed everybody's fucking balls and said, if you don't want a Democrat, you're going to say the fucking things I say. And he led them on a singular message and forced them on. And I just like, there's been none of that on the left. And I don't think there were any
on the left. You can't do stuff like that because there's too much accountability. You won't get away with it on the left. You remember the whole Donna Brazile? Remember the whole is it Donna Brazile who was feeding the questions to Hillary Clinton or whatever?
That's a bit overstated, but okay.
Wait, what do you mean it was overstated?
She gave her a question about drinking water in Flint. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's whatever.
Whatever. Regardless of what it was. Well, that even proves my point even more, because the point I was going to make was, if that was discovered on the Republican side, they wouldn't even publicize it. They would say, "Good, we should be helping. If you're not cheating, you're not trying."
The sides are
right?
asymmetric. Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's
Different
part of what I'm saying.
dispositions are on the
That's part
different
of what I'm
sides. And they have
saying.
different expectations. Yes.
But what I'm saying is the Republic can't survive if the expectations are that different. It can't be that one side has to govern and the other side gets to play games all day, and we're going to be carried along.
No, you're right.
I would say that if what's making you say that is that Trump won another election.
Yes.
I'm not making an argument here. All I'm saying is that, like, okay, maybe let's like fix the glaring hole in our communication apparatus, our party leadership. Like, maybe let's like fix that hole that very clearly accounts for like Trump winning again. Maybe let's not run an 81-year-old faded dementia patient.
What do you mean by you need to be more aggressive? And like, I agree, we should fix that hole, but these are very difficult, like party-wide implementation, cultural shifts that like the Democratic Party is spending millions of dollars trying to do and is not finding a solution.
And Gavin and Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom needs to win the fucking primary and go out on a limb and do what Kamala Harris did not. I'm going to be honest, with love, didn't have the balls to do, and just go out and start saying Trump.
Oh, sorry. True.
No, can't do that. Can't do that.
Just start fucking saying shit. The power of the ticket lets you force the parties into a certain disposition.
That's what we've been saying for like the past 2 hours.
The disagreement is
constructing
about
narratives, especially potentially ones about prosecuting people.
So
and Hutch was saying we can't do that until we have
That's such a bad summary of all the things that we've been saying.
Hutch was saying what now? I couldn't do what?
So you said we shouldn't run on packing courts or doing anything that might be
what is
like
that? How is
this too scary. It has to be after we're in power, right?
I do. You guys call me an optics cuck, but like, I mean, how much should politicians care about like what the voters think?
A lot.
Yes. Do you think that the voters
why are you getting on my case?
When we talk about the votors thing, Republicans view it as Republicans view what the public thinks as a starting platform, whereas it feels like sometimes you guys view it as the be all and end all.
Expand on that. What do you mean?
When Republicans look at where the public is, Trump will just go out and fucking say wild fucking shit and then like get feedback that way. Like if we were to talk to both candidates and we were to say, Biden, okay, what about running for a third term? It would be, okay, I don't even know if you'd have polling data on it because it'd be so crazy. Whereas Republicans would be like, oh, let's go out and fucking say it and see what the reception is. The reception's kind of good. Fuck it, let's go. They don't wait
because we read the fucking New York Times on the left. Holy shit.
So that actually happened because I don't know if you recall, Obama during his last year made a joke about it wasn't even serious. It was just a joke about a third term, and Republicans lost their fucking minds. Yeah.
I think that the left bitching out to the fucking right like that, terrible. Like I think shit like that's horrible. Like the idea that they would like.
The Democratic voter base is more, I would say, more rational, more reasonable, and definitely at this point more educated. Asymmetry is real, and the fact that we have higher standards for our politicians, that is an asymmetry. But I don't know. I kind of don't mind being the party that has higher standards for politicians.
Just to be clear, no, we don't have higher standards. Real quick. It's about what the Conservative Party shows us about all the politicians in the United States. Both sides have similar standards when it comes to their politicians. They don't want their politicians to be rapists. They don't want them to be thieves. They don't want to be
not both sides. Not both sides.
I don't agree with that.
Literally both sides. Because if you go and you talk to the Republican side about the Epstein files or whatever, they're not going to tell you, well, yeah, Trump is in there way more than everybody else. They're going to say, no, everybody's in there, so it's the same.
But Destiny, would you even fight me on this? The Republicans are way more tolerant. Republican voters are way more tolerant of, we'll say, their shortcomings, like politicians' shortcomings, like their mistakes in the past.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that Republicans view their candidates and they hold to lesser standards than we hold ours. But what I'm telling you is that from the Republican perspective, that's not true. We're okay, and from their perspective, we're okay with even more corruption than they're okay with. We tried all our illegal lawsuits against fucking Donald Trump. We're even worse than they are. That's why they always use these as precursors to all the fucked up shit that they're going to do by talking about
Hunter Biden.
Exactly.
Well,
in their mind, it's all.
I mean,
why do we care what the Republicans think of Democrats?
Because you're trying to say that we hold ourselves to a higher standard, and what I'm telling you is we don't. They just control the media landscape.
Go ahead. I want to hear from Lana.
We're trying to appeal to left-leaning people.
Lana, if you get your take out, then we're gonna cycle you maybe. But give us your contribution to the panel, please.
Oh, thanks. Well, I was just saying the reason why you should care is because you need people to switch sides in order to win, don't you?
Nope, you just need to turn on your own base and independence.
In some cases, you do. Texas and Tallarico, he definitely
but
needs
like
to
in swing
convert
states,
Republicans. Yeah.
But like, voter activation is a huge part of the piece, and if you have a ludicrously activated base and the other people don't, you could possibly win on that.
Okay, I gotta go. Here's all I'm saying. My fourth policy that we should do is, since Tulsi went and so graciously got the voter rolls from every single state, we should keep the funding for ICE, and we should deport as many people as we can, as long as they're registered Republican to vote. Totally within the president's power, totally legal. That would be my position. Okay.
Have a great day.
I agree if the polls say we should.
Okay. Gang, we're...
Okay. I'm going. I love you guys. Have fun. We're gonna have a channel. Be careful.